What is up, guys? It's your buddy Blue Spooky here with another daily video. Your standard 1 hour and 30-minute affair. If you guys end up enjoying this video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any thoughts about the stories in this video, please be sure to leave them in the comments below, as one of my favorite things about doing these videos is reading your guys' comments, even if I can't always respond to them. Last but not least, if you'd like to go that extra step and support the channel even more than you do by just watching the video already, go ahead and click that join button next to the subscribe button. It's $2 a month at the lowest tier, and you get a special icon next to your name when you comment, and special emoticons that you can use when you comment as well. No content will be locked behind the paywall, of course. It's simply something extra you can do if you'd like to support the channel a little more. Either way, I will get right into the video, and I hope you guys enjoy the true scary stories. Thanks for watching. This is something that happened a couple of years ago. One night, I was home by myself during a thunderstorm. We lived in a neighborhood that had many other houses in it. Still, usually it was pretty quiet. Well, on this night in particular, there was a very loud and fierce thunderstorm going on. I knew that we were supposed to be getting rain, but I didn't know it was supposed to be such a big storm. As I was sitting inside at about 9 o'clock or so, I remember hearing it really start to rain hard. I looked out the window at first, but overall didn't really think too much of it. 30 minutes later, though, there was the loud thunder, lightning, and pouring rain. I was glad I was at least at home and inside. So there I was, in the living room during this storm, when I thought I heard the sound of something impacting the back window. I got up and went into the kitchen. I really had no idea what that could be. When I entered the kitchen, though, I thought I could see someone moving away from the window outside. I saw them for only a split second, and I really didn't know for sure what had just happened. I only knew that I heard a noise, and it seemed like somebody was out there. I went to a different window and turned the backyard light on. I looked around in the backyard, but I couldn't quite see anybody back there. It was not super large, but it did have a little bit of space, where there were grass and plants and a few trees as well. I stayed in the kitchen for a while, keeping an eye out for the next few minutes. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I continued to hear the loud storm and see the lightning occasionally flash throughout the yard. Just when I was about to give up and go back to the living room, though, I noticed a man emerging from behind a tree. I really couldn't believe it as I saw him creeping closer to my house. I went over and turned the backyard light off and on again. I wasn't sure what else to do. This would probably at least let the guy know I'd seen him. When I did this, the man instantly turned and ran toward the back of my yard. He went behind some bushes that bordered the neighbor. I figured the guy would leave for good now. After he went out of sight, I went back into the living room. I was wondering if I should call the police or what the guy was even doing out there. I figured that he would leave now, though. I knew he was there, and the storm was continuing quite fiercely. It continued to rain for another 20 minutes or so, and then things actually quieted down a bit. It was still raining, but much calmer now, and there was no longer these big flashes of lightning or loud thunders anymore. It was more of a light sprinkle now. I was planning on just going back to bed pretty soon, but I happened to go back into the kitchen for something, and when I did, I saw the guy in the yard again. This time he was walking closer to the back window and was maybe 20 feet away. I jumped back quickly so he wouldn't see me. The guy walked right up to the window and began trying to open it. I went back and turned the light on and off again. But this time the man stayed where he was and did not move. That's when I knew I had to call the police right now. I ran over to the other room and grabbed my phone, then dialed 911. As soon as I did that, I heard a loud noise coming from the back window. I got away from there and moved to the other side of my home. I waited for the police to arrive and hoped the guy wouldn't really be able to break in. I was concerned that at any moment I would hear the window smash in, or he would break down my door or something, but that didn't happen. The police got there pretty soon, and I met them at the front door. I told them what was going on, and they went into the backyard and looked around. When they did, they couldn't find the guy. He had left already. After talking with the police for a while, they left and told me to call again if the man ever returned. I really thought he would, but to my surprise, he actually didn't even try. I actually didn't see the man again ever. He never got into my house, luckily. I don't know what exactly he was doing there, but I'm really glad that he didn't get in. This happened when I was a freshman in high school. During this time, I lived at home with my parents and older sister. We lived in what I would describe as a fairly average neighborhood. Our backyard was sort of big, but overall it was a very populated area. One night I was at home playing video games in my bedroom. My sister was in her room, and my parents were out in the living room. I always liked to play video games shut away in my room. I had a really good setup in there too. I had my gaming chair, my big monitor, my TV as well. I remember that after gaming for a long time, there was a loading screen, so I leaned back in my chair to stretch a bit. I casually happened to look right out my bedroom window, which looked out into the backyard. At the back of my yard was a small wooded area. Something immediately caught my eye when I looked out there. I couldn't believe it, but it sort of looked like there was a clown looking at me from just inside the woods. At first, I took off my glasses and rubbed my eyes. I thought surely that couldn't be the case. I kept looking and squinted my eyes to see better, and sure enough, it looked like there really was a clown there. I got up from my chair and walked over to the window. Now that I had a better view, I could see that there was in fact a clown out there, or at least somebody that was wearing a clown mask and costume. They were standing just a couple of feet into the woods, partially blocked from sight by the trees, but they were looking right at our house, possibly through my window at me. Obviously, this was extremely creepy to see. I ran out of my bedroom and found my parents in the living room. I told them there was some guy dressed up as a clown in the backyard. They followed me to my bedroom window, but when we got there, whoever this guy was, he was now gone. I told my parents where he was and everything that went down. We all went outside together after that and looked around the backyard. Although I was really creeped out, luckily we didn't see or hear anything when we were out there. The woods in our backyard were not very big. They only went back probably 20 feet, and then there was a fence. I'm guessing whoever the guy was went through the neighbor's yard. At least he wasn't on our property anymore now. It was a real mystery as to what this was even about. What exactly was he doing back there? We all went back inside, and I went back to what I was doing. I looked out my window every so often, but luckily the clown man didn't appear to return. The next couple of days were fairly normal. No signs of the mysterious clown or anything. It was less than a week later when I found myself now home alone. My parents were gone at friends' houses, and my sister was at a friend's house as well. I was playing video games in my bedroom once again. It was probably 9 o'clock at night, same setup as the previous occurrence. I randomly happened to look out of my window. That was when I saw the clown guy again. This time, he was not out in the woods though. Instead, he was standing right in the middle of the backyard, much closer. He was facing me directly and clearly observing me through my window. I got up and ran over. I covered it with the shades and ran out of my bedroom as quickly as possible. I didn't know what to do in such a situation. Why would this clown guy come back? I called my parents and told them what was happening. They advised me to call the police if he didn't leave the yard immediately. I looked out another window, and I didn't see the guy anymore. I was hoping that meant he had left now. I got off the phone with my parents and looked out several other windows. I didn't see the clown anywhere. I headed back to my bedroom. When I was walking in, though, I heard a loud knock at the front door. I went over and checked out the front window. The clown was right there, standing on the front step. I just moved away from there and tried to ignore it. I went back to my bedroom and put my headphones on. I just forced myself to play video games, and I did that until my parents got back home. When they did, the clown guy was long gone. After that night, I kept my bedroom window covered at all times. I also didn't stay at home by myself for several months. I was too creeped out and scared to do so. I'm not sure if the clown guy ever came back or not, but I certainly didn't see or ever hear from him again. I had a really scary experience just 2 weeks ago. It all happened on a Thursday night as I got home from work. Up until that point, it had been a pretty typical day. I got up, went to the gym, came back home, got ready for work, then headed out. I worked a later shift that day, so I wouldn't get off until 7 p.m. or so. Work went by as usual, and then I drove the roughly 15 minutes it took to get back home. After arriving back, I parked my car in the driveway and got out. I currently live alone in a 2-bedroom house on half an acre of land. I walked up to my front door and went inside. After getting inside, my plan was to change, then make something to eat. I had only made it about halfway to my bedroom, though, when I suddenly heard the doorknob begin turning to my front door. I stopped where I was immediately, and suddenly got a very bad feeling. Obviously, I was not expecting any company. I started to turn around and walk back to see what was going on. Whoever was outside began banging on the door. I walked back over, and it was very suspicious. When I got within view of the front door, I carefully looked out of the window. I could see a man standing on my front step, pressed right up against the door. Obviously, I did not want to answer, but he kept on knocking. I then heard him yell something. I didn't know who this guy was. Maybe he was just at the wrong house. I thought about answering the door in case that was true, but the way he was so aggressively banging against it caused me not to. I stayed there just a few feet away, hoping he would leave on his own. All of a sudden, he demanded to be let inside, and he said my full name. I couldn't believe that somehow this guy knew who I was, because I'd never seen him before. I yelled to the other side as loud as I could that I was calling the police if he didn't leave right now. That didn't seem to have any effect on the man, though. He just stayed there and kept banging on my front door. I noticed he'd also parked his car right across my driveway. I got out my phone to call the police and dialed as quickly as I could. My heart was racing as I told the 911 operator the situation. My biggest fear was that the man would try to get in somehow and enter my home. At almost the end of my conversation on the phone, the man stopped and I noticed him running back to his vehicle. He got in and drove away. I watched closely to make sure his car actually left my street. Now I felt at least a little bit better. I told the 911 operator this new information. They sent an officer out anyway, so I could tell them what happened. After that, the guy was gone. After looking around for a while and talking to me, the officer left as well. It was a little scary being home by myself that night, and I had a difficult time trying to go to sleep. Eventually, I was able to, though. I woke up the next morning at 7 a.m., completely having forgotten the craziness of the night before. I made my way to the kitchen and passed by a window. That's when I happened to notice a car parked right out front by the driveway. It was the exact same car as the night before. The man was back. I noticed that he appeared to be inside of it. I didn't know what he was doing. I didn't hesitate. I called the police immediately. I told them the man had returned. I carefully watched out the window for a while as the man just remained inside his vehicle. I watched him open up his door and leave, then make his way up to my front door again. He started banging furiously. I couldn't believe this guy. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, and I didn't want to know. I didn't know how he knew me either. He stayed at my door, banging every so often. I went to the back of the house, and after maybe 5 minutes, the police arrived. When they did, the man immediately tried running away, but he wasn't able to make it that far. He was caught by the police pretty quickly. When he was questioned, he wouldn't reveal how he knew me or what his reasoning was. He just kept repeating that he wanted to talk to me. He claimed that we were old friends of some sort, which obviously was not true at all. I'm just glad that I noticed him that morning. I think maybe he had followed me home from work the previous night, and I simply hadn't noticed. When I walked in the front door, he must have followed a little ways back. This was one of the creepiest experiences of my life, and hopefully I'll never see that guy again. This is something that happened during my freshman year of college. It was a few years ago now, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. At the time, I went to a university with about 10,000 students. For my first year, I lived in an all-female dorm building on the 3rd floor. There were 4 floors in total, and I had my own dorm room all to myself. On probably the 3rd or 4th week of school, I went to bed one night just like any other. It was a weeknight, but I don't remember exactly what day it was. I woke up, though, at around 3 o'clock in the morning and really had to use the bathroom. The bathrooms were just a ways down the hallway, so I got out of bed and headed to the door. When I got to the hallway, it was empty, and things were very quiet. I had to walk maybe 50 to 100 feet to get to the bathrooms. Once I was there, the bathrooms that we had were basically a room with 5 doors and a sink. Each door was its own little private bathroom, so to speak. Nobody was inside, and all the doors were open. Not surprising for it being 3 o'clock in the morning. As I was inside one of the rooms, I heard footsteps coming from the hallway. Whoever it was then entered the bathrooms as well, and went into one of the rooms across from me. I didn't really think too much of it. I was inside for maybe a minute or so and then left. When I did, the other person was still inside their room, the one across from me. Basically, right when I got back into the hallway, I heard the other bathroom door open. I was maybe 30 feet away from the bathrooms, walking to my room, when I heard them start walking in the hallway behind me. I still really didn't think that much of it at the time. I expected it to be another girl, but something about this just seemed a bit odd. I don't really know why, but I decided to look over my shoulder to see who was behind me. When I did, I saw it was no girl at all. It was a man, and it was not a man in college either. This man was clearly much older than me. I was really confused by this. I turned back and started walking faster to my room, but instantly I heard the man speed up his steps as well. He was starting to gain on me. I got a really bad feeling now. I sped up as well. By now, I was pretty close to my door, and I hadn't locked it. Since I was only quickly going to the bathroom, I didn't feel I needed to. That was at least good, since it meant I could slip inside faster. I could hear the man getting closer and closer to me, and I started to feel panic setting in. I was only about 10 feet away from my room, and the man was less than 15 feet behind me. When I got to the door, I threw it open and ran inside, then shut the door and locked it behind me. Only a second later, the man stopped right outside my door and began tugging it and trying to open it. My heart started racing even faster than it already was. He knocked on it. I have no clue who this guy was or what he wanted. I knew he wasn't supposed to be here, though. I chose not to answer the door. I also didn't bother to ask him what he was doing or who he was. After about 30 seconds of silence after he'd knocked, I was hoping that meant he would have gone away. A soft tapping on the door began, though. It wasn't very loud at all. I walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. He was sort of short, wearing a black jacket, and had short blonde hair. I didn't know who he was at all, and he was definitely not a faculty member or anything. He knocked again for a third time. I really wanted him to just go away. There was no way I was going to be able to get any sleep with this guy here. He didn't say anything the entire time, just kinda stood there. I went away and sat down on my bed. I waited, and the man didn't knock for a really long time. When I went back over to the door and looked out, thinking maybe he was gone though, the man was still outside waiting. I didn't know what to do. I walked back over to my bed. The man then knocked one more time, this time extremely quietly. I barely heard it because of how quiet it was. I didn't get up to look. I stayed where I was. Probably 10 minutes went by. I didn't hear any more noises. I went up to look again and see what was going on, and that's when I saw that the man finally appeared to be gone. After that, I was able to get back to sleep. The next morning, I found my resident advisor and told her about the suspicious man. She said she was going to report it, and luckily, I never saw that guy again. After that, a few days later, though, I found out that the man had actually been let into the building much earlier that night. He had tricked a student by telling them that his daughter lived there, and he had to give her something. The student let him in, believing his story. It turned out to be a complete lie, obviously. He must have hid somewhere for hours. I get really creeped out thinking about it. Campus security was informed of the situation, but I never heard anything more of the man. When I was in school, we took several field trips to the zoo. One in particular was when I was about 8 years old. My entire class went. I always liked all of these kinds of field trips, and the zoo was one of my favorites. I don't really remember everything, because it was a long time ago. I do know that after getting to the zoo, we were guided around by our teacher and someone who worked for the zoo. There were quite a few of us kids there. After looking at some animals, at one point we were just kind of standing around. I wasn't really sure what was going on. We were on the walkways between several exhibits. The zoo was very large, and I remember I was sort of standing in the back. I was just hanging out, looking around, when this random woman approached me. She had come from the walkway to my right. There was a bit of an intersection in the paths just behind me. I did not know who the woman was, but she looked at me as if she knew me. The woman then called out my name. I was confused at first. Was this woman a friend of my mother's or something? She then asked if she could show me something. She told me to follow her and started to walk off. I hesitated because I knew I was supposed to stick with my class, and I didn't want to get in trouble. I'm ashamed to say it, but that's probably the only reason that I didn't immediately go with her. I wasn't really even suspicious, even though she was a complete stranger. Just then, I remember the class started moving, and all the other students were starting to walk forward. At that point, the woman waved me back over to the class and said never mind. I went with the class, and we continued onward. We looked at several more exhibits of the zoo and saw various different animals. We were in one of the buildings the next time I saw the woman again. I was just looking at the monkeys when the woman approached me once more. She told me that when we left this building, I was supposed to go with her. I was very confused, but just said okay. Then the woman walked off and disappeared. When we left the building, the woman was actually waiting for me right by the door. My teacher and the tour guide were busy wrangling all the other kids along and must not really have noticed the woman. As we walked out of the building, the woman implored me to follow her again. This time I actually started to. I walked out of the area where the rest of my class was, and we started to go down a different path. I guess at that point my teacher happened to see me. She called out my name. I looked back, and when I did, the woman hissed at me to quickly go with her. My teacher started approaching. I stood where I was, completely confused. The woman covered up her face with her shirt and began to quickly walk away. I stayed where I was as the teacher came over. All the kids were staring at me too. By the time the teacher arrived to me, the woman was long gone. I remember the teacher asking me questions about her and telling me that she was not supposed to be there. My parents ended up getting called, and my mom had to come pick me up. That's all I really remember. It's crazy to think that really happened. I'm honestly not sure who the woman was, or how she knew my name. I don't recall ever having seen her another time. I'm really glad the teacher noticed, or who knows what would have happened to me. This just happened last year. I'm a pretty average guy for the most part. I work a job, have my own little apartment near the city. One day, I was added by a seemingly random girl on Snapchat. This was not something that happened very often. My first thought was there was some sort of bot account probably. Still, I was curious, so I decided to add the account back. Anyway, within probably 20 minutes of adding it back, the account sent me a Snapchat. It was a woman named Avery, I guess. When I opened the snap, I saw a selfie from a good-looking blonde woman who appeared to be around my age. She said hello, so I responded by sending one back of myself and saying hi. She then began typing in chat instead of sending back another picture. Avery told me she didn't know if I knew her or not, but she actually went to my gym and saw me there regularly. I would work out every day at usually around the same time, which was right after I got out of work. There were lots of other regulars that I would see at the gym as well as some other people who I didn't know, so it could have very easily been true. A lot of people went there, and it was a pretty large gym. I rarely ever talked with anybody while I was there either. I wasn't friends with any of those people. I tried to think about if I'd seen her before, and while I didn't necessarily remember her, she did look kind of familiar, so I must have seen her somewhere. She told me that she wanted to talk to me at the gym but didn't want to bother me, so she decided to add me on here. We got to talking, and it seemed like she liked me. She was very nice, and we had a few things in common. I tried to look her up on Instagram, but I couldn't really find any results. There were a few accounts that possibly could have been her, but I didn't know her last name, so I couldn't really find anything conclusive. After talking for 2 days on Snapchat, Avery asked me if I wanted to meet up sometime. I said, sure, why not? Avery said she worked at a local bar, which was downtown in our city. She said I should come and meet her after work that night. Said there was a park right across the street from the bar, and we could go there. I agreed, and she said that she got off at 9 p.m. I didn't really think at the time that it was that strange to meet someone after they were getting off work and hang out at a park at nighttime. Looking back, it was kind of weird, but I drove to the park anyway. When I got there, I went into the parking lot and saw there was just one other vehicle. I didn't know if this was Avery or not. I was a couple of minutes early, so I texted her but did not immediately hear back. I waited, but after 10 minutes I was wondering what she was doing. She finally texted me back saying she was in the park and I should join her. It seemed really sketchy, so I told her I was in my car and I'd never seen her driving there. The only thing that would make sense is if the other car belonged to her. I had a bad feeling, and for a moment I didn't know what to do. I thought about just leaving, but I decided to stay. About a minute later, though, I saw somebody get out of the other car. It was a man wearing a hooded jacket. He began walking in my direction. I didn't know what he wanted or what was going on. The guy walked all the way over to me, and when he was approaching my window, I just took off. I realized I'd likely been catfished. After leaving, I blocked the account. I was frustrated by the whole thing, but at least I didn't get or anything. Who knows what would have happened? Looking back, it was strange how she didn't give me any real clear information, and I could not find a Facebook or Instagram for her. She only sent me the one picture of herself, and it honestly seemed real. I don't know how that was done, but I know for sure that I'd been catfished. Hopefully nothing like that happens again. This happened back when I was a kid. I believe I was about 7 years old or so. Back when I was young, I really liked to go to yard sales with my parents sometimes. My mom would go to them and grab things for really cheap, and I would always look at the toys and kids stuff. I found some interesting things usually. I remember once I found a PlayStation for $5, which was absolutely insane. Anyway, I went to this one garage sale with my mom and sister. There were actually a decent amount of other people there, and there were tons of things. We started looking through some of the stuff, and I soon wandered off somewhere. My mom and sister were looking at something else that I wasn't really interested in. I remember that I found a video game section sort of halfway down the driveway, and I began sorting through the items. That was when this random woman came up to me. I looked up at her when she approached, and for some reason I remember thinking that it must have been her garage sale. She said hello and asked me what I was looking at. After I told her, she said there was a box at the end of the driveway, and I could have something for free from it. Some yard sales would have a free bin, which was usually old Happy Meal toys or random things they no longer wanted. I figured that must be what it was, and the lady was trying to be nice to me. We walked over to the area, and she asked me to pick something out. There was a lot of stuff, and it wasn't bad at all for a free bin. I looked through it for probably 2 or 3 minutes. The woman was just kind of standing there, sometimes pointing out specific items to me and asking me if I wanted them. Finally, I picked out a Hot Wheels car and told her that's what I would take. She then said that I needed to take it to the car now. I can't remember if she gave me a reason or not. If she did, I don't remember what it was. Looking back on it, it was a weird thing to say for sure, but I know she said something like that. For some reason, that didn't immediately set off any alarm bells to me. I was still under the impression that this was her home and her yard sale, so I started walking over to the car, which was parked on the side of the road a little ways down. It was a quiet residential street, and with the other people at the yard sale, there were probably about 4 or 5 other cars parked. When I made it across the street, the lady grabbed my hand. I thought she must be extra safe about crossing the street in case a car or something came. Something about this started to feel weird, though. I was old enough to cross the street on my own, especially one this quiet. That's when I heard somebody yell from back up the driveway. It was my mom. I looked over and saw she was waving for me to come back to her. There was also another woman halfway down the driveway who was also yelling. For a moment, I was very confused. The lady that was holding me immediately let go of my hand. At the same time, she began to run away. I watched her jump into a car that was already running and parked at the side of the road. I remember seeing that a man was driving it. After the woman got inside, the car very quickly drove away. I went back to the driveway, where my mom and this other lady asked me about the situation. I told them my side of the story, and they said the lady was not running the sale. The woman who was actually the other woman who was with my mom. She had seen me arrive with my mom and sister, and noticed the other lady with me at the free toys. When she left with me, the woman got a bad feeling about it, and asked my mom if she knew that person. That's when they started approaching and yelling at me. I know some people might say my mom shouldn't have left me alone, but at all the yard sales we had been to before, nothing like that had ever happened, and it never did happen again either. If I didn't 100% believe that woman was running the whole thing, there's no way I would have trusted her or went with her. Plus, my mom was occupied with my 5-year-old sister, who was usually way more of a handful than I was. The sale was crowded too. After that, I obviously wasn't let out of my parents' sight for a long time. I feel lucky that I made it out of that, and I'm glad I didn't go any further with that woman. I live alone in my house. I've only lived here for a couple of years, and I would describe the neighborhood as fairly quiet. There are a lot of other houses around, and most of the neighbors are very nice. Well, last year, I had hardly ever seen my next-door neighbor to the west. Only once or twice did I ever notice her. As far as I knew, it was just the single woman who lived there. Her yard was right next to mine, so I would have been able to see if she ever went outside. But I never did. It was a little mysterious to be sure, but nothing that seemed crazy at all. Well, one night I was home, and it was getting pretty late. Before bed, I was getting my things ready for the next day, when I realized that I couldn't find my wallet anywhere. After looking around for a few minutes, I thought maybe I had forgotten it in my car. Sometimes it would fall out of my pocket while I was driving, or while my car was parked in the driveway. I left my house and walked outside. It was very dark and quiet. I went out to my car and opened up the driver's door. Sure enough, there my wallet was sitting right there on the seat. I picked it up and started to head back inside, but as I did, I noticed my next-door neighbor was outside. She was standing in her yard not that far away, just kind of fully staring at me. It weirded me out, especially this late at night. I didn't really know what she was doing, so I just turned and walked back up my driveway to my home. I went back inside. As I got into the kitchen, I put my wallet on the counter where I usually kept it. I was going to head into the other room, except that's when I noticed out of my window that my neighbor was now in my yard. She had seemingly followed me and was now right in my driveway. I was wondering what exactly she was doing out there. I watched as she walked right up to my window. She went right up to it and just started peeking inside of my home. Really strange behavior. She didn't wave at me or anything, but appeared to be looking in my direction. She moved down really quickly. I didn't know what to make of this. I left the room. A few minutes later, I went back into the kitchen to see if she had left, but she didn't. She was now standing at a different window, peeking in at my house. I didn't know if she could see me from that angle or not. I wasn't that close to the window. When I noticed her, I sort of ducked back around the corner. I watched her as she just kept staring into my home for 5 minutes straight. Finally, she moved away. After that, I went over to the window and watched her go back into her yard, then back inside of her home. I was so confused by this whole situation. After that, I just went to bed. I didn't really know what else I could do. I didn't see that neighbor for months after that. Since then, I've only seen her a couple of times. I never brought up what happened, and I still don't know why she was doing that. It was creepy to be sure, though. I had recently gotten a new car and had to sell my old one. I had bought it used and it was kind of old. Because of that, I listed it on Facebook Marketplace. I was told that was a good place to sell a car. It seemed better than Craigslist at the very least, which always seemed more than a little bit sketchy to me. After listing the car, I did receive a few messages about it in the first couple of days, but none of them really went anywhere. Then I would get the first serious interest, though. It was a man by the name of Ben on Facebook. He messaged me and said he wanted to buy my vehicle. We talked briefly. The guy wanted to meet up and look at the car first, though, as soon as possible. I suggested a nearby shopping center parking lot for us to meet at. At this point in time, it was sometime in the afternoon. Ben wanted to meet that same night. I said that would be fine, and we agreed at 8:30 p.m. in the back of the parking lot. The shopping center had quite a few stores, and a very large lot. Most of it was usually always empty. It was only about 10 minutes from my home, so I ended up going there, fully expecting to meet Ben, who was seemingly a serious buyer. I arrived slightly early, and after getting there, I let Ben know that I'd arrived. I waited. Some time went by, and 8:30 came and went. Ben still hadn't showed up. I messaged him asking where he was. but he did not respond. I was getting very frustrated. It appeared as though he'd changed his mind about the car without telling me. After waiting past 9 o'clock, I finally just left and started driving back home. About 10 minutes later, I arrived. At the time, I lived alone in a smaller house. As I was driving down the street, which was usually very quiet, I noticed headlights quickly coming up behind me. I remember thinking to myself that this person was going a little bit fast for this street. And by the time I had reached my driveway, they were right on my tail. I pulled into my driveway, fully expecting them to drive past, but then the car that was behind me pulled in right after. Now, my driveway was pretty short, but sort of wide. It could barely take 2 cars in front of each other. The car I usually drove was in the garage, and I was driving the one I was trying to sell. After this car pulled in behind me, I could only see the bright headlights shining in. I had a bad feeling about it. I wasn't expecting anyone at my house, and I had no clue as to who this could be. All of a sudden, I got the idea that maybe it was that guy from Facebook Marketplace. I knew that I couldn't get out of my car, so I turned to the right a little. I saw the car behind me start to turn to the right too. I wanted to leave, but I felt like my car would be stuck there with the car behind me. At that point, it started honking furiously. I did not recognize the vehicle and was 100% sure I did not know this person. I turned my wheel and hit the gas. My car narrowly missed hitting my garage. I made it past it and started to make a U-turn. The car ended up going into the grass of my front yard off the driveway. When I did this, the car behind me started backing up and turning to try and keep me boxed in. I was able to make it out of the driveway, drove through the grass, and started going down my road as quickly as I could. The car behind me was soon able to catch up and follow me. I drove to the end of my street and went through some random residential streets for a short time. Eventually, I made it onto a busier road. I traveled on that for quite a while. After some time, the car behind me stopped following. I'm not sure exactly when, because I was looking forward for several minutes. There were many other cars on that road. At some point, whoever was following me surely stopped though. I carefully made my way back home, and luckily I did not see that car again. I have a very distinct feeling that was Ben from Facebook Marketplace, probably trying to follow me home. Never even wanted to look at the car in the first place. Maybe he was going to try and steal it when I got home or something. That's my best guess. I went back to Facebook and found out he had blocked me. I tried reporting it to Facebook Marketplace, but I'm not sure what could really be done. After that, though, I haven't used that service again. A couple of years ago, I went on a road trip to go hiking in several different parks. I've been really into hiking for a long time now, and I've been to many cool locations. On this road trip, I remember that the second night, I was driving on the highway. It was kind of late, and I was basically in the middle of nowhere. I was just about the only car on the road, it seemed. That was when I noticed a car coming up behind me. I was in the right lane, and the car moved into the left lane to pass me by. When the car got about even with the speed I was going, though, instead of passing, it just went alongside me. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked over to the driver of this car and noticed it was a man that was bald and wearing sunglasses. He'd rolled his passenger side front window down and was waving over at me. When I looked at him, he started making some hand motion. I rolled down my window. I could tell that he was attempting to say something. It kinda seemed to me like he was signaling that something was wrong with my vehicle. He was yelling, but I couldn't hear a word he was saying. We were going way too fast. At the very least, I knew that this guy didn't know me though, because I was several states away from where I lived, and I didn't recognize this guy at all. He continued to yell at me and make that motion with his hands. I figured that something must be wrong with my car. Maybe a flat tire or something, or a broken tail light. Everything seemed fine to me. I looked at the check engine light and it was not on. I'm no car expert, but I didn't feel like anything was strange. Still, I was convinced that this man must have seen something that I didn't. I decided to take the next exit, which was coming up on the right. I slowed down and the man remained right next to me. I took the exit and the man followed in his car. I pulled into a gas station, which was just about the only thing in that area. When I did, I saw that nobody else was there. I parked my car and the guy parked next to me. Then we both got out of our vehicles. The man approached me and said there was something wrong with my car. He told me that he saw it emitting some black smoke. I asked him what that meant, and he said it meant there was something seriously wrong with the engine. He told me to get in his car and he would give me a ride to the nearest mechanic and get it fixed. When he said that, I immediately got a bad feeling. I didn't want to go anywhere with this guy. I told him to wait and tried to get him to explain more of what he thought the problem was to me. I also realized that there was no black smoke of any kind. I know it was dark out, but I would have noticed if my car was smoking like that. It seemed to be running perfectly fine. The man asked me to get into his car again. Now I was getting a seriously bad feeling. The man was starting to seem very sketchy. I mean, why would he drive me to a mechanic? They would have to be closed by now. It was way into the nighttime. Before he could say anything else, I got right back into my car, slammed the door, and locked it. The man walked over as I started the engine. He was telling me to stop and yelling that my engine would break down. I didn't believe him, though. My car started up just fine. The man actually tried opening my driver's door, but I just drove away from him. He got back into his car as I was driving away, but luckily I was far enough ahead that he did not follow me. I saw him just stay in the gas station as I left. I merged back onto the highway. After my road trip, I did take my car to a mechanic. I was told that nothing was wrong with it at all. I know the man was probably just trying to get me into his vehicle, and that really gives me the creeps. A few weeks ago, I was driving home from work. It was about 6 p.m., and the clouds were very dark. I could tell that a storm was coming any moment now. It would take me about 30 minutes to drive back most of the time. On the way home, it did start to rain, and the rain started to come down extremely hard. It was getting worse and worse, and there was also loud thunder as well. Driving became very difficult at this point. I was on a highway which usually wasn't too busy, but in the storm it was especially quiet. The road was mostly surrounded by quieter land, but occasionally there would be businesses. I was driving on the highway in the right lane, and the rain picked up more and more. It eventually got to the point where I could barely even see 20 feet in front of me. My windshield wipers, even on the most fast setting, just couldn't keep up with all the rain. I didn't think there would be rain this hard for very long. More than likely, I was in the worst part of the storm, and it would blow over soon. I pulled off to the side of the road and stopped. I was hoping things would calm down within about 10 minutes or so. Then I could keep going. In that moment, there was no way I could keep driving, though. I stopped, putting my car in park, and watched the rain pound down. It was extremely loud. I pulled out my phone to try and get a look at the live radar and have an idea of where the storm was going. As I was doing that, about 30 seconds to a minute after pulling over, I heard a noise coming from behind me. I turned around to see what appeared to be a man standing at my rear passenger side door. I was really confused. The man then tried to pull open the door. Luckily, I'd locked it. I couldn't tell what he looked like very well because of the pouring rain. The man sort of backed away for a moment, then went back to it again. I saw something out of the corner of my eye in front of me. I turned and looked. There was another guy walking in front of my car. He kind of stopped near the hood. I wanted to drive away now, but this guy was currently blocking me. The other guy started knocking on my back passenger side window. I just ignored it. What was I supposed to do here? After a few moments, the guy in front of my car walked over to my window. He made it to my driver's door and immediately tried to tug it open. When it wouldn't do so, he began banging on the window. At least he wasn't blocking my car anymore. Right when that happened, I put my car into drive and started moving away. I left the man standing there on the side of the road. It was still raining very heavily, but not quite as bad as when I'd had to pull over. I made it up to a slow speed and went ahead to the next exit. Then I carefully drove to a gas station and called the police. I told them what happened and basically waited out the rest of the storm. When things quieted down, I was finally able to drive the rest of the way home. I don't know who those guys were. The fact that they were out in such a storm, though, is very weird on its own. They also tried to get inside my car. I didn't get a good look at either of them, but hopefully they don't try that with anybody else. This happened not that long ago. I went to the grocery store one night. It was sort of near my house, only around 10 minutes away or so. I was inside the grocery store for maybe 30 minutes. Inside, things were not very busy at all. I remember it was about 9 p.m. or so. When I left the grocery store, I went back to my car, which was parked at about the center of the parking lot. There were other cars scattered all around, but not too many. And that was when I noticed there was a car parked right next to mine. Only thing was, it hadn't been there before. I only really noticed it because there were lots of other open spaces around. The car parked next to mine was a silver-colored sedan. I didn't pay it too much attention as I started loading my groceries into the back of the car. When I was just about done, though, I glanced over to the car that was parked next to me and noticed somebody was sitting in the driver's seat. It appeared to be a man, and he was wearing this clown mask. This mask in particular was really creepy looking. It wasn't one of those cheap ones, but instead a really detailed one. I don't know why he was wearing it, because it wasn't anywhere near Halloween. Just seemed kind of random and odd, really. He wasn't looking at me or anything, so I packed all my things away, put my car hatch back down, and went to my driver's door and got inside. That was when I looked over and noticed that the clown guy was now looking right at me from inside his car. He didn't wave or move or anything, just stared in my direction. I kind of smiled at him, figuring this was some sort of joke or something. I started my engine and drove away. As soon as my car started, he started his car as well. When I began driving, he did the same. I watched his car follow behind mine to the end of the parking lot, and I began to get worried immediately. It seemed like whoever this clown guy was, he was trying to follow me. I left the parking lot and went on to a quiet road. That one took me to a busier one. The clown drove behind me the whole way. The roads were very empty, with it being later at night. There was not a good chance that he would get stuck in traffic trying to follow me or something. If it was rush hour, that may have been a possibility. Instead, he easily stayed on my tail. I drove down the highway. After maybe 5 minutes, I was getting worried of what I should do. Obviously, I could not let this guy follow me all the way back home. While I was driving, I called my boyfriend to tell him the situation. He was really confused when I told him a clown was following me on the highway. He must have thought I was joking at first and started laughing. I told him that I was dead serious though, and this was not a joke at all. Still, he didn't seem to take it as serious as I was. I told him that I was going to drive to his house. My boyfriend's house was about 5 minutes away from mine, so he said that was fine with him. He told me not to worry about it too much. I did feel a little better knowing he wasn't too concerned, but still, this clown guy was really creeping me out. It's one thing to dress as a clown later at night, but it's another to follow somebody home. Several minutes later, I exited the highway followed by the clown still. I took a quiet road for about a mile before the turnoff for my boyfriend's street. When I turned, the clown behind me did as well. The street was very quiet at this time of night. My boyfriend's house was about halfway down the street and on the right side. When I reached it, I began to pull into the driveway. It seemed as though the clown was going to do the same thing. That's when I saw the door to the house open and my boyfriend came running out. He was wearing a clown mask of his own, one that he'd worn at a Halloween party a couple of years ago. He was holding a yellow wiffle ball bat as well, waving it around like a crazy person. The clown in the car behind me started pulling into the driveway, then stopped. My boyfriend was screaming like crazy. He went running straight for the clown's car behind me and began to wildly swing with his bat at the windows. The clown hurriedly backed out and drove away. I got out of the car and asked my boyfriend if he was out of his mind. I couldn't believe what he'd just done. He took his mask off and started laughing, calling the other clown a wimp for running away. We went inside after that. I'm really glad he did that, though it could have been extremely dangerous. Who knows who that guy in the clown mask was and what he wanted. Maybe that was just his way of disguising himself, and me being a young woman, he was trying to stalk me. I'm really not sure, but I'm glad my boyfriend considered the whole thing one big joke. He told me that he'd thought of the idea when I told him I was going to his place. He remembered that clown mask that he'd worn before and thought he would try to out-clown and out-crazy the clown. I'm glad it worked. Last year, I was at home by myself one night. I live in a smaller house in a quiet neighborhood. It was probably about 10 o'clock at night or so when I suddenly heard a knocking at my front door. Obviously, it was quite strange to have somebody knocking on the door at this hour. I walked over and looked out the window to the front door and saw a small woman who appeared to be somewhere in between 25 to 30, standing there. I had never seen her before and was not sure as to what she was doing here. After thinking about it for a few moments, though, I decided to answer the door. I opened it up and the woman said hello. She said that her car had broken down on my street and that she was just down the road. She said that she'd knocked on two of my other neighbors' doors, but nobody answered her. I asked her if she had called a roadside service, and she said to me that she couldn't get any signal around here. I looked over in the direction she had pointed that her car was in. At first, I didn't see anything. I asked her where exactly her car was, and she told me to follow her. She asked if I knew anything about cars. I actually did. I wouldn't call myself a car expert, but I have fixed a couple of things on my own cars a few times. I've always had an interest in them and how they work, and I was curious. I asked what she thought happened to her car as we were talking. She started walking back over to it and said that her power and everything had just started going off. Then it died altogether. I followed her down my driveway and out into the street. When I got out into the quiet road, I saw that a little ways down, a car was indeed parked on the side of it. It was what looked to be a fairly new Honda CR-V. The location the car was parked at was just past my next-door neighbor's home. After his house, the road curved, and there were no houses for a small stretch, just woods on both sides, really. We finally got within maybe 15 feet of her vehicle when I noticed that the windows were tinted very darkly. The woman walked over to the driver's door and unlocked the car. It was at that very moment when I saw the back two doors opening and two men getting out, one at each door. I was only about 10 feet away from them. The very instant I saw that, I turned around and sprinted as fast as I could in the opposite direction. There were two of them and one of me. I had nothing to defend myself with, so I certainly wasn't going to stay there. I heard the men starting to run after me. I didn't even know that I could run as fast as I did when I was going back to my house. I somehow got back to my front door and was able to get inside and lock the door. Probably less than a second later, the men reached it as well and tried to go inside with me. When I got inside, I wasted no time finding my phone and calling the police. Unfortunately, the men fled within just a minute and were long gone by the time the police got there. Everybody was gone. I told the police everything that happened, but I hadn't got the license plate of the car. I gave a description of the people, but the car was a pretty common model, and I didn't really get a good look at the men at all. I don't know if they were ever located. At the end of the day, though, I'm just glad to be alright. I came within just seconds of who knows what happening to me. I feel kind of dumb for letting myself be set up like that, and I'm far more suspicious of people now. In fall of 2019, I was a freshman in college. I went to a smaller school and lived in the dorms. I had a roommate named Danny, who was a real jerk, but that's not the horror story here. Sure, it was annoying to be in that small dorm room with Danny. He would talk a lot and pester me on purpose a lot of the time. Because of this, I tried to spend as much time away from our dorm room as possible. I would do all of my studying in different places around campus. Spots to sit and get work done were everywhere, in just about every building. Even if I wasn't doing homework, I could just sit there and watch YouTube videos or whatever. I much preferred it to being in my dorm room if Danny was there. I got into the routine of this after probably the first month or so of doing it. One night, I remember that I was doing homework in this one building. It was a building that a lot of our classrooms were in and had several different subjects. There were 4 different floors to it, and I was on the 3rd or 4th floor. I don't remember exactly which one. I do know that I was in a comfortable chair that had a table attached to it. It was built for studying. There were a few of these types of chairs that looked out a window that had a nice view of the campus. I took a break at about 6 p.m. and went to the dining hall to meet. I met up with a friend there and afterwards went back to the same building at the exact same spot I was at before to finish up the rest of my homework. The buildings didn't close if you were a student, so you could stay there as long as you wanted to. By now, especially up on one of the top floors, things were very quiet and nobody else was really around. I kept working and was there until about 9 p.m. or so. As I worked, I had my headphones in, playing some music in the background. Sometimes I would do that and sometimes I wouldn't. Really depended on what I was doing and trying to focus on, and how I felt as well. Right after I'd finished, I took my headphones out and immediately heard footsteps behind me. The walkway behind me in one direction led to some classrooms, and in the other led to the stairs. The footsteps were coming from the area with all the classrooms in it. I started packing up my laptop and putting things into my backpack, and as I did, the footsteps got closer and closer. It didn't seem like the person was just going to walk by me, though. It almost seemed like they were going to approach me instead. I turned around to look and see who it was. All I saw, though, was somebody ducking around a corner and hiding behind a beam. I didn't get a good look at who the person was, only a part of them for a split second, but this was very obviously suspicious behavior. I finished putting my things away and stood up, looking back to where I'd seen the person. I still saw nothing. I walked over to the stairs and left the building. I went back to my dorm after that. The very next day, though, there was a similar experience. This time, after studying in a different building, I went to the Performing Arts building to study that night. This building was almost always very quiet. There were far less classrooms inside of it, and unless there was a concert or something going on, not many people would ever be there. I studied in peace for basically the whole time, and saw only 2 or 3 people walking by the entire time I was in there. For the last 2 hours, I'd probably seen nobody at all. The location I was studying on was the first floor, right next to a staircase where a table and chair had been set up for studying. It was kind of out of the way. I did not have any headphones in this time, so I could hear everything around me. Things were very quiet, and it was soon very late. At one point, though, I heard footsteps coming down the hallway. Just when those footsteps were about to go into my view, though, they stopped. It was just around the corner where I couldn't see. There was no room that I was aware of there either. It was like the person had just stopped in their tracks and was waiting. If they went back the other way or moved at all, I would have heard them. What were they doing? Were they just standing there? I had no idea. I decided to pack up my things and head back to my dorm right now. Luckily for me, I did not have to walk past that hallway to leave. I would be going in the other direction. As soon as I started heading down the hallway in the opposite way, I heard the footsteps again, this time following me. Whoever this was still staying out of my line of sight, though. I slowly heard them start to get closer and closer, and finally they arrived in what I thought would be my view. I turned around to see who was there. I did it very quickly. I didn't get a good look at the person, but there was someone there behind me. A tall, thin-looking man, walking a ways back. It seemed as though he was moving pretty fast, too. This was way too weird. As I walked, I passed by an exit door. It wasn't one of the main entrances or exits to the building, but at the last minute, I turned and left through that door. Once I was out of there, I ran back for the main area of the campus. The guy didn't leave the building behind me, though, whoever it was. I wondered if this was the same person who'd been there the previous night. I went back to my dorm room, and after that, I decided to take a break from studying around campus at night so much. As much as I didn't like to study in my dorm room with Danny, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. The story doesn't quite end there, though. A few days later, I had classes like normal. I was gone for most of the day. I returned to our dorm in the late afternoon, and Danny was there. When I got into the room, he told me that some random man had come by and asked for me specifically. Apparently, somebody knocked on the door, and when Danny answered it, a guy asked if I was there by using my full name. I asked Danny what the guy looked like, and he said he was tall and thin. Basically, he described the exact same guy I'd seen the other night. I asked if the guy had said what he wanted with me, but he didn't say what he wanted. Apparently, he just walked away immediately, and after that, I never saw that man again. About 10 years ago, I was working as a waitress at a local diner and living in a low-income apartment. The apartments were brand new and beautiful. To this day, it's still the nicest apartment inside that I've ever lived in. I lived on the 3rd floor. Outside looked nice-ish as well. The landscaping was kept up, and they had all these tall and thick, pretty flowering hedges that wrapped around the building. Due to some drug activity, though, it wasn't always the safest. It was normal to see needles, burned and bent-up spoons, condoms, and all that kind of stuff. We also lived right on a river close to a downtown area. Less than a mile away, there were some homeless shelters and a place called the Daily Bread where anyone in need could go for a meal. It wasn't unusual to see homeless people on the road outside my apartment complex or sleeping on benches by the playground. It never really bothered me much, though. I usually worked mornings at my job, but every once in a while I would fill in for someone on the swing shift, which is 4 to 11 in case you didn't know. I usually kept my tips in my apron, then deposited the money on my way home. This particular Sunday, our busiest day, I had worked the morning shift and done really well, so when I heard they were short-handed for a swing shift, I volunteered to work a double. I ended up doing really well on that shift as well. I clocked out at 9:30 with about $250 in my apron. I stopped at my bank to make a deposit through the ATM and got home at around 10:15. I pulled up and saw that I had a spot fairly close to the stairwell. It was dark, but I could see there was no one else around. I parked and walked past the hedge. I turned right to go up the stairs when out of the corner of my eye, I could see a man hiding between the hedge and the building. As I looked further to the right, I could see he was smoking a cigarette, wearing jeans and a black shirt. He was also covered in paint, like he was a house painter or something. He looked like he was clearly on drugs, wide-eyed and more than a little crazed. He saw me look over at him. I felt creeped out because I'd not seen him from my car. I was wondering why he was standing out of the light and hiding behind this hedge. I started to take the stairs two at a time. I got to the top of the first flight of stairs when I heard someone following behind me. I looked back, and of course it was the man. We made eye contact, but he was already halfway up the stairs and running straight at me now. I was running too, and freaking out internally. Even if I did beat him up the stairs, I might need to unlock my door. My roommate and I usually kept it locked. I kept running as fast as I could. When I got to the top of the second flight, he was only 4 steps behind me. I ran even harder and debated screaming for help. I got to the top of the third flight, and I was still 15 feet away from my door. He was right up on me. I could hear him breathing hard. His eyes were bulging. His arms were outstretched to grab me. He was only a foot away now. My apartment was still 10 feet away. I inhaled and opened my mouth as loud as I could to scream for help when my 6'4", buff as fuck construction worker neighbor opened his apartment door. He just so happened to be coming out for a smoke. I let out a scream that started in horror but trailed off in relief. My neighbor saw what was happening and started running to me. The man turned right around and sprinted off. My neighbor chased him to the second floor, then ran back up and yelled for his girlfriend to call the cops. At this point, I was hyperventilating, crying and shaking puddle on the ground. My neighbor comforted me and got my best friend/roommate to come help me. I really thought that man was going to catch me and do something terrible to me. Looking back, I think it's more likely he was trying to rob me because I was still wearing my work apron and it was late. We made a police report where the cop told us that a day labor company for the homeless had a painting contract nearby that they were currently working. And the cops made it a point to start doing more drives through our complex. My roommate and I bought some mace and started calling each other to watch the other person come upstairs if it was a dark night whenever we got home. So this happened when I was 16, visiting my grandma who lived in a small town in Poland. For context, it was summer, and my family wasn't with me at the time. As you can imagine, living without my parents for a short time, especially because my grandma was very chill, was like a dream to a little kid. I could stay out late as much as I wanted to, without my parents being able to prove it. Now, at 16, you feel like you're invincible. You don't really think about how many fucked up people there are in this world. Because of this mindset, I wasn't worried about walking alone at night. The day on which this story takes place was very warm. I remember shopping and hanging out with my friends until about 8 p.m. when it started to rain. Instead of walking home quickly, I decided to visit my aunt's house and hang out with my cousin for a bit, then walk home once the rain had stopped. Well, I had lost track of time and ended up leaving her house at about 10:30 p.m. At this point, the rain had mostly stopped. This being my favorite type of weather, I declined my aunt's offer to drive me back, telling her I would get a cab instead. I'm still surprised she even believed this. Maybe she just didn't care though. I went on my way and called my grandma to tell her I'd be home in 30 minutes. I did not tell her I was walking alone. If there was one thing that scared me, it was the huge train tracks which you had to cross in order to get to my grandma's house the fastest. I decided to take the longer way around, through some sort of nature preserve. I'm not exactly sure what to call it. I enjoyed my walk through the light rain until the long metal bridge came into my view. Just at its beginning, I saw a man. It was a small, quiet town, so it wasn't uncommon for people to be out this late. I wasn't scared immediately. I could only see his back, but he looked like every other guy you'd pass by on the street. He didn't seem to have noticed me, and I didn't really care either. I got distracted by looking at the trees to my left, but when I came to the beginning of the bridge, the man was now nowhere to be seen. I suddenly stopped dead in my tracks and got an ominous feeling. This man couldn't have already been out of my view. It would have been impossible for him to move that fast. He would have had to run, and I definitely would have heard him running on this metal bridge. At the end of the bridge, there was a small path that led under it. It was hidden by thick bushes. I got even more scared by the thought that maybe the man was hiding there, waiting for me. I slowly started to walk backwards, not taking my eyes off those bushes. I hid behind a tree and decided to wait for a few minutes, just in case he really was hiding there. After about 10 minutes, my biggest fear came true. Suddenly, the man emerged from the bushes, looking in my direction. He was holding something big and shiny. I could make out in the dark that it was some sort of knife. My mind started racing with 1,000 questions. How did he see me? Why didn't I see that knife before? Where had he been hiding it? He suddenly started to run in my direction, extremely fast. He ran right past me, hiding behind my tree, and I was very relieved. When he was out of sight, I ran faster than I ever had before, not stopping to look behind me. I was frightened the entire way back, thinking he'd somehow catch up to me and do whatever sick thing he had in mind. Luckily, I arrived home safely. My grandma was waiting for me, already mad. I decided not to tell her about what happened, partially not to worry her, but also so she wouldn't tell my parents about our secret curfew. Looking back, this is one of the stupidest lies I've ever told. Because of what happened a month after this incident, 2 teenage girls about my age were stabbed dozens of times by this bridge. One body was found about 30 meters from it, and the other one was thrown into the nearby river. To this day, nobody knows who did it, but I'm pretty sure it was the same man I encountered that night. I was too scared to come out and tell anyone what had happened. I can't help but feel sometimes like those 2 girls would still be alive today if it wasn't for my stupidity. So this has been happening for about 1.5 years now, and tonight something happened that finally made me and my boyfriend realize I was not just imagining things. About 1.5 years ago, after living in my apartment for over 5 years, I all of a sudden started noticing that things would be out of place when I would come home from work. Things that almost seemed to be out of place on purpose to mess with my OCD. Sometimes I would notice knives that were put back into the knife block the wrong way, or little ornaments that I have around my house being turned to face the wrong direction. Sometimes my clothes were hung up in my closet the wrong way too. Little things like that, where I would feel that something was off, but there was no way to really prove it. In all honesty, it could have easily just been me being absent-minded when putting things away. After a couple of months of things randomly being out of place and always getting that creeped out feeling, things suddenly stopped going out of place. I put it to the back of my mind and stopped being so paranoid. I moved on with my life. That is, until about 2 weeks ago. For the past couple of weeks, my cat had seriously been trying to tell me something whenever I got home from work. Any of you who have a cat will know that exact meow. It's not an I'm hungry or an I'm pissed because you've been at work all day meow. but an OMG you'll never believe what happened sort of thing, if that makes sense. I didn't really think that much of it though. Cats can be jerks sometimes. I assumed he was just bored and wanting to complain. The other day when I came home from work though, I noticed a pair of balled up socks that did not belong to me, sitting on my bedroom floor. My boyfriend came over the next night, and I told him he had left a pair of his socks there when he'd stayed over the weekend. He looked at the socks and said immediately they were not his. My heart sunk, and so did his. We both knew someone had been coming into my house again, and that I probably wasn't just imagining things the first time either. A few days later, I came home from work and found a bag from a lingerie store on top of my couch. It was empty. This bag had come from inside my house, as I had just bought a bathing suit from that store a couple of weeks prior. The receipt for that had been in the bag. At first, I thought my cat might have dragged it there, but upon inspecting the bag, there were no teeth or claw marks. My cat couldn't have opened my closet door either, and gone into the paper recycling that I keep in there, on the top shelf. The final and perhaps most unsettling thing happened tonight though. My boyfriend met me after work, and we went out for dinner. We went back to my apartment after, and I went to unlock my door. That's when I noticed it was already unlocked. Locking the door when I leave my house is the one thing I am the most OCD about. I don't just double and triple check it, I quadruple check it. It's not just a habit I have, but something that's deeply ingrained into me. Everyone who knows me knows this about me, as I even do it to their doors as well. I have to check 4 times or I get a sickening feeling. Even my boyfriend was on red alert when he noticed my door was unlocked. We entered my house, and I started checking to see if anything was out of place. He ran to the sliding glass door and tugged on it, and it opened up right away. I never left that door unlocked. In fact, he'd witnessed me locking it himself when I closed the door because it was getting too cold. He'd seen me check it 4 times like usual, and I'd not opened it since then. We're both convinced that somebody has been in my house. Whoever's been coming in must somehow have a key. The fact that they left the sliding glass door unlocked makes me think that maybe they're planning to come back with ill intention. If they already have the key, why would they need to unlock the sliding door, unless they don't want to be identified by the security cameras at the front door of my building? Either way, I've already ordered a security system, but unfortunately it's not going to arrive for a few days. Any suggestions on what I can do in the meantime to keep safe? Also, what do you guys think? Am I just being paranoid, or should I go with my gut on this one? Update. I changed my locks the other day and set up security cameras. So far, nothing else has happened. I haven't caught anything on the cameras, other than my cat doing his thing during the day when I'm gone. My landlord got back to me about the security footage from the front door and said the only strangers she saw were buzzed into the building by residents, so no weirdos or previous tenants with keys or anything. Police are still patrolling the neighborhood quite often, which definitely makes me feel a little bit more secured. This story happened in early December of 2018. It was Christmas break, so I was back home from college and staying with my parents. I live on the second floor of my house, just above the sliding back door. It's a fairly heavy door, so anytime someone opens or closes it, I can hear it pretty well. Our house was built in 1940, so it creaks a lot and sound travels through the walls pretty easily. We live in a relatively safe part of town, too. The strangest people we've ever gotten are magazine solicitors, and even they stopped coming around a few years ago. We've never come anywhere close to a break-in. Admittedly, I'd gotten into a bad habit of smoking weed out of my bedroom window after my parents went to bed. Most nights, by midnight, I had my window open anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours. It depended on how tired I was, how cold it was outside, etc. I would leave it open to air out the room while I watched Netflix or listened to music. I always listened to whatever I was watching through one earphone. This way, I had an open ear to hear if anyone got up or started walking in the hallway. That night, I had gone through my usual routine and was laying in bed watching YouTube when our alarm to our house went off. It was the blaring to all hell alarm, so the entire house was up and ready to go. My primary concern, which I realize is pretty ridiculous, was not that someone might be breaking into our house at this very moment. It was that my parents might smell the residual weed smell in my room. My dad poked his head through my door to make sure he knew where I was before he scoped the downstairs and turned off the alarm. When he knew I was okay, he asked me to go to his room with my mom. I don't think he noticed that my room's window was open. After he cleared the downstairs, he did a sweep of the front and backyard to make sure nobody was hiding in the shadows. He's pretty paranoid about most things, but honestly, I appreciate his thoroughness. He came back up and told us he didn't find anything, and we all went back to bed. I went back to my room and debated whether or not I should close my window. Stupidly, I decided not to. I figured that my dad had already swept the yard, so surely it was fine. Plus, my parents were awake and would probably freak out if they heard my window now sliding closed. I decided to wait a bit and let them get a little bit less conscious before making any window-related noises. About 15 minutes later, just as I was about to get up and close my window, the alarm went off again. My dad rushed downstairs to turn it off, just as I slid my window closed and pushed both locks back in place. A few minutes passed and my dad came and knocked on my door. I opened it. "Hey, I think it's just the wind. Don't worry about the alarm." It had been a pretty windy night, about 30 miles per hour or more. The door did give in a little on its locking mechanism, so we decided to write it off for the time being. The next morning, my dad decided to check the alarm system's app on his phone. To our horror, it showed the door being opened and closed 14 times before the alarm triggered the first time. Like I said, it's a heavier door. We've had windier nights and never had the alarm triggered or seen the sensor opened and closed so many times. My dad was telling our next-door neighbor about what had happened the night before, trying to figure out if it actually could have been the wind. Our neighbor told us, in fact, that he'd caught someone briefly entering his backyard on his security camera. He told us the man had probably freaked out once he saw his camera and moved on to our house instead. Just imagining whoever this was, standing at our back door right below my window, triggering the alarm, hiding somewhere, and probably watching my dad scope out the backyard, then doing it all over again while I lay oblivious in my bed, was enough for me to stop my midnight smoke sessions entirely. After this, we had a series of weird events happen at midnight. The next night, a woman rang our doorbell at the stroke of midnight and gave my dad his wallet, which he hadn't realized he'd even been missing. A few nights later, the alarm triggered at the back door again. Then on Christmas Eve, I was home alone while my family was at the midnight church service, and the alarm triggered twice back to back, in a disturbingly similar time span as the first night. This time, I didn't bother asking which door had been triggered. I didn't want to know. I took away a fairly simple life lesson. Lock your doors, lock your windows, and set your house alarm, even if you think you're perfectly safe. I went to a pretty big college. It was several hours from the city where I'm from, and a few of my high school classmates also went there. This is something that happened during my junior year. I lived in a house with 3 of my friends, 2 of which went to high school with me. It was a 2-story house that we lived in, and was somewhat small, but did have enough space for all of us. When the school year started, I had a lot of students in most of my classes because of how big our school was. I remember one class in particular had more than 200 students in it. I would go to the lectures each time on Mondays and Wednesdays, and would usually sit in the exact same spot. It took place in a very large room, with many, many seats in it. Over time, I would see a lot of the same faces in class, but I didn't really get a chance to make many good friends in there. I did note that this one guy in particular would always seem to sit around me. He would usually sit a few rows behind me, and was sort of tall with dark brown hair. I didn't really know anything about him, but I did recognize him at the very least. I began noticing him even more, though, when he started to seemingly follow me home. It all started one day after class when I walked out of the building, and I just so happened to notice him walking behind me. I would drive to class and back because I lived off campus, so I would walk down to the parking lot, get in my car, and then leave. It just so happened that he'd parked near me, so he did the very same. As far as I knew at a first glance, this was all just a coincidence. I would never pay attention to who was driving behind me anyway. This one time, though, I didn't go straight home. I decided to go to the school cafeteria instead, because I was feeling a little peckish. It was at that point I noticed the man behind me the whole time. He also went into the cafeteria after I arrived. I still didn't think that much of it, and thought maybe it was a coincidence. After I got inside and got food, I was not really sure which way he'd gone, mostly because I was minding my own business. The very next day of that class that we had, I left to go straight home as usual. I went for my car, and for whatever reason, I noticed the guy again as he went to his. It was still parked close to mine, but a little ways away. This time, though, I noticed him driving behind me the entire way until I got back to my place. When I parked on the side of the street in front of our house, he kept driving past me. One of the next times we had class, he followed me in his car again, but I wasn't driving back to my place this time. Instead, I had to stop by the gas station to get some gas. He just so happened to do the exact same thing. Now, it was starting to seem really weird. Surely this couldn't all be a coincidence. Was he following me? I decided to ask around the class the next time we had it. There were a few people who I sat by that weren't necessarily friends, but I would talk to them about various things. I pointed out the guy to them and asked if they knew anything about him. No one I asked seemed to know anything. I brought up the guy to my roommates as well, but they didn't have any idea who the guy was either. He was a complete mystery to me. All of a sudden, the guy just stopped showing up to class altogether. I remember he wasn't there 4 or 5 times in a row, and I really wondered why. At the same time, I was actually glad he wasn't there anymore, because now he was no longer following me. One night, I was returning home from my on-campus part-time job. It was quite dark out, and when I got to my street, I saw a man walking down the sidewalk in front of our house. As I got closer, I noticed it was that very same man. Obviously, I did not want to park my car right on the street next to him, or have him see me at all, really, so I kept driving and passed by our house. I couldn't believe that that was him. I was telling myself that he must just live close to me, in this general neighborhood or something. I left our street and drove around the block to get back again. It took me a solid minute or two. I was expecting the guy to have gone on his way when I got back, but instead, when I pulled around again, he was still there, just kind of waiting, pacing about the area. He was right by where I normally park my car every day. I had a really bad feeling. I didn't want to take any chances, so I kept driving and decided not to go home. Instead, I headed back towards campus. I called one of my roommates and told her about this suspicious guy, and she went to check out the front window. She told me that she did see him, and she didn't know who he was either. She would let me know when he went away. I got a call about 30 minutes later, saying the man had finally left our property. Once more, I drove back home. After getting back, I looked all around the street and was quick to hurry inside the house. I didn't see the man anywhere at all. Not too long after that, I went upstairs to go to bed. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but one of my roommates soon woke me up. She told me the man had returned, and she'd already called the police. I was really confused. I had no idea what was going on. She led me into her bedroom, which had a window that looked out to the back of our house. We looked down and saw the man standing at the back door, seemingly trying to open it. He may have been back there the entire time. My friend said that when she saw him, he'd been there for quite a while. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning at that time. We waited upstairs and hoped the man wouldn't manage to get in. Luckily, he didn't seem to be as skilled at lockpicking as he was at following. When we heard the sound of a car driving down our street, it stopped by our house, and we saw the man attempt to run away. He ended up being caught by the police not too far away. I remember he claimed he was just trying to get to his friend's home, and he'd mixed up the address, quote-unquote. We all knew that was a brazen lie. It turned out the man didn't even go to our school and was never enrolled there at all. All those times he was in class with me, he had no reason to be there. Who knows what his real intentions were? This is something that happened when I was a kid. I was probably around 12 or so back then, and I would ride the bus to and from school every day. My parents both worked until 5 o'clock and would get home sometime between 5:30 and 6. I would get home at around 2:45 or 3 o'clock every day, so usually I'd have a few hours where I was all by myself. One day, the school bus dropped me off at the end of my street like every other day. I walked on the sidewalk until I got to my house and went inside. My after-school routine was usually to go to my room and try to get my homework done first. Then I would relax and do whatever I wanted, really, until my parents got home. This time, I did my homework at the kitchen table. As I was doing it, I remember glancing outside the window and seeing a man walking out on the front sidewalk. He walked right past our house, so I really didn't think too much of it at first. We usually wouldn't get too many people walking down the sidewalk, but an occasional person here and there wasn't super unusual. Thing is, later I saw the same man walking the other way. Again, 10 minutes later. He kind of looked over at me. Still, it wasn't a huge deal. The kitchen was at the front of the house. After I finished my homework, it was probably around 4 p.m. or so. I moved into the living room and turned on the TV. Just a few minutes later, I heard our front door opening. I knew instantly it was not either of my parents. I'm not sure how I knew that, but I just got this intensely bad feeling. They were rarely home that early, and when they were, they would usually let me know. I realized I must have forgotten to lock the front door when I got home that day. I jumped up off the couch and didn't really know what to do. I ended up going right behind it to hide. I had no time to really go anywhere else. Whoever this person was, they walked inside and lingered in the kitchen for about a minute. I heard their footsteps moving closer, and then they entered the living room where I was. My heart was beating like crazy. There was a little bit of space between the couch and the walls behind it, and that's where I was currently, laying down on the carpet. I couldn't see anything. My head was down all the way. Now that the person was walking on carpet, I could no longer hear their footsteps anymore. I tried my best to be as silent as I possibly could. The seconds felt like minutes. I didn't hear anything, and I was afraid that whoever was in there with me, they must have known already that I was there. I heard footsteps again in the kitchen, and the footsteps soon moved to the stairs. I heard the person begin walking up. I was slightly relieved, but there was still a stranger in my home. I thought about hiding there until the person left, but when they reached the top of the stairs, I realized that I could probably leave. If I got up right now and ran as hard as I could, I should be able to reach the front door before the person could. I couldn't hear their footsteps anymore now that they were upstairs, so I didn't know their exact location. I carefully crept out from behind the couch and stood up. As quietly as I could, I ran for the front door. I threw it open and went outside. From there, I ran down the street to one of my neighbors that we were pretty good friends with. I knocked on her door, and luckily she answered. She let me come inside right away, and then called the police. It was great to finally be safe again, but that person was still in my house. To my surprise, the police response time was actually super fast. They were there within 3 minutes. My neighbor and I watched out her window when they got there. They entered the house and searched it. Unfortunately, the person was already gone. I went back to the house with the police, and everything seemed to be in order, except for my bedroom door upstairs. That was open, and that gave me an eerie feeling. Not too long after, I found out the police had found a suspicious man in another neighbor's backyard. When I saw what he looked like, I knew it was the same guy that had been walking on the sidewalk earlier. I couldn't believe it. He actually admitted to being inside my home. My parents got home a short time later, and the police stayed for a while, talking with everyone. Soon they left though, and things went back to normal for the most part. That experience made me not want to be home by myself for quite a while. It also made me remember to always lock the door. This happened years ago, and I still think about it all the time. During this time, I lived alone in a smaller house. I always considered my neighborhood and city to be quite safe. I knew a lot of my neighbors, and it was a very quiet neighborhood where not much happened at all. That's why this story is even more disturbing to me. One night, I was fast asleep. I had gone to bed at about 10 o'clock or so. That was all a part of my usual routine. What was unusual, though, was when at 2 o'clock in the morning, I suddenly woke up. Before I could even figure out what was going on, I heard the doorbell ringing. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the sound of anything can be startling and creepy. I sat up and tried to think of anybody who would be ringing my doorbell at 2 a.m. They rang again. I got out of bed and left my bedroom. I tiptoed down the hallway into the living room and peeked out the front window. There was a man, dressed up as a clown, standing on my front step. His face was all painted, and it was painted really well. He was wearing a clown costume, and it wasn't some cheap one you could get for $20 at the party store. This was a really elaborate costume. I moved back away from the window so the man wouldn't notice me. He knocked on the front door over and over. What did this guy want? I moved over to the end of my living room window, which was mostly covered. I was careful to be in a spot where he wouldn't be able to see me, and I peeked out and watched him. He kept standing there, just staring dead ahead at my front door. I watched him the entire time. All of a sudden he moved and left my front step. At first, I thought that meant he was finally leaving, but instead, after walking off my front step, he turned and headed down toward the side of my home. He wandered out of sight and was going near where my bedroom was. I left where I was at the window and walked to the hallway. I went inside my bedroom. As soon as I got in, I saw the clown looking directly through my bedroom window. I jumped back and left my room in a hurry. I was really creeped out to see that he somehow seemed to know where I spent the night. I wasn't really sure what to do. About a minute later, I decided to go back in my bedroom and check and see if he was still at the window. Carefully, I opened up the door and looked. He was gone. I felt better and hoped that this time he was finally gone for good. As I was standing there in my bedroom, though, suddenly there was a banging sound from my back door. Had to be the clown. He was pounding on the door about as loud as he could. At that point, I just called the police. I reported that a man dressed as a clown was in my backyard, banging on my back door. The clown stopped pounding, and I didn't go look and see if he was gone this time. Instead, I went back into the living room and waited for the police to arrive. Several minutes later, I decided to look out the windows again. I went to the back window and looked out of that one. When I did, I actually saw the clown. He was crouched down in the corner of my yard. When he saw me watching him, he moved out of it into my neighbor's yard. I kept watching as he went out of sight from there. Minutes later, the police got there. I told them what happened and gave them a description of the man. It would be quite hard to miss him. The police searched my yard, which was not very big, but the guy had already gone. They didn't find him on any of the immediate neighbors' properties either, so they didn't go into anybody else's yard. I was told they would drive around the area and look for the guy. In the meantime, if I saw that guy again, I was told to call back the police. After that, I stayed up for a while, checking all the windows, but the clown man did not return. After that night, he didn't come back at all. It was so random. I still wonder who he even was and what he wanted. What would have possibly happened if I had answered the door? I'm really glad that I didn't. Maybe it was just some guy trying to be a little trickster. I don't know. But it was still one of the creepiest things I've ever been through. A couple of years ago, I was walking home from work. Back then, I lived in this apartment building that was super close to my job. That meant usually I would walk to and from work. Well, to be honest, I really never looked into the weather all that much. One day, I went into work and it was a warm, sunny day when I got there. But when I got off at 11 o'clock at night, I remember seeing lightning off in the distance. It didn't appear to be raining where I was quite yet, though. I walked on the sidewalk for most of the way when I remember hearing somebody walking a ways back behind me. This continued until it started to rain. Seemingly within just moments, it began really pouring. I didn't have an umbrella or anything, so I began to run back home. Obviously, it also became very loud because of all the thunder and pouring rain. I basically sprinted the rest of the way back. Instead of taking 10 minutes, it probably only took me around 5. I arrived back at my apartment building. The building was not really that big, but it did have a couple of floors. I was on the second. When I made it to the sidewalk in front of my building, I stopped running and began to walk. I was soaking wet. About the time that I arrived at my front door is when I suddenly heard footsteps behind me again. As I opened up the door to my apartment building, I saw a man was right behind me. He started to come in the door after me. I didn't know who he was, and I didn't really know if he lived in the building or not. When I got inside, I was in the first area. There was another door you had to unlock to get in. I stopped in that area to check the packages left in the entranceway. I wasn't expecting a package per se, but I was doing this to let the man go in front of me. Except when I did, the man tried opening the locked door, and when it wouldn't open, he just kinda stood next to it, almost as if he were waiting for me to unlock it for him. The guy was wearing a black rain jacket with the hood all the way up. He appeared to have dark hair and did not say anything as he just stood there. I would have to go in, so I walked over to the door and used my key fob to unlock it. When I did, the man opened the door and walked right in. He did it before I did. It was kind of rude, but I watched him go right down the hallway. I went to the elevator myself, which was very close by. I went up to the second floor and got off. My room was just a short way down the hallway. I arrived at my door, unlocked it, and went inside. I was still soaking wet, so before doing anything else, I went to my bedroom. I took off my sweatshirt, which had gotten the most wet, and put it in my hamper. Right when I entered my bedroom, though, I heard the front door to my apartment opening. It seems I'd forgotten to lock it. I didn't know who this could be. I quickly went to my bedroom door and slammed it closed, then locked that. I heard footsteps entering my place and beginning to wander around inside my apartment. The person inside did not say anything. I decided to ask who it was and called out to them. I also asked them what they were doing, but I heard no response. I heard the person wandering around and then opening a door of some sort, but I couldn't tell which door it was. Finally, I called the police. I was told they would be there very soon. I yelled to the person in my apartment that I had phoned the police already. I was hoping this would scare them off, but they still didn't say anything. After I said it, I heard them continuing to just wander around my place. The footsteps got closer, and I heard them get right outside my bedroom door. They tried opening it and slowly walked away after it wouldn't budge. Not too long after this, I stopped hearing the footsteps altogether. Things seemed to get very quiet. I wasn't really sure what had happened. Several minutes later, I still hadn't heard anything other than the thunderstorm in the distant background. There was a sudden knock at my front door. I figured that had to be the police. I carefully opened up my bedroom door and looked out. The place appeared to be empty. I went over and saw the police by my front door. I opened it up and let them in, and I explained what happened. They searched my entire apartment, but nobody was there. I really think it must have been that man who I let into the building that had gotten into my apartment. I told the police that, but I didn't have any direct proof. They left, and I made sure my door was locked this time. I had no problems after that. I still think it was that man. I also think he was the same person who had been walking behind me on the sidewalk after I left from work. That means he must have run home after me in the rain the entire way there. It gives me the creeps just to think back to him. This is something that happened one time when I was going on a road trip. I was driving really late at night on the highway when, basically out of nowhere, this car started tailing me. I don't recall exactly when it started. I just know that I saw headlights pop up behind me. I was driving like normal, but when I got stuck behind a semi-truck, I wasn't really thinking. I just started going really slow for a long time. The semi was going at least 5 miles below the speed limit. Normally, in this kind of situation, a car would go into the left lane and pass by the slower truck. I was just paying more attention to driving and listening to the radio. I'd been driving for so long that I was just fine with going slow for a while. There weren't really many cars on the road at this time, so I was driving behind the truck for at least 5 minutes. That car behind me kept tailing me really closely. I came to my senses and wondered why we were bothering to go so slow. I changed lanes and went into the left lane. As soon as I did this, the car behind me did the same thing. I noticed that then I passed the truck and moved on to the right lane, and the car following me did the same maneuver. I found this somewhat odd, but still nothing really to worry about. The car following me was kind of close though. Things remained like this for the next 10 minutes or so. I had a bad feeling about how closely the car was sticking to me. I was really taking notice of this odd behavior. I approached another semi going slow in the right lane. When I did this time, I decided to wait back again and see if the car behind me would do the same. I slowed down quite a bit, and the car behind me did the exact same thing. I went slow behind the truck for at least a few minutes. Then, in one instant, I put my turn signal on and changed lanes. The car behind me immediately did this as well. After making it around the truck and settling back into the right lane again, the car was still behind me, following the exact same distance. We drove like this for a while, and I was getting quite frustrated. I wanted this vehicle to leave me alone. That's when I decided to take the next exit and see what would happen. Now, we were kind of in the middle of nowhere, so I was just hoping there would be a truck stop or some kind of business with people around. Several minutes later, there was an exit. I took it, and the car behind me did as well. I took a right, but realized that there didn't seem to be anything over here. It looked like mostly country land on both sides of the road. I took my phone out and tried to look up the nearest police station, but I had no service, being in the middle of nowhere and all. I ended up messing up my directions and losing my map. Meanwhile, I was driving down this quiet road with the car still right on me. I took another turn, and so did the car following me. After that, I just started making random turns. Each time I did, the car behind me did as well. I really couldn't believe this. This car was keeping pace with me so well. I continued to make more random turns and realized that now I was completely lost. I had no idea how to get back to the highway. At that point, I started trying to figure out how to get back. I would honestly rather be followed on the highway than down these random country roads. At least on the highway there were some other cars, and I would be able to get to an actual city eventually. For the next 10 minutes or so, I kept making random turns, but in an effort to find my way back. In the middle of this, though, randomly, the car following me took a different turn. I honestly couldn't believe it. I kept going, though, and didn't see the car again after that. I continued making turns here and there for a while longer. Then I noticed that I actually had reached an area with phone signal again. I punched directions back in and was soon able to make it back to the highway. I then continued my drive for the rest of the way, and nothing else like that happened. I don't know why that car was doing that to me. I don't know who it was or why they suddenly stopped either. That was my scariest road trip experience, though. In August of 2019, I was using Facebook Marketplace to look for some furniture. I had used Facebook Marketplace as a way to both buy and sell things several times before. For me, it had worked out great up to that point. However, I had the weirdest experience in my life the last time that I tried to use it. I remember that I found this desk that seemed to be fairly good. I was looking for a very basic one that I could paint and do various other things to customize my own way if I wanted to. I was searching for really cheap ones, and I found one that I really liked for about $10. I contacted the seller and said I would come over the next day and come grab it. The seller was a guy named Corey, so Corey told me to come over any time. All I had to do was let him know before I did so. The next day, he gave me his address and I texted him when I was ready. I put his address into maps on my phone and started to drive over there. I drove my SUV and removed the back seats to fit the desk. When I arrived in Corey's neighborhood, it did not appear to be very nice. Several of the homes seemed to be vacant or even abandoned. Some had overgrown grass and trees in the front yard, and others even had graffiti on them. Corey's place was not too much nicer. It was a small white house that was extremely dirty and had long grass. I looked multiple times just to make sure I was in the right place. I parked on the side of the road and texted Corey. He told me to come on inside. I walked up through the yard of overgrown grass and then onto the front step. I knocked on the door and waited for almost a full minute before the door opened. This man with long hair and a big beard answered. I told him I was there for the desk he was selling on Facebook Marketplace. He told me to come inside and pointed over to the desk. It was sitting on the ground not far away from the front door. Strangely, inside of Corey's home, there appeared to be almost no furniture of any kind. That was really strange. When I walked over, Corey offered to help me with the desk. We both grabbed one end and carefully lifted it. Then we walked it to my car and put it in the back. I paid Corey the money, and overall he seemed to be a fairly nice guy. Then he went back to his house and I got inside my car and drove away. After getting back home, I was able to unload the desk by myself and get it inside. I took a good look at it for the first time. The desk had a few drawers, and I realized they were all empty except for one. Inside of the drawers in the very back, there was an envelope taped to the inside of it. I was curious as to what it could be. I took it and opened it, and inside were a bunch of pictures. They were all taken from a disposable camera. Most of the pictures were from my Facebook profile. It was like somebody had taken a picture of the computer screen. It really freaked me out when I saw it. There were a few others as well. One was a listing of my apartment building online. That one really confused me at first, but then I saw a few more pictures. They were all of me. It was as I was walking up to Corey's house, and when I was getting out of my car. I was so freaked out by this, but I didn't know what to do. I went on Facebook again to try to find Corey's account, but I couldn't. He was either gone, or he deleted his account, or he blocked me or something. After that, I just kinda moved on. I still have the desk, and I don't know where the envelope of pictures are right now. I think I lost them somewhere. I'm just glad I never saw Corey again after. Maybe it was his idea of a joke or something, but it sure was fairly creepy. Maybe not the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, but it just happened, so it's the most vivid experience I have. I was out walking my very small dog around the block this morning when I passed a couple of guys in a raggedy-looking truck, scoping out lawns in the neighborhood. I wasn't too suspicious at first, because we often have scrapers drive around on trash days who see if people are throwing away things they find salvageable. When I passed by them, though, their gaze instantly snapped to me, and the way they stared at me made me feel nauseated. I was petrified. Something in my mind was telling me these guys were dangerous. I tried to just play it cool and keep on walking, because I didn't want to draw their attention any further. They yelled something at me and began to honk their horn, but I refused to turn around and look at them. At this point, I thought I was gonna die of fright. They turned the corner and circled around the block several times, all while staring at me. By this point, I was cursing myself for leaving my phone on the charger at home. As soon as they turned the corner again, I picked up my dog and began running as hard as I could for a neighbor's garage that had their car parked. I hid out for about 10 minutes as the men continued to circle the block looking for me. I waited until I thought they were probably gone and ran all the way home through my neighbors' yards, away from the roads. When I got home, I locked all the doors and cried like a baby. That was only 4 hours ago, and my chest still feels tight from the panic. It's been a long, long time since I've felt that threatened. This happened back when I was a kid. I don't remember every detail super well, but I will tell you everything that I can. I believe I was somewhere around 10 years old at this time. I lived with my parents and 2 siblings in a pretty average-sized house in our neighborhood. There were lots of other houses around as well. I would often go out into the front yard or backyard to play around with my siblings. One time, I know that I was in the front yard, but I was by myself for whatever reason. I was playing with this dodgeball that we had, just kinda randomly kicking it around. One of the times that I kicked it, I guess it went a little bit far and ended up going out into the street. Now, the street that we lived on was pretty quiet usually. There were not many cars driving down it. My parents still always told me not to leave our yard, but I had to go get the ball. I started to chase after it as I saw it rolling down the street. When I got out into the street, I was still a long ways away from the ball. That's when I noticed a man standing on the side of the road near the sidewalk. He was a few houses down from mine. He walked over and picked up the ball. There were a few cars parked on the side of the road as well. The man was standing as if he'd just recently gotten out of one of them. I went a little bit closer, and when the man finally noticed me, he waved me over. I remembered that I thought he would toss the ball back to me, so I waved back at him and held my hands out for the ball. Instead, he continued to wave me over to him. I walked the rest of the way toward the guy, and when I got to him, he asked if this was my ball. I said yes. The guy then unlocked the car parked right next to the road that was by us and tried to get me to go inside of it. I don't remember exactly what he said word for word, but I think he told me that he'd give me the ball back if I went with him. I just know that while holding on to the ball, he got into the driver's seat and then opened up the back door. Even though I was young, I knew better than to get inside some random guy's car. I was still really confused. I wasn't even sure who this guy was, nor why he was here in the first place. After sitting in the driver's seat of the car and opening the back door, he then tossed the ball into the far back seat and motioned for me to climb in. Instead, I turned around and ran back toward our house. I knew that this guy was trouble. He didn't try to chase after me, and when I got back into the front yard, I finally stopped and watched as the guy drove away in the opposite direction, not going by our house. I went inside and found my mom. I told her about what just happened, and she went outside, but obviously the guy was gone. She ended up calling the police about it, but unfortunately I could not give very good detail. I didn't know the license plate or what make of car it was. To this day, I don't really remember any details like that. The man got away with stealing my ball, sure, but most importantly, he was not able to kidnap me. I do remember that a couple of years later, I think maybe when I was 12 or 13, I was going on a walk through my neighborhood, and I happened to be one street over from mine. I rarely went to the street when I was a kid, but I know that when I was walking down it, I happened to pass by this one house, and I saw that guy outside in the yard. When I saw him, I instantly snapped back to that man from all those years ago. I wasn't 100% sure, but I was pretty sure it was the same guy. I never said anything or did anything about it, because again, I couldn't be 100% sure, and I didn't want to accuse some innocent guy, but I still think to this day that that was the same person. A few years ago, we had a garage sale at our house. I live with my husband in the suburbs, and being in a large neighborhood, we decided to have a sale. After cleaning out the house, there were quite a few things that we did not need anymore, and we wanted to see if we could get any money for any of it. With anything that didn't sell, we would probably just go and donate it someplace. We went through everything and organized all the stuff. We set it up in our garage and driveway, and were selling quite a few things. Our garage was normally very clean and empty, aside from the car and a few other things. There was a fridge, a lawnmower, those sorts of things. There was still plenty enough space to set up folding tables and put things on display, though. In case it rained, we prepared to move everything into the garage to stay dry as well. We had the sale over a weekend, and luckily it did not rain. The weather was actually great, and quite a lot of people showed up as a result. My husband and I took turns sitting in a chair at a table and acting as a cashier. I remember that at the end of the day on Saturday, we had sold quite a few items and made more money than we thought we would. At about 6 p.m., we were done for the day. I stayed as cashier while my husband drove around and picked up all the signs for our sale. We had put one at a busy street corner nearby, and another a little bit closer, directing people to our home. He also took out the signs in the yard. We had just a few people still there, looking around. When they left, we started to put everything back inside. We were going to be open for just a few hours the next day to see if any last-minute items would sell. After we got everything back inside the garage, we closed it and went inside. It was a normal Saturday night. After that, several hours went by, and my husband and I were in the living room watching some movie on the couch. Out of nowhere, though, we heard a door open and shut. I had no idea what that could be. We got up and started walking over toward where the noise had come from, which appeared to be the kitchen area. When we went over there, I remember seeing this guy for a split second inside of our house. Then he ducked out of the area of the room that we could see. We moved back and away in the other direction, and my husband and I both ran to the other end of the house. We went to our bedroom, closed the door, and called the police. It happened so fast. The only thing that we knew for sure was that some random guy was currently in our home. How he got in or anything like that, we had no idea. I remember sort of hearing the guy wandering around the house on the other side. We went to the back corner of the bedroom and then into the connected bathroom. We just wanted to get as far away as we possibly could. Who knew what this guy was capable of? The police were on their way, but the man was still inside of our house wandering freely. It was a terrifying moment. Was the man dangerous? What did he want? Would he try to come after us specifically? We didn't really hear much of anything over the next few minutes. It felt like forever as we waited for the police in that time, and we really didn't do much other than listen and try to tell where the man was. The police finally arrived to our home and searched the entire place. They found a man hiding in our basement area. He refused to give a reason as for why he'd entered our home, but it didn't take long for us to find out how he'd gotten in. He had entered through our attached garage. I realized he must have hidden in the garage during the garage sale, somewhere out of sight where none of us thought to check. He was in there when we went inside, and so he was able to walk right in. We typically did not lock the door leading from the garage to inside our home. That was because the garage door outside was always locked and far more sturdy. I thought of the garage almost like another room in the home and didn't feel the need to lock it at all. Obviously, that changed after this event. I'm not sure what the man's plans were. He may have thought we had gone to sleep or something and was going to try and steal from us because he had been inside the garage waiting for hours. I'm just glad he didn't try to harm us and that the police easily found him. I'm a 26-year-old woman. Earlier this year, I met up with one of my best friends, Courtney. It was a Friday night, and we went to a local village next to the center of town. There were some restaurants, and there was also a park with live music being played. We had made reservations to the restaurant, but got there about an hour early to walk around and enjoy the night. It was very nice weather that evening, and lots of other people were out and about. Courtney and I walked over to the concert, and there was a bit of a crowd standing nearby. We hung out there for a while until it was time for our dinner reservations. While we were over there, I took a picture of Courtney and I and posted it to my Snapchat story. We went to the nearby restaurant and walked around the plaza after we left. We each went home now. After arriving back at my apartment, I saw that I had a few Snapchat notifications awaiting me. One of them in particular caught my eye, though. Some guy who I did not know had responded to my story. He responded to the photo of Courtney and I. The response was something like, "I was behind you guys." I didn't have any clue as to who this man was. I didn't even remember becoming friends with him on Snapchat. I realized that he must have recognized us, though, and also been at that same concert thing. I responded with something like, "Oh, that's funny." What he said next unnerved me. "Yeah, I was watching you the whole time." I was a bit creeped out by that response, but I hoped and assumed he was just joking. I did not respond to that one. The man sent another message a short time later. I looked, and he asked where I was going next weekend, and said he would watch us then, too. I asked the man who he even was, and was wondering why and when I even became friends with him. The man did not respond, and simply left me on read. After that, obviously I blocked him. I started talking to Courtney, and telling her of the strange situation. Courtney said that guy had also sent her some Snapchats that same night. She mentioned how creepy he was being, and how she too did not know who he was. After that, she blocked him too. I remember that for the next few days and the next time I saw Courtney, I was more than a little paranoid. Luckily, I did not see that guy anywhere around us, and nothing strange has happened since then. At least, it doesn't seem to be that way to me. I still don't know, and I'm not sure if he was actually at the concert thing and watching us, or if he was just saying that. I also don't know if he'd been following us for longer than that. I'm just hoping that if he is a stalker, that I never encounter him again. When I was in high school, during sophomore year, we took a trip to a local museum. It was a common place for local people to go, a history museum. I had been there once before, but not with the school. The museum was fairly large and had a lot of different rooms in various areas. When we got there, I remembered that it was not my entire school or grade, just my history class, so there were about 20 of us in total. We did not by any means rent out the museum or anything like that, so other regular visitors were there as well. Still, it was not too busy, what with it being a weekday morning and all. The field trip was going to last for several hours. For about 15 minutes, someone who worked there came out and talked to us. Then we could wander about the museum at our own pace. My friend in this class was Anna, who I had known since elementary school. Anna and I walked from room to room, and before long, most of the kids had been pretty spread out. We got into this one room at one point, which was a little bit darker, not as much light in there. Anna and I were in the corner looking at something when this man walked into the room. He walked slowly towards us, but stopped a little ways away. I noticed that he seemed to just be looking at us. I didn't really think much of it. The guy walked closer to us, and then went into this prohibited area of the exhibit. He did not appear to be an employee of any sort, as the employees would all wear the same outfits, and this guy was not wearing one. The guy went into the area that was employees only, and then we could no longer see him. Anna and I both found this strange. We moved on and continued into another area. I remember that we didn't see the guy again for a while. Later on, we were having lunch, and there was an option to go outside where there were some tables. Not many people went out, because there were more tables inside. However, Anna and I, as well as maybe 3 other kids, went to eat outside. We were chatting, just sitting there, when I noticed the man again. He just appeared randomly outside, in a little grassy area with some trees and stuff. The man was standing right by a tree and looking over at us. Something about this guy really gave me the creeps. I just ignored him though, and kept talking with Anna. Sometime later I looked up, and the man was still watching us. I didn't know what the man was doing exactly. I told Anna about seeing him, because she was sitting with her back to the guy and could not see what he was doing. After a little while, I really could not believe that he was still observing us. At that point, we decided to go back inside the building. We stayed there for the rest of the time. Shortly after it was time to finally leave, we all went to the parking lot out front to board onto the bus. When we did, I saw the man standing in the parking lot. He wasn't really by any particular vehicle. More, it looked like he was just wandering around looking for something. After getting into the bus, Anna and I were sitting next to each other, and we looked out the window. We saw the man's eyes lock onto us, and he began a creepy smile, waving at us. It was very strange. He continued that until we left and drove off. Luckily, we never saw him again after that. A few years ago, back when I was in high school, several classes from my school went on a field trip. We were going to a play that was being put on at a theater in the nearby city. It was pretty large and a nice theater, and well known in the community. We left school early in the morning and rode the bus down. It took about 30 minutes, and by the time the ride was over, I really had to use the restroom. When we got to the theater, the classes all filed into the auditorium, but I rushed off to find the bathroom. It took me a good minute to find it, but I was able to locate it a little further down the hallway. I was not inside for long, and after I left, I walked to the auditorium to be seated. When I got there, it looked like everybody had already sat down. Apparently, there was not assigned seating, so I just found the nearest open area, which happened to be in the very back. I ended up not sitting by anybody that I knew at all. I was on an end seat off to the right, before the last row. After that, the play started. The lights turned down and everybody focused their attention on the stage. I followed along for the first 15 minutes or so, when suddenly there came a tap on my shoulder. I looked over to my left, and there was some random guy standing there in the aisle. I didn't know him, but he whispered into my ear that he had to see me. I assumed that he must work there or something. I didn't know why I was being asked to leave, but I got up and went with the guy. After walking out of the auditorium, he told me to follow him. We went down the hallway, and he took a left into another nearby hallway. Both hallways were mostly completely empty because the show was currently going on. When we got to the second hallway, though, I saw these two other guys there. They told me to follow them. I had no idea who any of them were, and they were all dressed pretty well. They looked professional. I asked why, but they refused to answer me. By now, I had gone from feeling confused to very suspicious, and also scared. We kept going down the hallway. When I saw an exit door we were heading toward, I stopped and said that I could not leave because I was with my class. The men didn't say anything. One of them grabbed my arm, though. When he did this, I freaked out. I yelled for them to stop and turned around and tried to run in the opposite direction. The man let go of me, and I ran all the way back to the original hallway. When I arrived, I saw an actual employee of the theater. I approached him. I tried explaining what just happened, and the man just seemed really confused. I asked if any of those men like that worked at the theater, and he said no. I walked back over with him to the hallway they'd gone down, but the men were no longer anywhere to be seen. The employee said he would report it to security, and I could go back to my class if I wanted. I went back to the play and finished watching it. After that, I never really heard anything more about the situation. I still don't know what exactly happened, but I'm really glad that I got away from those guys. Back when I was in high school, I was in a class where we took a field trip to the local park. The park that it was at was very large and had tons of trails on it. We were going to take a hike for class, and then we were going to have some sort of picnic or other. I remember we met in the classroom and then walked out to a bus and boarded it. It was around a 10-minute drive to the park. We all got off the bus and our teacher led us on the hike. We all followed him. The class was about average sized. I didn't really have any good friends in it. I walked with everybody else down the different trails, and the entire hike lasted probably 45 minutes or so. Toward the end of it, though, I remember we were walking through this area with really thick woods on both sides of the trail. It was also a somewhat narrow passage. When we were walking through this part, I saw some of my classmates looking over to the left. I thought maybe they saw an animal or something, but instead I heard somebody say there was a man out in the woods. A few of us stopped and looked over. When I did, though, I didn't see anything at all. I did hear some strange noises, and I heard a kid say something like, "There he goes!" I kept looking, but I didn't see the person. A bunch of us were watching for him, but the people at the front, like the teacher, didn't seem to have noticed anything was amiss. A few more moments of looking, and we finally continued on with the group. The rest of the hike lasted for maybe 5 more minutes or so. Then we left the woods and went over to the area in the park with some open grass and picnic tables. This was back by the bus, as well as near where we had started the path. Basically, we'd done a really big long loop. The teacher went and grabbed up all the food and was setting things up. The rest of us were just hanging out in the grassy area, talking. I got kind of bored since I didn't really have anybody to talk to myself. I decided to walk just a little ways back into the woods on the path. At first, I went there just because I was bored. After walking a little ways, though, I remembered that kid that saw a man out in the woods, so I went further to see if I could find anything myself. After walking down the path for a little while, I actually heard a noise a ways inside of the woods. I stopped and looked. It was from somewhere up ahead of me and off to the right of the path. I looked around, and soon the noises got louder. All of a sudden, a man actually burst out of the woods onto the path. He was this really dirty-looking guy. He stared right at me as I stood there. I did not say anything. I was just kind of shocked to even see the man. All of a sudden, he began just running right at me. I turned around and took off sprinting back toward my class. The man continued chasing me, though. I was running as fast as I could, but the man seemed to be gaining on me. After running as hard as I could, he finally slowed down a little. I feel like he could have caught up to me if he wanted to, but he just stopped chasing me. Not long after, I finally reached the end of the woods. Again, I rejoined my class. I found a kid and told him about the man chasing me. We both then went back down the pathway a bit, but didn't see the guy anywhere. I was too scared to venture any farther, so we went back. After that, I didn't go into the woods again, and I didn't see the guy for the rest of the field trip. I'm not sure what he was doing in those woods or why he chased me, but I was really creeped out by it. This happened last year, and still creeps me out when I think of it. I was at home one night by myself, in my bedroom, scrolling through my phone. All of a sudden, I got this Snapchat notification from a name I did not recognize. Obviously, I was curious, so I went to Snapchat and opened it to see what it was. It was a selfie of what appeared to be a random man. However, the photo was taken extremely close up to his face, and he was in a dark room, so you could barely see him at all. I didn't recognize it to be anybody that I knew. The picture honestly looked very unsettling. There were no words attached either. That was it. I guess at some point I must have become friends with whoever this guy was, but I didn't possibly know when that could be. I'd had Snapchat for probably 10 years now. I did not send a picture back, but instead typed a message asking who this even was. He sent another photo immediately, which I then opened. I saw it was much like the one from before. It was honestly so unsettling. I wish I would have screenshotted it so I could share it with you all. At the moment, I didn't really think of that though. I thought maybe the person had sent a picture like this by mistake or something, but after the second one, I realized it was not a mistake at all. I again asked who this even was. The person's response immediately shocked me. "I'm coming over now." I thought that he had to be joking, but I realized in that moment that I actually had my location on Snapchat. I quickly went in the settings and turned my location off immediately. If this guy was serious, I was hoping he would not have had a chance to discover where I was. I then blocked the mysterious man. I thought that would be that, and returned to what I was doing, but I couldn't help but feel at least a little bit creeped out by the whole endeavor. Roughly 30 minutes later, there was a sudden knock at the front door. I had a terrible feeling. I think by now it was about 10 o'clock at night, not exactly a normal time for someone to be stopping by. I carefully left my bedroom and went down the hallway. Eventually, I got to a window I could peek out of and see who was there. When I did, I saw a man outside, wearing a mask and just standing there. I couldn't believe it. The guy must have gotten my location before I managed to turn it off. I watched him knock on the door again. He started to look around. When he did, I immediately backed away from the window. I heard the man wander off the front step, but I did not know where he was going to. Next thing I knew, I heard him right outside one of the main windows. I ran back into my bedroom and called the police immediately. I locked my bedroom door and covered my bedroom window. Then I just waited. I did not hear anything during this time, so I wasn't sure what exactly was going on. Was he trying to break in, or did he leave already? About 10 minutes later, the cops arrived. They came to the front door, and I told them about what happened. They offered to take a look around. I almost said that they didn't have to, but I ended up saying sure anyway. They looked around in my backyard, where surprisingly, they actually found the man hiding in my bushes. When they located him, they asked him to come out and he ignored them. He tried to run past them. However, the police easily caught him before he even left the yard. It was the same man who had been Snapchatting me. I'm not sure what exactly his plans were, but I'm glad that he was caught. For some background to this story, I'm a woman and was 17 at the time this happened. I was a senior in high school and live with my parents still. I have Snapchat and I've had it ever since middle school. Actually, it was a fairly common way for me to talk with my friends. Occasionally, I would get added by random people who I didn't know. I would say it happened about once every 2 weeks or so. I never once added any of those people back, unless I knew exactly who they were. When I was much younger, I did try to add some random people back, but I soon discovered that they were all very weird, without saying anything more, so I stopped doing that. I remember one day I got added by some random guy on Snapchat. Obviously, I didn't add him back and immediately deleted his request. I think it was the next day, or maybe 2 days later, I got added by one of my friends from school. It was not one of my best friends or anything, but somebody I knew decently well. Thing is, I was already friends with this person on Snapchat. When I saw that, I wondered if maybe she'd made a new account in high school. It was not uncommon for people to make new accounts for various reasons, especially when they moved up in grades. I didn't really think too much about it. I added her back. That afternoon, after I arrived home from school, I was in my bedroom at my desk when that same friend sent me a message. She asked me what I was doing, and I said I was just at home doing some homework. She told me that she was going to come over soon, and I said okay. It seemed a little bit odd, though. This particular person had only come over to my house once or twice. It had been a really long time since then. I hadn't hung out with her in a while, really. At this time, my parents were still away at work, so I was home all by myself. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door, which I assumed to be my friend. I was still a little bit confused that she was coming over at all, but she also did not text me on Snapchat to say she was there or anything. I left my bedroom and walked out into the living room. I soon saw, though, that there was not my friend standing at the front door. Instead, it was a random man. I had no idea who he was or what he was doing at my home. I decided not to answer the door. Luckily, he had not seen me when I looked out the window. I then went back to my bedroom. When I did, I saw my friend had messaged me on Snapchat. She told me she was outside and asked to be let in. Now I knew what was going on. This was not at all my friend, but that man pretending to be her. Instantly, I blocked the account. I went back out into the living room and saw the man was still lingering there. I wasn't sure what I was going to do about it. That's when I noticed my dad's car going down the street. He was coming back home from work. As soon as he pulled into the driveway, the man at the front step took off running. He left the front yard, going back out into the street. My dad came inside and mentioned how he'd seen a strange man running from our yard. I told him what happened, and he called the cops. We talked to them when they came out, and they said they would look into it. The man must have known my friend's name if he pretended to be her. How he even knew who I was, I don't know. My best guess is he must have seen me on Facebook or Instagram or something, or maybe even in person. He must have looked at my friends list on Facebook to get her name, and then tried to impersonate her on Snapchat. It was crazy, but luckily I never heard from him or saw him again. The night that this happened to me was many years ago. Probably about 20 years ago now, actually. My single father moved myself and my two little sisters to a not terrible but also not great suburb of Denver, Colorado. The divorce had really shattered him and our home. My mother left him for another man, and the burden of raising 3 girls befell on him. Skip forward a couple of months. My sisters were 8 and 6 now. We had grown fairly accustomed to the neighborhood by then, and the surrounding areas as well. My dad had a schedule of working 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. out in Denver, where all the best pay was. Because of this, the responsibility for my 2 little sisters became mine. I was the eldest, after all. We hadn't quite melded with the other kids in the area yet, but being the 3 of us, we didn't really mind. We were capable of entertaining ourselves. We used to ride our bicycles everywhere, to all the surrounding neighborhoods, the hiking trails along the river, and pretty much everywhere else, even along the train tracks. We could find various amounts of them throughout town. One set of train tracks in particular, in fact the closest to our home, had a long ditch almost like a valley along both sides of it. I think in retrospect it must have been some sort of barrier to prevent the river from flooding out the neighborhood across the street. Anyway, on one side of the tracks, it was a sheer drop-off with heavy bushes and undergrowth preventing the ground from being easily accessible. On the other side, there had been a path carved out. It appeared to be carved out by vehicles, maybe servicing the train tracks perhaps in prior years. It was extremely deep though, and they called it Dead Man's Ditch. As I said, we used to ride our bikes around town a lot, especially in the summertime during the day, while our dad was at work. We would sometimes travel further away than he really allowed us to. We also had a game we played similar to Punch Buggy, combined with a license plate game. If any of us saw a license plate with double or triple characters consecutively, for example double B's or triple zeros, we would announce it and then attempt to hit one another. It was a barbaric game, but we were siblings having fun, so it wasn't too outlandish. I'm not going to share mine nor my sister's names here, but on this particular day we had been riding around for hours already, and were well past the hottest part of the day. It was cooling down and gearing up for sunset. We had made our way back toward home, and were less than a 2-minute bike ride from our house. I had been hanging a ways back, so both of my little sisters were in front of me. The youngest was out front, the middle coming up on her left, and myself 6 feet behind both of them. Just a few minutes prior to this, a silver sedan had driven past us going the opposite way. The car's plate number had double 6s on it, which I had called first as we were heading up the street. I heard a vehicle accelerating patiently behind me. This set off red flags, because where we were riding, we actually affected the oncoming lane. This vehicle was heading the same way we were. I turned to look and see, and automatically glanced first at the license plate. A silver sedan, Mr. 66. It seemed he was back now. I could see the driver, and he appeared to be a Hispanic man in his mid-40s, wearing a blue and red flannel shirt. He didn't say a single word though. He just looked at me for a second, then sped up, veering around us. I watched in horror as his open driver's side window lined up with my baby sister. He reached out and grabbed her hand and a handle for her bicycle. He slowed down a bit, trying to pull my sister off her bike and into his open window. Something must have happened to his car though, because as sudden as he had grabbed her, he released her again and slammed both hands back on the steering wheel. She took the chance and pushed like hell on her bike, racing towards Dead Man's Ditch. My other sister and I followed suit. After a moment of what I now recognize as tunnel vision, I heard the acceleration of the sedan behind me. By this time, we were all hysterical. I was trying to desperately see through my tears. This guy was clearly not going to give up. Whatever his deal was, he didn't want to let go of my sisters. Dead Man's Ditch was approaching quickly. Thinking on my feet, I directed both sisters down into the ditch, assuming 66 wouldn't destroy his own vehicle, attempting to follow us. My youngest sister cowered in fear at the top of the ditch, being afraid of falling down so far. My middle sister didn't need to be told twice though. She slid down the hill like it was nothing. As I caught up to them, the car was right against my back tire. I told them to just go. I was pretty sure this guy was going to kill us. I remember my other sister taking a huge breath and finally going down the hill. I held my breath until I was right behind her. All three of us made it down to the bottom. The man pulled his car right up to the opening of the path. He got out. I could see he was naked, wearing only the aforementioned flannel shirt, and boasting a giant rod on, which he proceeded to tug and wave in our general direction. I stood between my sisters and this creep. After a few minutes of exposure, I guess he decided we weren't worth the destruction of his car. He jumped back in the driver's seat and drove away. My sisters and I were hysterical, although my 10-year-old mind had switched to business mode. My tears ceased, only followed by my concern. I now somehow needed to get my sisters home safely. We waited for about a half an hour, but the car never came back around. We braved emerging from the trail and hightailed it home. When we got home, we told Dad everything, and he was understandably outraged. He actually took us around in his car to drive around the neighborhood and try to find the man's car. We couldn't find it. My dad called the police once we got back home, and we filed a report. Unfortunately, with only a description of a silver 4-door car with a license plate beginning with 66 and a Hispanic older man, that wasn't enough to track him down. They filled in Dead Man's Ditch a couple of months later, but not before it had managed to save our lives. During my freshman and sophomore years of college, I was extremely awkward. I had just come out as gay, so I didn't have many friends. I was generally kind of a big wad of social anxiety, given I didn't have any social skills to make new friends. It's not surprising then that I had literally no dating experience. Miraculously though, over the course of the summer after sophomore year, I sort of grew out of the worst of my awkwardness. I lost some weight and got a lot more confidence in myself. My self-esteem was a lot higher. I came back to school in August, and by October, I had a decent amount of genuine friends. I'd also gotten a lot more involved on campus. With my newfound confidence, I decided I'd finally download Grindr and see what it was like on there. Now, if you didn't know, Grindr is a gay dating app that's primarily used for finding sex or hookups. Despite my recent improvements in the social arena, I was still extremely naive and inexperienced when it came to dating. I set up my Grindr profile with a nice picture of myself and a very brief bio. I got a lot of messages very quickly after my picture being approved. One guy who messaged me had a display name of Dad4Young, which should have been my first red flag. I was oblivious though. I should note that I also look really young for my age. At the time, I was 21, but I was regularly asked by campus staff which middle school or high school I was visiting from. Heck, I'm 23 now and I still get asked if I want the kids menu sometimes when I go to a restaurant with my parents. It's that bad. So this Dad4Young sends me a message that just says, "What's up?" I replied without looking at his profile first. I looked at his profile after and noticed it said he was 54. His only profile text said the younger the better, and his only picture was a zoomed-in blurry picture of his hairy chest. Needless to say, I was not very interested. Given my own experience though, I thought ignoring him would be horribly rude, so instead I kept replying. I don't really remember what we even talked about in the first 10 or so messages we exchanged. I do remember him telling me that I was very cute though. I know I told him I was a student, but I never mentioned which college I went to. It's important to note I went to college in a major city, and there's a bunch of different colleges all within a 5-mile radius of each other. A few more within 10 miles of those even. Sort of like Tinder, Grindr works based off your location, but much more precisely. If you're less than a mile or two away from someone who's online, it will even display their feet in distance away. I noticed that Dad4Young's profile said he was 25 miles away, which I thought was kind of far. He started to get more sexual in his chats and asked if I wanted to meet up. I felt bad flat out denying him, since he'd been so polite so far. I told him I didn't want to meet up with him that day, but we could keep chatting if he wanted to. I figured that was that. When I checked 20 minutes later, it said he was offline. About 30 minutes later, I got another message from him though. "Hey, I rode a while to get here. Thought I'd have a nice drive out to Canterbury campus." I'd not told him the name of my college, nor the part of town I was in. I looked at his profile, and now it said he was only 3 miles away. I started freaking out a little, and didn't reply to his messages in the hopes he would just leave me alone. My college campus had a couple of different campus chunks separated by a few miles between them. I lived on the upperclassmen residential campus, which was about 2 miles away from the main one, where all the other student dorms and main buildings were. I felt like if he were going to try and find me, he'd at least go to the main campus first. Then maybe he'd give up, since not many outside people know about this separate residential campus. 5 or 6 minutes later, though, I got another message. "It's no fun if you don't play along. What building on the residential campus are you in?" His profile now said he was only 2,500 feet away, and every time I opened it up, the distance would decrease even further. I was losing my shit at this point. This guy had the ability to pinpoint my exact location. I shut my blinds and turned off all my lights, and locked my windows as well. My roommate was out of town on some kind of retreat, so it was just me here alone. The door was already locked. I was getting pretty worried. He kept sending me messages every minute or so, saying things like, "I'm gonna find you, here I come," and other supremely creepy shit. The distance was down to just 310 feet now. I was completely losing my mind, and I didn't know what to do. I deleted the whole app off my phone. Nothing else happened that night, though I was absolutely terrified he was going to come knocking on my door. 3 days later, I decided to re-download Grindr after doing a bit more research and seeing you could adjust the settings so your exact location was invisible. When I logged on for the first time to remake my profile, I adjusted some of the search filters until the results were specific enough to display Dad4Young's profile, which I promptly blocked later that evening. I got a message from someone with the display name, "I'll find you," with the same gross profile picture. My stomach sunk as he sent me a flurry of messages. "You screwed up. I almost got caught by the police because of you. I couldn't find you, so I had to go to the other dorms and find someone else. He ended up calling the police on me. I'm not giving up, though. I'm coming for your sweet vanishness." I freaked out and blocked him again. I deleted my profile and deleted Grindr as well. I refused to re-download it or any dating apps for about a year after, at which point I finally worked up the courage to try again. I've not heard from that nut job ever since. I used to date a guy named Norman back in high school. I'm 29 now and have a 9-year-old daughter, so this must have been at least 12 to 13 years ago. I guess we were each other's first real love/relationship. We even wore promise rings, which was a pretty big deal back then. We talked about getting married and what our life together would be like. Basically, things people say or do when they've been together for a year as teenagers. As things go, we began to argue unfettered, though, to a cycle of breaking up and getting back together. I was immature and stupid, and I ended up getting with another guy during one of our breakup periods. It became a messy love triangle situation, and Norman and I finished up for good after I chose this other guy. Not exactly my proudest moment, but I was 17 years old and incredibly stupid. Fast forward a few years now. I made a Facebook account, and out of curiosity, I looked up Norman. We added each other on Facebook, and I messaged him, apologizing for what happened between us back then. I was happily married by the time, and had just had my daughter. Norman was a good sport about it, and we remained amicable friends via social media. I rarely ever spoke to him though, only to say happy birthday, or randomly comment on one of his statuses. Another few years go by, and Norman gets into a relationship with a woman called Marissa. I was happy to see him moving on in life. My marriage hadn't worked out in the end, but I was happy with my life raising my daughter by myself. During Christmas one year, I found an old Polaroid picture of Norman and I that we took during a cabin weekend we had taken together whilst dating. I messaged him and recalled how fun it had been. He didn't reply. Later, I found out I was no longer on his friends list. A few months later after that, I got a message from Marissa. She basically said I was a bitch and that she'd seen the message I had sent months ago. She told me to never contact him again and that I needed to get over him. She went on to say how a charm bracelet he gave me back then was nothing compared to what he gave her now, and I was just a cheap shag he had during high school. I never responded. I got off Facebook not long after for a short period of time before making an entirely new profile and adding only close friends and family. Over the next few years, I would constantly get ads from people I didn't know on my social media. I knew it was Marissa because the first account I mistakenly added began sending me tons of abusive messages saying that I would never find love. Afterwards, I didn't add anyone else I didn't know personally. Somehow, though, she kept finding me on different accounts. She even tried to add me on Instagram, Twitter. Somehow, she even found out my phone number. She tried to add me on WhatsApp, too. When Snapchat became a thing, I immediately got an ad from a user who had one of my Facebook friend names as their username. I added them, only to find out it was her pretending to be them. I kept blocking all her alternate accounts and maintaining no contact. Honestly, there was nothing else I felt I could do. This year, I joined a dating app and met a guy within the first few weeks of being on it. I thought he was amazing. His name was Nate, and he had a fair few pictures of himself as well. He was average looking, so it didn't raise any red flags with me that this suspicious-looking guy was trying to talk to me. He had an Android phone, so he couldn't FaceTime, but we would speak on the phone regularly. It was definitely a man's voice. We texted a lot over the next few weeks, and things seemed to be going well enough for a meetup. We scheduled a time and place a week beforehand. He asked me about my past relationships. I didn't think too much of it when he asked me about my very first real one. He seemed real keen on the details and asked me if I still had feelings for that ex. I reassured him that I did not, but I also didn't hate the guy. I was the one who'd messed it up in the first place. Nate said he was really looking forward to meeting up with me. We had chosen to meet in an outdoor cafe because I didn't like the idea of meeting someone at my house without me actually knowing them. I was so excited. It was my first online date in a long time, so you can only imagine my confusion when I noticed a woman smile and start walking over. I was too shocked to say anything when she sat down. Of course, it was Marissa. She looked so smug. "Hey, babe," she called out to me. She kept smiling and confessed it had all been her. At that point, I just wanted to know why. What did I ever do to this chick to get all this harassment from her? For her to even invest her time into doing this? Basically, this is what she told me. 6 years ago, when she and Norman got together, he told her all about me and our first relationship. She went on to his friends list and saw me there. She then went through all my pictures and posts, trying to see what he saw in me. Then, when I messaged him, she confronted him over why I had any pictures of me and him at all. Why did he need to have me on Facebook? So he deleted me and promised to never speak to me again. She told me she hated me and that I was a stupid bitch. She wanted to give me a taste of what I had done. She made up accounts so she could keep an eye out on me and tried to make sure I would never be in the same city as her and Norman. She would walk by places I'd say I'd like and go inside to make sure I wasn't meeting up with him in secret or something. She even found out where I worked. She said the guy I spoke to on the phone was her friend who was in on the whole thing. She had originally planned to make me fall in love with Nate and then have him cheat on me, but she couldn't stand to wait so long. The most disturbing part, though, was when she came to my daughter. The woman had become extremely fixated on her. She was convinced that she shared some of Norman's features and became obsessed, thinking I'd had a kid with him who I'd kept secret. She told me to not even think about revealing this secret to him. She would be the only one to give him a baby. I was beyond horrified. The ending's not very exciting, but I remember getting up from the table and telling her to never contact me again. I got in the car and just sat in there in silence for a while. The first thing I did was call my daughter's school and let the front desk know of a possible situation where someone who is neither her father nor I would try to pick her up. I then called my brother and told him what happened as well. He urged me to call the police, and I did. I ended up getting the whole spiel of how if I didn't have documented proof about her saying these things, they couldn't help me. It's been 2 months since, and I haven't heard anything else from her. My brother thinks that maybe she got what she wanted by asserting herself as Norman's one and only. Maybe now she'll finally leave me alone. I still have a massive paranoia, though, when it comes to what I post on social media and where she might be lurking next. I even had to tell my family and close friends about the situation and warn them not to add any strange profiles or people they didn't know. Well, I wouldn't put it past her to know my address and stoop to peeping in our windows or worse every once in a while. I live a little bit out in the country. It's a quiet area, and most people have a little bit more land. I remember that one Saturday, late afternoon, while I was driving home, I noticed a yard sale sign. It was very unusual to see this sort of thing in my neighborhood. In fact, this was probably the first one I was aware of since living in the area. Because of that, I was very curious and decided to drive over and see what items would be for sale. It was a little bit later, so I wasn't sure if it was still going on or not. But the signs were still up, so why not try and see? I followed them, which led me to a street that was only about a minute away from my home. I'd never been down this one before. It was a very quiet street, surrounded on all sides by woods. The second to last house before the end of this dead-end street was where the sale was. The house had a large front yard. There also was a very long and narrow driveway to the left of the house. After the driveway, there was this little open area of grass, and then there was a dense woods beyond that. There appeared to be items spread out for sale in the grass between the driveway and the woods, but I didn't notice anybody there, and there were no other cars parked on the side of the street or anything. Still, I thought I should check it out. I parked my car, got out, and started walking onto the property. When I got past the driveway to the grassy area, I saw many items lying on the grass there. There was a lot of smaller furniture, lamps, mirrors, nightstands, many other random things as well. I looked all around, but I didn't see anybody at all. I wondered where the owner was. Had they gone inside and ended the sale or something? I thought about just leaving. It was about that time when I remember that I heard a noise coming from the woods behind me. It was clearly a person. The noise didn't really seem like one that would come from an animal. I looked over and thought I could see a man moving from behind some trees to another set in the woods. They were quite dense, so I didn't see his features very well at all. But there was clearly someone hiding out in the woods. Was this the owner of the sale? I couldn't help but feel creeped out. Why would they be in the woods hiding? After not hearing any noises for a few moments, I began to back away. It didn't seem like a place I should be anymore. I started walking to the driveway to go back down it. When I made it about halfway, I heard some more noises from the woods behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw a man emerge from them. He was looking at me and began to walk in my direction. At first, I kept going, but when I made it to the very end of the driveway, I turned around and stopped. The man was looking at me with this dead expression on his face, just charging toward me. I asked him if this was his yard sale, and when I did, the man didn't say anything at all. He kept on stomping toward me. It was really weird. At that point, I ran to my car parked on the other side of the street. I got to it and got inside. When I did, the man had now made it out to the street area. I quickly drove away and went home. The whole thing seemed kind of odd to me. Just a few days later, I read up on Facebook that a man had been caught in connection to an in the area. He was the man I had seen at that yard sale. When I read the story, I found out that he'd argued with the homeowner having a yard sale. I guess he was trying to rob him, and the man having the sale didn't want to give him anything, so the man attacked the owner and started to beat him. The owner of the sale was able to get away into the woods and escaped onto a neighbor's property. When I realized this, I also realized that I must have had the very lucky fortune to have gotten there just a short time after that incident happened. I feel lucky the man didn't me too. A few years ago, I moved into this one neighborhood. I was living alone and renting a home because I worked in the area. I no longer live in that area, but I do remember the creepiest thing that happened when I did so. A few weeks after I moved into the house, one of the neighbors had a yard sale. The street that I lived on had quite a few houses on it, and I hadn't really met any of the neighbors yet. Nothing strange had happened at all up to that point. The yard sale was at the house directly across the street, and one house to the left. I'm pretty sure it was a Friday or something, so I walked over from my house to where the yard sale was. There were a few other people there. The house belonged to this lady named Ruth. I talked to her for a short time while I was there. As I was in her front yard, looking through her things for sale, though, I noticed the house next door. This would be the house directly across the street from mine. Just inside one of the windows, I could see a man looking out and staring at me. It was a little unnerving, so I looked away and continued to go through the various items for sale. A few minutes later, I glanced up and noticed the man was still at the window staring at me. This was really strange. Soon enough, though, I picked out the things I wanted to buy and went up to Ruth. We talked briefly, and she was very nice. I told her about how I'd recently moved in, and then I left our yard and headed back over to my own house. While I was crossing the street, I couldn't help but notice the man still observing me. He was at another window now, though. I found his behavior really odd to be sure, but I just went back home. After that, a few hours later, which was the early evening now, I noticed out of my front window that the man was now outside in his yard. He was just kind of wandering around randomly, and I noticed him looking at my place over and over. This was starting to seem really unnerving. I just tried to ignore it, though. I didn't notice the guy for the rest of the day. That night, though, I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. The very first thing I heard was a knocking at my front door. I had no idea who it could be. When I got up and looked out of a window, I saw it was that neighbor from across the street, the same man who'd been staring at me all day. Obviously, I had no idea why he would be here at 2 a.m., and I was definitely not going to answer the door for him. I stayed near the front area of the house, though. The man knocked again, and then finally walked away. I looked through the window and saw him go back inside his house. I was very creeped out by this whole series of events. The next day, the yard sale was still going on, so I walked over to Ruth and decided to ask her what she knew about the guy next door. She told me the guy had a criminal history and was a really sketchy guy, and that I should try to avoid him. I then left and went back to my place. I was more worried now about why the guy had been over at 2 a.m. Over the next few days, I didn't really see him at all. I was just about ready to put it off as a one-off thing and not really think about it much anymore. That was until one night. There was another knocking at the door very late. It woke me up once again, and I knew this had to be the same guy. I got up and looked out the window, and there he was, standing right outside the front door. He knocked another time, and obviously I did not answer. I made sure he couldn't see me. I hoped he would just walk away again like before. This time, though, he did not. He stayed by the door for a while. He turned around, and I thought he would walk away, but instead he turned to the left and walked toward one of my windows. I moved out of the way. He pressed his face up against it and tried looking inside. I couldn't take it anymore. I called the police. The man stayed at my window for a short time before slipping around the side of my home. I could no longer see him, and I just hoped he wouldn't break in. I didn't hear or see anything until the police got there, though. When the police arrived, they found the man walking around in my next-door neighbor's backyard. He claimed he simply had the wrong address and was going to a friend's house. Obviously, that didn't make any sense, because he literally lived right across the street. He went back to his house, and I was nervous something like that would happen again, but thankfully it did not. That's really because the guy only lived in that home for another month, and then moved somewhere. Where or why he moved, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm just glad I didn't have to interact with that man anymore. I don't know what his plans were for me. I own a home, and I lived by myself in it. I've not lived there for really that long, maybe 6 months or so. This is something that just happened a few weeks ago. Now, for some background, I've always considered the neighborhood to be very average. It's not a wealthy area, but it's also not known to be a bad neighborhood. Most of the people I've met have been very nice. Of course, I didn't meet all of my neighbors, just a few. In the entire 6 months or so that I lived there, though, everything in my house has been fine. That is, except for one night, a couple of weeks ago. Like I mentioned, something very strange happened to me. I was in my living room, sitting on my couch late one night. I think it was about 11 p.m. or so. All of a sudden, my doorbell rang 3 or 4 times in a row. It was really surprising. I didn't know why somebody would be at my house this late. I got up from the couch and walked over to the door. When I looked out the window, though, it didn't appear that anybody was there. I even opened up the door and went out onto the front step. I looked all around, but I didn't see anybody. Then I went back inside my house. Just a minute later, there was another knock on the front door. It was extremely loud. I went over to the door again, but once more, whoever was doing this knocking had disappeared. I figured it was probably just some neighborhood kids doing some ding-dong ditching. I thought they probably wouldn't bother coming back. I waited around the front door for a little while. After a few minutes, nobody seemed to have come back, so I returned to the living room. Maybe 10 minutes later, though, there was a loud banging on the front door again. This time, I also heard them knocking on the front window as well. I ran from the living room as fast as I could to get to the front door area, but when I arrived, the people had stopped. I was just about able to see them running away, though. Instead of kids, what I saw appeared to be 3 fully grown men. running from the end of my driveway out into the street. I had figured it had to be teenagers, but these guys looked much older. Maybe it was still just a harmless prank, but the fact that one of them was banging on the front window next to the door this time was a little bit unnerving. Another 10 minutes went by with nothing happening. I returned to the other room, now on edge. Some time went by, and I actually thought they must have been gone for good now. By this time, it was getting very late. They came back again, and this time was the worst by far. I heard a really loud bang at the front door. I started going over again, but as I was doing so, I suddenly heard the sound of glass shattering. When I arrived near the front door, I saw the window on it had been broken. There was glass all over the ground. This made me so angry, I ran over to the door and actually stepped outside. I saw the same 3 men running away into the street. I ran through my front yard and into the street after them. They were pretty far ahead of me, but I saw them go into a house that was at the end of the street. After they all went inside, I kept going down until I got to that house. My plan was to confront them. This was not a silly joke anymore, but now a property crime. Their house was the worst-looking one on the entire street. I walked up to the front door and knocked on it, but nobody answered. I continued to knock on their door. I wasn't going to go away. After I had been knocking for a few minutes, I heard somebody yell from inside for me to leave. I yelled back that they broke my window. There was a few minutes of nothing, but then I heard somebody coming from behind the house. There was a person out in the yard. I couldn't see much because they had no porch light, nor any light at all really. Moments after hearing whoever this was get to the side of the house, I looked over and heard something whiz past my head and hit a bush nearby. They chucked a rock at me. Another one nearly hit me right in the face. Instead, it hit the side of the house. I turned around and started running away. When I was sprinting off the property, I heard at least 2 people laughing, which made me really angry. Still, this was a dangerous situation, and I knew I couldn't stay there. I got back to my house. Once I was there, I called the police. They came a short time later, and after showing them my window and telling them what happened, they went over to that house. Apparently, about 5 adults lived there, and most of them were addicts. They had multiple illegal inside the house, so when the cops showed up at the front door, they really panicked. One guy tried to run away. The police ended up going inside and finding all the contraband, and all of them were arrested. I pressed charges against them, both for throwing rocks at me and breaking my window. Shortly after that, the house was sold to new owners, who turned the place around. I live by myself in a 1-bedroom apartment. My building has 4 floors, and I'm on the very top. I've enjoyed living there for the most part, but I almost moved out after something happened a while ago. It's now been 4 months since the incident occurred, and I had been living there long enough to know several of my neighbors and what they looked like. I would occasionally see them coming and going. I wasn't really friends with any of them, though. Well, one night, just like any other, I went to bed at the time I usually did, about 10 o'clock or so. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, though, and immediately hearing this noise. It sounded like my apartment door was being unlocked. The next thing that I knew, my front door flew open. When I heard this, I was suddenly wide awake. I got out of my bed immediately and stood up, but I didn't really hear anything else. Now I was wondering what exactly was going on. After a minute, I walked to my doorway, which was closed. I opened up the door. Every light was off in the rest of my apartment, so I couldn't really see much of anything. The only light came from my window, which was partially open. There were some lights outside shining in. I looked out into the rest of my apartment, and after several moments, I didn't see or hear anything there. There was this light switch that I could just barely reach from where I was. I felt around the wall and turned the light on. As soon as it came on, I saw this random woman standing in the middle of my living room. It was one of the craziest things I'd ever experienced. As I looked at her closer, though, I realized this was not some random woman at all. It was one of my neighbors. As soon as I noticed her, she moved and started running away toward the front door. She left my apartment and was gone just like that. I really had no clue what was happening, but I knew that that woman was obviously not supposed to be in my place. I called the police and waited around until they got there. The woman I recognized as my neighbor from down the hallway. I had never even spoken to her a single time, but I had seen her a few times here and there. After the police got there, I told them my neighbor had somehow broken in. I gave them all the details of what happened, and they went over to her apartment and knocked on her door. I remembered that she acted like she had been asleep and had no clue what was going on. She completely denied the entire thing. I was afraid it was going to be just my word against hers. Luckily, my building had very good security cameras. After looking at them, it was clear that she had entered my place. Somehow, she was able to easily pick the lock. I honestly have no clue how. I pressed charges against her, and she was evicted shortly after. My apartment building also had to replace the locks. I really don't know why she had to get into my place like that, but I'm really glad I woke up before she could do anything else. Last year, I was selling a motorized scooter on Facebook Marketplace. This scooter was pretty new, and one of the nicer ones as well. I got it brand new for over $500. Well, not long after listing it, it started to get some interest. There was this one guy who messaged me about it pretty early on. He said that he wanted to come over and take a look at it. I asked him how serious he was about the item, and he said very. I had my scooter in my garage, and after this guy agreed to pay full asking price for it, I told him he could come over and buy it. I gave him my address, which is a pretty standard house. I lived there with my wife. That evening at around 6 p.m., the guy came over. I went out into the driveway and met up with him. I can't remember what his name was. I was basically expecting him to see the scooter, turn it on, and try it, then give me the money. I had my garage door open, and the scooter was just outside of it. The guy walked over and looked at it. We turned it on, and I showed him that it worked. The guy then looked at it for a while longer, and said that he would have to think about it further. I told him that I thought he said he was serious, and he said that he was. Then he said something about how he could get it when he got paid next week. I knew that probably meant this was a no, and I just said, alright, whatever. Then I said bye to the guy and he walked away. I put the scooter away back inside the garage, then went back inside my house. Hours later, at probably 10 or 11 p.m. that night, I was inside and going to go to bed very soon. I was in the living room with my wife when we heard this noise coming from outside. I couldn't exactly tell what it was. I got up to look out the window, but really couldn't see anything. As I was looking, though, we heard another mysterious noise. I still couldn't tell what was going on. I went over to the front door and opened it. I knew the noise was coming from outside, somewhere near the driveway area. After I opened up the door, I heard some movement from the bushes near the garage. I stepped outside and asked who was there. Nobody answered me. I walked closer to where I heard the sounds coming from. It was very dark and quiet now. I couldn't see very well at all, but I continued to go closer. Soon, I reached the garage area. There were some bushes to the side of it, between the fence leading to my next-door neighbor's yard. I walked over and realized that the smaller door to my garage was open a crack. At this point, I probably should have walked back inside my house and called the police right away, but I didn't do that. Instead, I walked to the door and opened it. I looked inside of that dark garage. Moments later, I saw movement. I noticed a man walking towards me. I moved back and left the garage and went back toward my home. I heard the guy running in another direction behind me. When I looked over, I noticed it was the exact same man who had come to look at the scooter earlier. He ran down the street in the opposite direction and then quickly went out of my line of sight. Somehow he had gotten into my garage, probably to try and steal the scooter. I called the police and moved the scooter inside of my house. The cops came out and I had a conversation with them, but the guy was obviously long gone. After that, they left. Luckily, the man never came back. His Facebook account was deleted too, so I couldn't give it to the police for information. That was my craziest experience with Facebook Marketplace. This is something I will never forget. It happened almost 5 years ago. Now for some background. I'm a woman and was looking to buy a car at the time of this story. I wanted to get something used and somewhat cheap, so I checked out both Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace. After searching those sites for about a week, I found this car that looked really good. It seemed to be a good deal. After all of my research, I wanted to take a look at it, so I contacted the seller, saying how I was interested and all that stuff. We ended up talking and arranging a time to meet up and look at the car. The seller was a guy named Mike, bigger guy with a dark goatee. We agreed to meet at a gas station, about 5 miles away from where I lived. I figured that meeting in a public place would be safe. So, I drove my current car at the time, which was barely running, and I got to the gas station about 7 p.m. or so. Things were very quiet. Minutes later, I saw the car I wanted to buy entering the lot. It parked at the back. I walked over and met up with Mike. We talked about the car a little bit, and he asked me if I wanted to take it for a test drive first. I did. I wanted to make sure that the car ran well and everything. I remember Mike told me to get in the passenger seat, and he would show me some things with the car, then let me drive it. Nothing really seemed strange about that at first. I got inside, and we then left the gas station and started driving down the road. Mike started talking about the car again, saying a bunch of basic stuff. After about 5 minutes, I was expecting him to stop driving and let me take over, but he just kept on going down the road. I didn't even know where we were anymore. Mike was driving the car down these quiet roads with woods on both sides. Mainly, we were going farther and farther away from where I lived and the area I was familiar with. After 10 minutes, I started to get really worried. Mike was also talking less and less. Before, he would be saying something about the car every minute or so, but now he was mostly driving in silence. Finally, I said to Mike, "So, can I drive the car now?" Mike quickly responded and said it would be just 1 more minute, and he'd let me drive it soon enough. 2 or 3 more minutes passed by of us driving in silence. Then Mike finally started to pull over to the side of the road. We were the only vehicle around. Things were very dark and quiet. I thought he was finally going to let me drive, but as we came to a stop, I noticed this little path going off into the woods off the road. There was an SUV with the lights off, parked on this path. After we came to a stop, I noticed the driver's and passenger door opening up on the SUV. I didn't know what was going on, but I had a really bad feeling about this. Mike then turned to me and told me to give him my phone. I asked why. At the same time, I saw multiple people walking from the SUV. They were a good 50 feet away, and I couldn't really tell any details about them. Mike was starting to talk, but I don't remember anything he said. As soon as I saw those people approaching, I knew I needed to run away right now. I opened up the passenger door and got out. I then just started sprinting off into the woods. As I started running, I heard some commotion behind me. People behind me started to run, and I heard several men's voices shouting. I didn't stop, though. I kept running out into the woods and started running through the trees and brush. I heard the people chasing after me, but I didn't stop. I continued to run. I took my phone out while doing so and dialed 911. I continued running. I could still hear the people behind me, but they were now a ways back. I didn't know if I'd gotten on with 911 or not, because I was too busy running to stop and look. I just started saying how I was being chased in the woods and needed help right now. I hoped that somebody would hear me. I ran for about as long as I could, and soon stopped hearing the chasing behind me. I was able to slow down, and eventually I stopped and hid. I didn't hear anything, but once again I called the police. They were on the way already. I tried to tell them where I was, and they were able to locate me pretty well based off my call. Soon, I made my way back through the woods and met up with the police. Mike and the other people were long gone, but I told the police what had happened and gave descriptions as best as I could. The only person I could really describe, though, was Mike. The police were able to locate him not long after. I just feel lucky to have gotten away at all. A few years ago, I was taking a cross-country road trip for work. I was driving by myself, and each night would stop off at a hotel and sleep for the night. Well, sometimes, in certain locations, there are not exactly very many options for hotels. I remember I was driving late into the night one of those days. The hotel I got was this little one. It was more of a motel. It was in a quiet town that didn't really have much of anything. This motel had 2 levels of rooms. Each one would open up to the little sidewalk in front of the parking lot. I didn't have high expectations from the start. It was just a place to sleep, and I was very tired. I parked my car, got out, and got my room key from the guy in the office. I then walked down the sidewalk to my room. It was at that point when I saw this guy walking down the same sidewalk as me. It was a man wearing a black jacket, walking very slowly. I entered my room and went inside, then pretty much immediately started getting ready to go to bed. Maybe 10 minutes later, I was getting into bed when I noticed out the front window the guy that I'd just seen entering. He was just kinda standing around. It was a little weird to me. The guy was not facing my window, but the other direction. I watched, and finally he walked a little bit to the right and out of my view. I went over and closed the shades. Almost immediately after that, the guy tried opening my room door. Of course it was locked, and he couldn't get in. I didn't know what this guy was doing. I went back to the window and looked outside, but the man had already fled. He was nowhere to be seen now. I went back to the bed and decided to just try and go to sleep. Just moments later, there was a knocking on my door. I figured it must be the same guy, so I ignored it entirely. To my surprise, the man didn't attempt to knock again. In that moment, I was so tired that I soon fell asleep, but I wasn't asleep for very long. I remember waking up a short time later to someone banging furiously on the front door. I knew it was likely the same man again. He started yelling and cursing, demanding that I open the door for him right now. I had no idea why this guy was bothering me. I called the front desk to the motel, but I got no response from them. I then called the police and shouted to the man that I was calling the police right now. He continued to yell at me from outside, though. The guy kept trying to open the door every now and then and continued to bang on it almost the entire time. This went on for the next 10 minutes until the police got there. Then the man was arguing with the police as well until they escorted him off the property. I was finally able to go back to sleep. Early the next morning, I left, and I was more than happy to get out of there and back on the road. For the rest of my trip, I made sure to get hotels that were a bit nicer than that one. This is something that happened a long time ago. I went on a road trip to visit some family. It was a pretty long trip and would take me about 10 hours. My plan was to do the whole drive in a day. Well, I made it in about 8 hours and was now driving at night with just about 2 hours to go. At that point, my car suddenly broke down. I was on this one road that was not quite a highway, a little bit quieter. I could see the light dimming in my car, and I knew that something was wrong. Then I started to lose power. Soon, I could not even drive the car anymore. It went slower and slower until it stopped altogether along the side of the road. There were hardly any other cars out driving at this hour. I got out my phone and called my roadside service AAA. I told them what happened, and they said they would send somebody to my location soon. Still, I figured it would take a little while for them to get there. My battery must have died or something. I didn't know exactly why. I couldn't turn on any lights inside of my car or anything to check. I went on my phone. I hoped roadside service would get there quickly, but I figured it would probably take at least 30 minutes. I mean, I was not exactly in a very populated area. About 5 or 10 minutes into the waiting, I saw headlights coming up from behind me. I hoped it was roadside service, until I noticed it was just an ordinary sedan. I knew roadside service would be in a truck of some sort. The car slowed down as it got closer and pulled over to the side of the road behind me. I was wondering who this was and what they were doing. For a while, the car's lights stayed on and the engine remained running. It then turned off. The driver's door opened and I saw a man walk out. He started going toward the passenger side of my car. I thought this was odd. I would have figured he would go right to my window or something. The man ended up walking straight for my passenger side, and before I knew what was going on, he reached for my rear passenger door and tried to yank it open. I couldn't believe it. I had no idea what to do. I took my keys and tried starting the engine again, and unbelievably, it started right up. I didn't waste any time and drove away from him and out of there. I went until the next exit and waited at a gas station. I then called the police and my roadside service and told them what was going on. Luckily, the roadside service person wasn't that far away, so I was able to wait for them at the gas station peacefully. Things ended up working out just fine, and I never saw that guy or his car again. I still wonder what he was trying to do, though. This is something that happened when I was a kid. I think I was about 10 years old. During this time, I lived in a house with my parents and older sister. I had my own bedroom. One night, I woke up due to a very loud thunderstorm. I remember it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and there was this loud thunder happening outside over and over. When I woke up, I shot wide awake. I tried to fall back asleep for a minute, but I couldn't do so. I remember that at that point, I got out of my bed and looked out the window into the backyard. I could see it was raining very heavily, and there was a lot of lightning as well. I decided to play some games on my PlayStation in my bedroom until I got sleepy again or the storm stopped entirely. I always sort of had a hard time sleeping when loud noises were going on. I was hoping the storm would calm down very soon. I sat down in my gaming chair and started to play. For the next 10 minutes or so, that's all I did. At one point, I randomly turned around to look out the window, though, and when I did, I saw what appeared to be a person moving quickly away. I didn't really get a good look at all, but my heart immediately started racing. Why would somebody be at my window? I got up and walked over and looked out into the backyard. I couldn't really see anything. It was mostly just dark and raining. I went back over to my gaming chair and sat back down. Now I was really wide awake. I still didn't want to wake my parents or anything, though. I didn't know how to explain a person at my window. I hoped to just distract myself by playing more video games and that the problem would go away on its own. I remember I kept telling myself not to turn around and look to the window again. The window was directly behind me, by the way. I played on my PlayStation for maybe 20 or 30 more minutes, and I just got this feeling that I needed to turn around and look behind me right now. When I did, I saw the person standing at the window. Once again, they moved away, but it took slightly longer than the previous time. Whoever this was appeared to be a man, and he had been looking right at me. This time I got up and ran out of my room to my parents down the hallway. I woke them up and told them there was a suspicious man at my window. They got up and checked outside, as well as calling the police, but the man was nowhere to be found. The police didn't find anything. It took me a long time to fall back asleep, but eventually I did. I covered my window and kept it covered for weeks after. I was too scared to look out of it. Luckily, that man did not come back. To this day, I still wonder who he even was. I currently live in an apartment, and this is an event that took place maybe a month ago. There was a big thunderstorm going on. I was inside my place, hearing the rain and thunder, and occasionally seeing the lightning. I didn't mind thunderstorms, and found them to be pretty relaxing. It's kind of funny, actually. As a kid, I was extremely scared of them, but not anymore, really. During the storm, I was in my living room, watching a show on TV. Out of nowhere, at almost 10 o'clock, there was this really loud knock at my front door. It seemed kind of strange because of how late it was. I had no idea as to who it could be. I wasn't really close with any of my neighbors, especially not so that they would knock on my door at this hour. I decided to just ignore it. Then there was another loud knocking. I almost didn't get up at all, but I was curious now. I decided to go and see who was there. I was still pretty sure I didn't want to answer it, though. I went over to the door and looked out of my peephole. I saw there was a man standing there who I did not recognize. He was wearing all black and looking right at my door. He had long hair that was wet, as if he'd been out in the rain for a while. The man just looked very creepy. I moved away from the door and hoped he would leave all on his own. After about a minute, though, he knocked again. I was still not going to answer. I stayed in the living room on my couch. He didn't knock again after that. I stayed out in the living room watching TV for another hour, then went into my bedroom to go to sleep. When I got into my room, I remember looking out of the window at the rain. My apartment was on the second floor. It looked out to the parking lot of the complex. When I did, I noticed the same man who'd knocked on my door was standing out there. He was just in the middle of the parking lot in the pouring rain, staring right up at my window. He wasn't moving or walking around. He was just looking right at me. It really gave me the creeps. I closed my window shades and tried my best to fall asleep. Eventually, I was able to. Since then, I haven't seen the guy. I still don't know who he is or why he even knocked on my door, nor why he was staring up at my window. I'm just hoping I never see him again. So, this story took place just a few weeks ago. It's really bizarre and also scary as well. I play in a fantasy football league with a bunch of my friends. If anybody doesn't know, in fantasy football, you draft players that are in the NFL, and based on their performances for the week, your team gets points. Your team plays another team every week. There's playoffs and a championship game at the end as well. Well, in the league that I play with my friends, whoever gets last place in the league has to get a punishment. Before the season starts, people think of ideas for punishments. We vote on it and decide what it will be. So, everybody knew that this year, our punishment was to dress up as a clown. Then, the loser would have to walk down one of the busiest streets in our nearby city. Thankfully, I did not lose, but one of my best friends, Ben, did. My friend Jordan and I decided to go with him for his punishment. We were going to record it and send it to all of our buddies in the league. We went first to a party supply store and bought a very cheap clown mask and costume. Then we wrote on a piece of cardboard, "I suck at fantasy football." We drove to the city, which was about 15 minutes away. It's a pretty large city, and also very busy. When we got there, the sun was setting, but there was still a lot of people out and about. Ben reluctantly put on his loser clown outfit, and we were all laughing like crazy. We parked in this little parking lot on the edge of downtown, and then walked several blocks. When we got into the heart of the city, Ben had to walk the entire way down the street and back. He kept trying to negotiate and make it a shorter walk, but it was our responsibility to make sure that punishment was fulfilled. Ben walked on the sidewalk and people were staring at him. We laughed and snapped our pictures and videos. Then we started to head back. When we did though, we noticed there was another person dressed up as a clown. It was really strange to see. I mean, there were a lot of people around, but I didn't expect to see someone else who looked like a clown. Obviously, we had to have Ben go over and say hi to his fellow compatriot. We walked over, and when we got over to him, we saw his mask and costume was a lot better than Ben's. He didn't seem very amused. The other clown just kinda stood there, and Ben attempted a handshake with him. He left him hanging. The man wasn't saying anything either, so we just left. We started walking back to our car, which was less than a 5-minute walk. We walked along the sidewalk away from where most of the people were. It was a much quieter area where we'd parked. About a minute into the walk, Jordan said the clown appeared to be following us. I looked back, and in fact did see him walking a bit behind us, still a ways away though. We all found this funny, and figured the guy was just joking around. We kept walking, and surprisingly, the clown remained right behind us. Eventually, we crossed the street and had to go just another block to get to the car. When we crossed the street, it was a much quieter area, and hardly anybody else was around. The clown crossed the street as well. He appeared to be getting closer. I found it a bit strange. He was still behind us. Soon, we made it to the parking lot, and at that point, we saw the clown had started to run after us. We all hurried to get inside of the car. We were laughing, but I honestly found it a bit creepy. I have a smaller SUV, and I was driving with Jordan in the passenger seat and Ben in the back. I started the car, and we watched and laughed as the clown kept running after us. When the clown reached the parking lot, he stopped, and I started driving out. We would have to go right past him, and he was now standing right by the exit. When I was starting to drive by the clown, he turned and faced us, and I saw him pulling something out of his pocket. I didn't know what it was because I looked away to focus on the road, but next thing I knew, I heard a loud noise come from the back of the car and a crashing of glass. I then heard Ben say the clown threw a brick at us. I drove out of there. The back window was half smashed in. Everybody in the car was fine, thankfully, and Ben didn't get injured by any glass on him or anything. We called the police and reported the suspicious clown. We were glad to get away from him. I thought he was just a harmless guy. It was creepy that he followed us, but we had no idea he would try to pull a brick out and throw it at us while we were driving. The whole situation is so crazy. I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't there myself. It made for the most memorable fantasy football punishment ever. I had a terrifying experience with a clown back when I was in high school. I know that sounds crazy, but it's 100% true. It all started one night when I was at work. Back then, I lived with my parents and worked a job at a nearby convenience store. I walked to and from work, and I would ride the bus to school every day. Between work and school, I was pretty busy. I started work from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m. On this night, work went by as usual, and when I got off, I left to walk home. The walk would take me about 15 minutes on most days, and I didn't really mind it. At my job, I would just be sitting at a counter most of the time, so walking afterwards actually felt nice. Also, the neighborhood was generally really quiet. I never felt unsafe or had anything scary happen to me. It did seem a little bit creepy at night sometimes because of how quiet it would be. After leaving work, I started walking along the sidewalk. There were sidewalks for my entire walk home, but I did have to turn a couple of times. About 2 or 3 minutes in, I noticed somebody kind of up ahead. They were standing on the grass between the sidewalk and the street, kind of randomly. It was dark out, and they were quite far away at the moment. As I approached closer, though, I soon realized that this was a clown, or at least somebody dressed up in a clown costume. It was insanely creepy looking, and I knew I would have to walk past this guy. I really didn't want to, but I had to. I tried not to look as I got closer, and the clown did not say anything to me. As I passed him by, I could sense him looking me over. Still, I did not look and just kept going toward my home. At first, he appeared to stay where he was, but when I got about 20 feet away, I heard him start to move behind me. It sounded like he'd gone onto the sidewalk. I got about 50 feet ahead of him when I heard him walking along behind me. I hoped that he wasn't following me, but I got a real bad feeling that he was. When I turned, I looked behind me and saw the clown was indeed following me. He turned exactly when I did too, so there was no question that he was now following me. I kept going and tried to walk a little bit faster. I didn't look back, but listened closely just in case he started moving more quickly and began to gain on me. He didn't seem to be getting any closer, though. I crossed another street, which he also did. Now I only had a short distance to go before arriving home. When I got to my street, the clown continued to walk after me. That's when I looked over my shoulder for the first time since before. He was there, maybe 40 feet back now, and was looking at me. I walked faster, my heart racing. I was really freaked out. I wanted to start running, but I was afraid the clown would do the same if I did. Instead, I remained as calm as I could and kept moving. Soon, I made it to my driveway. I felt a lot better, but I still had to make it inside the house. I walked up and got to the front step. It was at that point the clown reached my driveway as well, and I heard him starting to walk up behind me. This made me really nervous. I scrambled to use my house key to unlock the door. I was panicking, and that was causing me to go slower than usual. I heard the footsteps quickly approaching as I fumbled around with the key. At last, I unlocked the door and went inside. As quickly as possible, I slammed the door and locked it behind me. I heard my mom say from the other room, "What was that?" She called out my name. I heard the doorknob turning behind me. I ran over to the living room, where I found my parents. I told them about the clown guy following me home. We went over to the door to look, but he was now gone. I told them the story, and my parents said they would drive me to and from work for my next shift. We figured the clown had left, and we were all very creeped out by this situation. Later that night, I went to bed, and the clown did not come back or anything. The next morning, I got up to catch the bus for school. It was really early and still dark out, because school started at 7:25. At about 6:50, the bus would usually arrive at my house. After getting ready for school, I headed out. I left my house at about 6:45 and started walking to the end of my driveway, where I would stand and wait for the bus to arrive. When I was beginning to walk down, though, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked over and saw the same clown emerging from around the corner from the side of my garage. I couldn't believe my eyes. I turned and ran back inside the home and called the police right there and then. I found my parents as well and told them the man had returned. We all stayed inside the house until the cops got there, where they found the clown hiding in my backyard. I couldn't believe it. I was sure he had left the previous night. After that, I was able to get a ride with my parents to school because I missed the bus. I was just grateful to be okay. It still blows my mind that the clown was lingering in our backyard all night long. We should have called the police the previous night after he'd followed me home. We just assumed he must have left, but I guess he'd camped out on the side of the garage, which turned out to be a really good hiding place. That guy was a total creep, and this remains one of the scariest moments of my life. I'm terrified of clowns now because of it. I live by myself in an apartment. I live on the second floor of what I would say is a fairly standard apartment building. There's 4 floors total, and the building is very long, with straight hallways on each floor. It's fairly close to the city, maybe 10 minutes away, and in a decently populated area. I've lived here for about 2 years now, and I really like it a lot actually. There's one thing that happened several months ago, though, that made me question moving. It was a fairly ordinary night, and I was home all alone. My apartment has 1 bedroom, then a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. I was in the living room sitting on my couch and watching TV. I don't remember what exact time it was, but it was a little bit later at night, probably sometime after 10 or 11 or so. I had only gotten home from work about an hour prior. As I was sitting there watching the TV, I heard some noises. I thought it was coming from my next-door neighbor's apartment. That's what I assumed at least, so I didn't pay it much thought really. Some time went by, maybe 30 minutes or so. Out of nowhere, I got this weird feeling. It's hard to describe, but I suddenly became uncomfortable and started to look all around. When I looked over my shoulder, I saw my bedroom doorway. It was only about 5 feet away, and to my surprise, a random man was sticking his head out from around the corner of the doorway, staring right at me. We made eye contact for just a moment before he quickly ducked back around the corner. I got up from the couch and in a panic, ran directly out of my apartment. I couldn't believe what was going on. How did some random guy get in there? I really didn't know what to do. I wanted to call the police, but I realized I'd left my phone inside on the couch. I thought about just driving away, but I'd also left my keys on the counter. Not knowing what else I could do, there was one person who lived in my building that I was friendly with, a woman named Courtney, who lived just down the hallway. I went to her door and knocked. Unfortunately, she did not answer. She was probably sleeping because it was pretty late at the time. That's when I decided to try and go back into my apartment just to grab my phone and keys. Maybe the guy had left or was hiding. Maybe I just imagined the whole thing. It all happened so fast that I was even questioning myself if I'd really seen it. I felt like I was going crazy. I mean, I didn't even know how on earth this guy would even get through my apartment door. I always locked everything up, and I didn't think I'd forgotten to lock anything that day. When I went back to my door, I finally got up the nerve and opened it. My plan was to quickly run to the couch, grab my phone, and then run back to the door. On the way there, grab my keys right off the counter. It would probably take me less than 10 seconds total. However, as soon as I opened up the door, the very first thing I saw was the man standing in my living room, already facing me. I shut the door just about as fast as I had opened it and sprinted away. I ran down the hallway into the stairs and ran downstairs till I made it to the first floor. I left the building. I couldn't get to my car because I didn't have my keys, so I walked out to the sidewalk that went along the road. I walked along the road until I saw a gas station that was open. When I got there, I went inside and asked the clerk to call the police. Then I waited until they arrived. When they got there, we went back to my apartment, but obviously the man was gone. They searched all around the building and in my place. He had stolen my laptop, my wallet, and a couple of other things. My phone was still there, but probably only because it had fallen in between the couch cushions, and he didn't see it. I'm not sure if the man was ever found. My best guess as to how he got in was by somehow getting out onto my balcony. I did have a small balcony, and it would be difficult but not impossible to get to it from the ground level. The door to the balcony was closed, but it was fairly flimsy. He must have entered from there when I was at work. I really didn't think that anybody would be able to get to it from the outside. Since that experience, everything's been pretty good, and I haven't had any break-ins or attempted break-ins. I got a new laptop and credit cards, but I still wonder how that man chose to go into my place. Did he watch me before or something? I don't know, but I'll never forget seeing him that night. This happened back when I was younger. I believe I was about 14 at the time. I remember it pretty well. It all started on a Friday night. My parents were going out of town to go to some wedding I had not been invited to. I didn't care though. I found weddings boring and would rather stay at home and play video games anyway. My parents left on Friday afternoon. After I got back from school, I was sort of excited to have the place all to myself for a little while. My mom let me order a pizza to be delivered that night. I got it and watched TV in the living room. Maybe an hour into that, at around 8 p.m. or so, there was a knock at the front door. I didn't know who it could possibly be. I felt a little bit nervous, actually, as I got up from the couch to go and check. I looked out of a window and saw this man standing there. He was clearly not one of my neighbors, and I didn't recognize the man at all. He was wearing a black jacket and this winter hat-looking thing. He also had a big beard. There was no way I was answering the door, though. He knocked again, and I just stood there waiting for this man to go away. I was pretty confident that he could not see me from where I was. Eventually, I did see the man turn and walk away. I was a little creeped out now, and didn't know why the man could have possibly come to our house. I figured that would be that, though, and went back to what I was doing. Maybe 30 minutes to an hour later, I decided to go up to my room and play some video games. I went upstairs, got in my room, shut off the lights, and closed the door, then got into my gaming chair and put my headset on. I had a pretty good setup in there, and really enjoyed it. 30 minutes into that gaming session, though, I was interrupted. I heard a knock on the door, but it wasn't the front door. It was coming from my bedroom door. My heart started racing like crazy instantly. I became as scared as a human being could possibly be. I didn't know what to do. Very quietly, I got up from my chair and turned the TV off. Now it was completely dark in there. I could see very little. I was kind of expecting the door to just open, but it didn't. I got down to the ground, careful not to make any noise. My gaming chair was sort of in the corner of the room, away from the door. My closet was half open, just a few feet away from me. I crawled over there quietly, careful not to make a single sound. Whoever it was knocked again. Somebody was right outside my door. I figured it was probably the man who had knocked on the front door earlier in the night. I was able to crawl my way into my bedroom closet. It was not that big, but there was enough space for me to fit inside of it. Plus, my room was pretty messy. As a teenager, I had clothes and random things strewn all about. There was a huge pile of clothes in my closet, so I went inside of it. I covered myself completely. In the middle of doing this, I heard the door start to creak open. I froze and hoped I would not be visible. I didn't hear the man walk inside, but I could tell he was in there, moving about very quietly. He took steps inside my bedroom. I was terrified. I held my breath. He was in there for only 30 seconds when he suddenly turned around and left the room. I heard him walk out. I had just gotten a cell phone at that point just a few months prior, so I quickly grabbed it and dialed for the police. I tried to make sure the guy couldn't hear me, wherever he was. I whispered to the 911 operator what was going on, and then hung up because I was worried the man would find me. He was still somewhere upstairs, but I couldn't tell where he was. I went deeper into my closet, just in case the man came back. He did not come back to my room, though. After waiting for what felt like a really long time, and not hearing anything else, the police finally arrived. I left my closet and my bedroom. I saw the police had actually caught the man. He was back downstairs. I was told he had been hiding in the basement. I hadn't heard him go downstairs at all, but then again, I was under a pile of clothes shut away in my closet. It was a huge relief. My parents were called and told about it, and they ended up coming back home that very same night. They grabbed me and made me go to the wedding with them anyways, because they didn't want to leave me alone. I didn't really want to be alone either. That was probably the craziest night of my life, and I will never forget it. I used to live in a townhouse duplex by myself, with my dog and 2 cats near a train station. There were often commuters who parked outside my place and passed by throughout the day and night. Occasionally, I had cigarettes or stuff stolen from my front veranda. I even had my next-door neighbor's ex-boyfriend come to my door telling me he had a hitman after him and he had a gun. None of this scared me like the night I was watched, though. My dog lives mostly indoors. I would take him out for the last wee before bed. My backyard light was broken and was up too high for me to change the bulb myself, so I always took him out to the front instead. That night, it was around 11 p.m., and I took him out to the front as usual. It was a hot summer night, and I was mindlessly standing on the footpath when I saw movement across the road from me. Out of nowhere, a man had appeared, walking diagonally across the street away from me. I thought this was odd because I hadn't seen him come from the other direction. I continued to think about it. Where he had come from was outside a house that was being renovated. I knew the owners weren't living there at the moment and thought maybe he was going to try and steal some stuff. I kept looking down the road to where he had gone. He had turned the corner down the next street. I kept watching when suddenly I saw his head pop around the corner to check if I was still outside. Needless to say, this gave me the absolute creeps, so I grabbed my dog and ran inside. I turned off all my lights and went upstairs to my bedroom, which is at the front of the townhouse and faces the street. I thought I would keep watch of my neighbor's house for them and call the police if the suspicious man came back. I peered through my blinds, which covered sliding doors coming off a small balcony. Like clockwork, I see a dark figure walk down from the corner and down my street. He was moving toward the house across the road, and then suddenly I lost sight of him. A tree in front of my townhouse obscured my view for a moment. Then I saw him again. He was not just there, though. He was stopped at the top of my driveway, standing there like Jason Voorhees. I kid you not, his arms were out by his sides, and his legs were apart in an unnatural stance. It was like he was preparing for something, like he wanted to kill me. My heart was racing so hard I could barely hear. I'm standing there slack-jawed, looking at this would-be assailant, when one of my cats comes over to see what's happening. My cat slid his body between the blinds and the window, further opening it. I could see more clearly that this man was looking upward toward me. Surely he could see me. If he did, this didn't stop him at all. He started walking down my driveway, undeterred with a fixated gaze. I lost sight of him again under the balcony and awning. By this time, my eyes were watering in fear, and tears were streaming down my face. I didn't know what to do. I went to sit on my bed. I picked up my mobile and dialed my dad, who lived only a suburb away. He answered. I whispered to him what was happening, and he said he would be there as soon as he could. I lied down in my bed and stayed as still as I could. Tears were rolling down my cheeks, and I was full of fear, not knowing what this man was doing downstairs. What if he could get in? What if I hadn't remembered to lock the doors? Then it dawned on me. Why am I lying here in the dark crying? I turned a light on. After what seemed like a lifetime but was probably only a couple of minutes, my dad arrived. He had an umbrella with him. I live in Australia, so no knives, but he could have at least brought a knife instead. I stayed on the phone with Dad while he searched outside for the man. The man was gone. Maybe me turning the light on had scared him off or something. I called the police, who said I should have called them sooner. Of course I should have. I don't know why I didn't really. They came out with a sniffer dog, but they couldn't find him either. I don't know what he wanted, but for a good year after, I was extremely scared of living there. I'm still a bit of a scaredy cat, but reading other stories makes me realize I'm not alone. We can all learn from these experiences, so we know what to do next time if something scary happens. I guess I must look like someone who's a good opportunity to kidnap or something, because this is the second attempted kidnapping story that happened to me. For reference, I'm a 22-year-old female. I'm also very small, and have always been petite for my entire life. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, my brother, who was a year younger than me, was between 6 or 7. My sister came to visit us all. My sister is actually 15 years older than me, and she wanted to spend the day with my brother and I. She took us to a bigger city about 45 minutes away that had much more to do. We ended up going down to the river, and the place we went was very interesting. It was a popular spot and in the middle of town as well, so it was relatively safe. It was a big U shape, so usually when people brought their kids, they'd hang out at the tip of the U because that's where the water was the safest. My sister didn't really want to swim, but my brother and I really did. We put on our little swimsuits and ran in. Not long after we started playing around, a man walked over to me. I've never been one to judge, but little me thought this guy looked dirty and smelled gross. He was basically totally naked, except for some ratty underwear. I didn't really think that was a big deal at the time, though. The man came right over to me. "Hi there, pretty girl. How are you?" I had never been taught stranger danger. I lived quite a sheltered life. Private school my entire life. Overprotective parents that rarely allowed me to leave the house without them. That sort of thing. So I thought this man really just wanted to be friends. He asked me for a hug. At the time, whenever anyone asked me for a hug, I would give them one. So after hugging me, he grabbed my hand and refused to let go. He then said, "Is this your brother?" I said yes, and he said something along the lines of, "You're both so pretty." He was still holding my hand tight. "How would you guys like to go on a little adventure?" My brother and I were excited because we didn't understand that we would not like where this adventure was going. "Okay, great. You just have to come with me. Let's make it a surprise for your mom." I told him she was my sister, and he said, "Even better," which I still didn't understand. He started to pull me away from my sister, who had looked away because someone she knew had stopped to say hello to her. He told my brother to come along as well. All of a sudden, I heard my sister scream my name so loud, everyone within earshot looked over. She started yelling things like, "Let go of my sister, you son of a bitch," and "I'm calling the cops, you perv, give her back," things along that nature. Actually, other parents who were around were grabbing their kids as a precaution, and many seemed like they were jumping in ready to help if the guy attempted to put up a fight. My sister ran into the river to pull me out of his grip. She grabbed my brother's hand too while carrying me away. She decided she didn't want to let the creepy dude ruin mine and my brother's fun though. She took us to a different part of the river in the same area that was still very popular and had lots of kids and families around. My sister was sitting and watching us. We were not too far away from her when I pointed out, "Hey, look, it's my friend from before." My sister lost it on the dude. He literally tried to say to her, "Come on, I'll watch the kids. Why don't you go shop for a few hours? You can have them back when you're done. I'll have fun taking care of them." She told him he was a sick bastard and he was going to regret hanging around if he tried it again. He tried once again to convince her to let him take me, and he was edging his way over to me and my brother again. My sister punched him in the face, then kicked his legs out from under him and stepped on his chest. She told him that he would get a lot worse if he dared to do anything else. We did tell a police officer, but they said it was probably just a homeless man and there was nothing they could do about it. My sister got my brother and I ice cream, so we felt a bit better about having to leave early. My dad was not happy when the first thing we told him was my sister had beat up a guy, but he was even more furious when he learned what actually happened. So this happened to me about 6 months ago now. I'm originally from a town in the north of the UK, but I was living in a different part of the country at the time for university. I was just going into my second year, so I had moved from student accommodation to a house share with 4 other girls. We were in a pretty nice house in a small dead-end street. All the shops and bars were at the end of our street as well. I was in a bedroom that was on the bottom floor at the front of the house. It had originally been a living room, but had been changed into a bedroom for student housing. Because it used to be a living room, the window was this huge bay window that took up the entire length of the front wall. The house had a big driveway and a front garden, both with fences around. This meant you couldn't walk past the front of the house without intending to be there. You would have to walk up the driveway. I had been living in the house for about 2 weeks when this happened. On this particular night, there were only 2 of us in, as our other 3 roommates had gone home for the weekend. The other girl that was in had a second-floor bedroom, also on the front of the house. It was around 2 a.m., and I was sat in bed watching some Netflix. I didn't usually stay up this late, but I was talking to a new boy at the time, and I would often stay up really late just to talk to him. Sad, I know, but new relationships are very exciting. I remember wanting to go to sleep at about 12:30 and deciding to stay up for a bit longer just to talk to him. I'm so glad I did that. At this time, I was quite naive and didn't really think much about the dangers of not locking doors or leaving windows open. I grew up in a very nice area where we didn't ever have to lock our doors, and so I wasn't out of this mindset yet. This experience definitely changed that though. I had one of my windows slightly open, and my curtains were open as well. The curtains didn't matter too much because of the way the house was built. The garden and trees were right in front of my window anyway, meaning no one could see in unless they were standing directly in front of it. Being so naive, I didn't think that was a possibility anyone would even try. I was half laying down, half sitting up in bed, with my laptop in front of me. I didn't have my laptop on too high a volume, as although she was upstairs, there was another person in the house, and I wanted to be respectful. All of a sudden, though, I saw a shadow swiftly move past my window, as if a person was running past. I froze immediately, as like I mentioned, there was no way someone could just walk past that area unless they walked down my driveway and were specifically coming to our house. Maybe someone had walked down the wrong driveway or was cutting through and was going to jump the fence to another house. Something didn't sit right about this all. However, I left my laptop running and looked at the window for just a second. I couldn't see anything outside since it was so dark out. I could make out some sort of shadow on the wall just next to it though. For a second there was nothing. Then the shadow of a man went past once more. The shadow of another man about 2 seconds after. At this point I knew something was wrong here. I shut my laptop immediately in the hope that if they looked into my window they wouldn't see me. A bit of time passed, maybe a minute or 2. I sat in the pitch black, waiting to see if I could see anything else. After this bit of time went by, another shadow of a man went past my window in the opposite direction. It was as if they had both walked in front of my window to the back of the house, but only one had returned. I was certain at this point that something was wrong here, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to act. My brain was trying to process a million things at once, and I was so scared I froze. I felt like if I moved, they would immediately know I was there, and I had no idea whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. For all I knew, they were hoping for a young 19-year-old girl to be inside. I didn't want to run the risk of letting them know that there was. I was also completely naked under my covers, and it definitely crossed my mind that if I got up, someone would see in through the window and see me naked. Who knows what they'd do after? After what felt like an eternity of just sitting and waiting, I heard a loud bang on my window. It sounded like someone had hit something such as a rock off of it with great force. I assumed they were trying to break it, and panicked. I can't explain what was going through my mind, but it was almost like I was waiting for something definitive to happen before I got up, as if I was being over-dramatic or something. After the loud noise, I would say maybe 30 seconds went past. All of a sudden my curtains started moving, and I could see a hand coming around the side of them to move them out of the way. I looked over to see the figure of a man climbing in through my window. He was halfway through, with the top half of his body already inside my room. That's when my mind finally decided this was a fight or flight situation. I shot up and ran toward my door on the other side of the room. It was locked, so I had to fumble for the key, turn it, and then open the door. Then run out, all while making a huge amount of noise. I ran up the stairs and knocked on my roommate's door. Still completely naked, I should add, so the image she must have had when she opened her door is quite amusing to think about. She opened the door almost immediately, which I found odd for it being 2 a.m., but I was thankful nonetheless. I told her what happened, and we locked her door and started panicking. Neither of us knew what to do. We had never been in a situation like this before. Being young and stupid, I decided to ring up my mom. Completely not helpful in this situation, but I wasn't thinking straight. She told me to ring up the police immediately, obviously. We called the police because we didn't know if the men were still in the house or not. They arrived within 2 minutes, as it may have been an active burglary. I had left my laptop and all my possessions in my room, other than my phone. It just happened to be in my hand when I ran, so if they were in my room, they would have plenty to take. The police arrived and we threw down some keys from the top window to them so they could let themselves in. They searched the whole house top to bottom and found no one. I went down when they assured us everything was safe and checked my room. Nothing had been taken. I knew for sure they must have come inside, but my laptop was still clear as day on my bed, and surely that would have been the first thing they had taken. The police thought I must have scared them off by getting up, as they must not have been expecting anyone to be home. Maybe they thought the room was just a living room. It made sense for it to be, having expected to rob the house while everyone was asleep upstairs. I had this crazy thought process through all of this, where I started wondering if I really had seen what I thought I had. I started doubting myself and wondering if I was just insane. When I went down to check my room window, though, it had been completely open to its fullest extent, whereas I had only opened it a tiny crack at most. This just confirmed that what I'd seen was completely real. I learned a valuable lesson about leaving windows open that day, that's for sure. While the police were there, they actually got radioed about an attempted robbery a couple of streets along from mine, and they suspected it was the same 2 people. Nothing ever came back about that though, so they mustn't have caught them, unfortunately. They told us that if they did catch anybody engaging in a similar crime, they would get back in touch, but to this day, they haven't. So either they've been caught and not connected to my case, or they've never been caught at all. The CSI came the next day and managed to get a fingerprint from my window, but they said the person must have been sweating or something, as the fingerprint was way too smudged to get anything from. I'm so glad I decided to stay up later, as if I hadn't been awake for this, they would have been physically in my room by the time I'd noticed. The thought of waking up to 2 men in my room is terrifying. I'm not sure what they would have done to me if they got inside before realizing I was there, and that there was no easy escape for them. They would have had to climb back out that tiny window again, or unlock my bedroom door and go out the front door. Not to mention the fact I was ended. It doesn't bear thinking about. My roommate told me after the police left that she actually woke up for some reason about 5 minutes before I came flying up the stairs. She said when she'd heard the loud bang on my window, she was already awake. She had started to get a bad feeling after that. She sat on the end of her bed waiting for me to come up the stairs just in case. It's very interesting that she woke up during this, as the men were not loud at any point, other than when they struck the window. Maybe that says a lot about the body's ability to detect danger. I unfortunately ended up being not able to sleep in that room after, not without having all the lights on. Soon after, I decided to move back home for university because I felt so uneasy living down there. This takes place in a fairly large city, roughly 8 or so years ago. I'm a female, and at the time I was in my mid-20s. There used to be a gay bar that did goth nights every Saturday night. I would head out there fairly often with my friends. This night there was a group of about 5 of us that went together. Plus, we always ran into more people we knew once we got there. At some point, I left my friends on the dance floor and went up to the bar to get another drink. It was pretty crowded, so the only place I could squeeze into was right next to some guy on a bar stool at the very end of the counter. I ordered my drink and he looked over and said hello. He had a pretty interesting accent, so I asked him where he was from. He replied that he was originally from Ethiopia. We made small talk as I was waiting for my drink, and I commented that I had a neighbor as a child who was also from there. The exact details of the conversation are a bit hazy. It was years ago, and to be fair, I was not paying super close attention at the time either. Because of that, I'm not sure exactly how the conversation went in this direction, but I do remember these words snapping my brain's focus back onto him. I killed people there. Oh, well, I awkwardly chuckled, thinking maybe this was some weird drunk guy thinking he would say weird creepy things to a goth girl at the bar. Maybe it was a really bad attempt at flirting. My drink arrived and I remember stirring it and trying to ease my way out of the conversation. I was still waiting for my change. You mean you used to kill people? He shook his head and replied very casually, No, I still do. Uh-huh. My change could not arrive fast enough. I tried another awkward laugh and made some snarky comment about how I was fat, and if he tried to kill me, I'd fight back and sit down on him. I don't know, I had no idea what to say in this situation. Again, casually, without any emotion in his voice, he replied, There's no trying. If I decide to kill someone, I kill them. My change finally arrived, and I took my drink, which I'd not let leave my hand or line of sight for an instant. I excused myself and headed back over to my friends on the dance floor. I watched as he turned his stool so he could keep an eye on me. He just sat there sipping his own drink, never looking away. Finally, at some point, I saw him put down his empty glass and move out the front door. I sighed in relief and continued to enjoy my night out. Several hours later, Goth Night was ending, and the next theme DJ was taking over. My friends and I were saying our goodbyes, and I started walking to the front door. I turned around to see the friend that had given me a ride was stuck in a conversation with another acquaintance. I waited near the door just inside the building. That's when he grabbed me. The guy from the bar dragged me in farther into a dark corner, out of line of the exit. I was in shock. I couldn't make a sound at first as he pinned me to the wall, face pressed against it, and twisted one of my arms behind my back. It seemed like an eternity he held me there, pushing himself up firmly behind me, almost like he was trying to hide me even more in the shadows. There were no lights near us, and there was no reason for anybody to walk by this corner. Even if I yelled, I wasn't sure anyone would hear me, since the DJ had just started up. Somehow, I managed to shove myself back against him once my fight instincts kicked in. In his surprise, his grip loosened just a bit, and the angle he held me at relaxed. I managed to shove my fist against his balls. I have no idea to this day how I bent myself around in just the right way, but he doubled over in pain and I ran. I grabbed my friend out of her conversation and breathlessly gave a Cliff Notes version of what happened as I dragged her to the emergency exit. Before I could escape, I was stopped by security. He told me I couldn't go that way, and I had to leave at the front of the bar. I tried to explain to him that there was a guy up there that tried to attack me, but he wouldn't listen. He tuned it out and thought I was just some drunk girl. Thankfully, my friend and I managed to get the attention of a few other people we knew, and we headed out the front as a group. I didn't see the guy anywhere, but I was terrified of getting through the dark parking lot to the car. I just knew he had to be out there hiding somewhere. My friend and I ran as fast as we could and dove into the car. She pulled out of the parking lot space before I could even get my seatbelt on. The creepy guy was nowhere to be seen, though. I checked the news the next day to see if there had been any other attacks, or God forbid, any murders in the area, but there was nothing. I don't really remember many of his features, what he was wearing, or even how he sounded. I will never forget, though, the emotionless, blank, and matter-of-fact way he stated that he killed people, and the way his dark eyes stared at me like I was his prey. I never went back to that bar. This happened just a couple of years ago. I was in college at the time, but went to a smaller school. I have a good friend group from high school, and we remain close to this day. Several of us went to different colleges, though. A few went to a much bigger school, which was a little more fun to hang out at. It was only about an hour away from the college I went to, so on more than a few occasions, I went and visited for a weekend or two. I remember that one time during, I believe, my third year of college or so, I went to visit two of my friends, Jake and Sam, at the larger school. I went down on Friday after classes and hung out with my friends later that day. We were going to go to the university football game the next day on Saturday. Before that, though, on Friday night, my friends and a few of their college friends were going out to some of the local bars. I, of course, joined them. We left to go at probably like 10 o'clock or so. We decided to walk because I was told it would only take about 5 minutes. I was with Jake and Sam to start with, but Sam soon left us because he had to stop and get something at one of his friends' dorms real quickly. He said he would meet us there. Our route getting there went right through the center of campus. I had been there a couple of times before in the past, but this campus was very large, and I didn't know the area all that well. At this hour, things were extremely dark, and really, nobody else was around other than some people on the sidewalks. We took a shortcut through a courtyard near some buildings, which I assumed had classrooms in them. Couldn't really be sure, though. I suddenly had to use the bathroom really badly, so when we passed by this building, I asked Jake if I could use the restroom quickly. He said sure, go ahead. I really didn't know what the buildings were or if they'd be locked, but I went to the door and tried it anyway. It was open. Jake then got a phone call, so he stayed outside, and I told him I would be right back. I entered the building. When I got inside, there were many hallways and a lounge-type area. I still didn't know exactly what sort of building it was, but nobody seemed to be inside. There was no bathroom in immediate sight either. I started walking around the various hallways to try and find one. I kept expecting one to be just right around the corner or really close by, but I simply couldn't find it at all. After 5 minutes of wandering around lost, I finally found a bathroom. I used it and was out in less than a minute, but now I really didn't know how to get back. I thought I knew the way and started going, but I soon heard footsteps coming. They were walking fast in my direction. I didn't know if I was even supposed to be in here. I wasn't exactly a student at this school myself. I decided to wait out of sight. I went back around the corner, hoping for the footsteps to pass me by. Instead of passing me, though, they turned the corner and headed to where I was. In a split-second decision, I moved back and went up a staircase which happened to be right behind me. After walking up, I was now a floor higher, and everything looked mostly the same on the second floor. I heard the footsteps starting to follow me up the stairs. They were also moving much faster than before. Somebody seemed to be after me for some reason. I started to worry that I really wasn't supposed to be in this building, and I was about to get in a lot of trouble. I walked as fast as I could without running, through random hallways. I was trying to make my way back toward the entrance and find another staircase or something. As I went down the hallways, I could hear the person behind me following the exact directions I was going. They were still a ways back though, so they couldn't see me, and I didn't know who this person was that was chasing me. I started to think it was kind of silly, honestly. I considered just stopping and seeing who this was, but for some reason my gut told me that was not a good idea. I felt like maybe this person was dangerous. I kept walking, changing hallways every so often. I tried going in a random room at one point, but it was completely locked. When I chanced upon an elevator, I decided to try and take it. I pushed the button, and thankfully it opened immediately. If I would have had to wait, I probably would have just moved on. I got inside and started pushing the button for the first floor over and over. Meanwhile, I heard the footsteps coming after me from down the hallway. They were moving faster and faster, to the point where you could even consider them to be running. Whoever this was now charging toward me. Finally, the elevator doors started to close. At about the same time, a person entered the hallway that I was in. The doors just barely closed on time. They were maybe an inch open when I heard whoever it was arrive right outside. I could just barely make out the center of their body, so I couldn't really tell anything about them. All I knew was that they were right outside. They grabbed at the door and tried to pull it open, but it was too late. I felt a huge wave of relief as the elevator started moving downward. At the same time, though, I heard the person sprinting away from the elevator. I was guessing they were now going to the nearest staircase. When the elevator door opened, to my surprise, I could see the exit right there. I think it was the exact same door I had gone in through, too. I turned and started walking towards it, and that's when I heard footsteps running at me from the left. Whoever that was chasing me had almost arrived to where I was. I started to run myself. I sprinted toward the exit and heard the other person still chasing behind me. Just when I was about to go through the doorway, I saw something go flying past my head and heard a loud smashing sound. Whoever this person was had just thrown something at me. It missed my head and hit the wall just a couple of feet away. I threw the door open and sprinted outside. My friend Jake was still on the phone, a ways down, probably 50 feet away. He saw me running and looked confused. As I was approaching him, though, I saw the look on his face change to worry and fear as he saw somebody come barreling out of the building behind me. He started to run with me. We were both pretty fast, and now that we were outside, we had many more options on where to run to. We quickly made a right and ran a ways down that path, then made it onto another street. When we did, we stopped to take our bearings and realized the person had stopped chasing us. Jake asked me what that was all about, and I told him I had no idea. We were able to meet up with our other friends after that, but I felt really lucky to have even made it out of that situation okay. I don't know who that person was. The craziest thing is, I never even actually saw them. Jake told me it was some man, and that he didn't get a real good look at him. He said the guy looked completely insane, though, and I'll take his word for it. The fact the guy threw some weapon at me is already bad enough. That easily could have injured me. I'm glad the guy didn't catch up with me either. Who knows what he would have done? I feel like the guy was not supposed to be in the building. I didn't see anyone I thought could be him for the rest of the time I was there that weekend. Since then, I've been back to that college a couple of times, but I will never forget that experience. Hello everyone, I'm going to tell you a story that dates back several years now. It was December 2014, and I was 12 years old at the time. I took the bus home from school every evening. It was the last week before the Christmas holidays, so I was quite happy and euphoric, especially since I had ordered my first phone as a gift. It was going to be a real freedom for me, because my parents were usually very strict. I wasn't allowed on social networks or much of anything, really. Anyway, one Wednesday afternoon, I finished classes and went as usual to my bus stop. It was about 5 minutes on foot to reach the stop, and I made the trip with a friend of mine named Laura. She also took the same bus, but in the opposite direction. Since her bus came before mine, I went to her stop to wait with her. We sat under the bus shelter and started to discuss classes, amongst other things, normal conversation stuff between schoolgirls. At some point, though, we were suddenly cut off by a male voice calling out to us. "Ah, you also have Mr. Thomas in math, huh? He's rubbish." At that moment, I had my back to this person. Laura replied curtly that yes, we had him, but he was not nearly as sucky as this guy was saying. I turned to look at this man. He was a random white guy. The bus arrived, Laura got on, and so did the guy. Nothing unusual happened, even if at the time, Laura's reaction seemed a bit strange to me. 2 days passed by, and Laura didn't come to class. I told myself she must have gotten sick. It happens around that time with the cold and various other things. You can get sick quite quickly. I didn't have a phone or anything to be able to chat with her yet. Friday arrived, the last day of class before the holidays. I finished up at 5:30 p.m., pissed off because I'd finished so late. What's more, my math teacher had asked me to speak to him at the end of class because of the bad grades I was getting. Math wasn't exactly my strong point, and it still isn't either. I ended up leaving 10 minutes after everybody else did, so I missed my bus, which came every day at 5:45 p.m. I walked toward my stop and decided to sit where I usually waited with Laura, mostly because it's covered by bus shelter. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. "So, Mr. Thomas kept you longer, huh?" I turned around and saw the same guy who'd talked to us last Wednesday. I thought to myself, he's super sociable, huh? Given how Laura had spoken to him the other day, I figured I'd try and be polite, have a pleasant conversation. Looking at him closer, though, I noticed he wasn't at all a student like we were. Instead, he must have been at least 30 years old. He was very well-dressed and well-groomed, without a school bag or anything else. I found it super weird. He talked to me about the various teachers and directly recognized who I was talking about when I mentioned their names. To try and fool him, I even made a mistake on a teacher's name and he corrected me. I told myself surely I was being crazy. Maybe he was a supervisor or something, which would explain why he knew the names of all of my teachers. I spotted the next bus arriving in the distance and said to him, "Well, I'm going to go now." "Ah, so you're going to name of my city. It's funny. I'm going to see a friend there myself," the guy immediately said. He jumped onto the bus with me. I admit, at this point I was saying to myself, there's something wrong with this guy. The guy from Wednesday was taking the same bus as both Laura and I did, in opposite directions, as if by chance he just happened to be going the same direction. Even if it was unlikely, though, I still had my doubts over whether or not I was right. During the ride, I started thinking about the possibilities. I told myself that I had 20 minutes on the bus to put a plan in place to get away from this guy. I knew that neither of my parents would be at home when I was going to return, so that was bad. I had no way to warn anybody of the situation either. I was all alone. It was horrible, too, because even if I did have a bad feeling about this guy, if I went and accused him, people might think I'd accused him unjustly for no apparent reason. Because of this, I didn't say anything to anyone. We were gradually approaching my stop. After the bus stopped, I had to cross a small part of town with many buildings and take a very dimly lit path to reach the residential area. I got off the bus and the guy got off right behind me. I turned around staring at him, and he smiled at me with this disgusting look. Even after 7 years, I can tell you with certainty that the memory of his look still traumatizes me. As I approached the buildings, I started to cry. I could feel the tears streaming down my face. I was passing by people who saw me crying, with the man following me, but paid no attention. I passed in front of another building. There was this group of guys, around 20 years old, sitting on the front steps. One of them said a strange phrase. "Hey, come take your notebook." At first, I didn't hear him. The young guy got up and picked up a notebook I'd dropped, then caught up with me. After a second, he looked at me and whispered, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" He said his name was Mehdi. At the time, I couldn't speak. I was in too much shock and stress. The 30-year-old man grabbed my arm and started to yell at me. "But Maya, why are you just leaving like that? Get back in the car right away. Mom is waiting for us." In my head, I screamed, but nothing came out. It was caught in my throat. I was paralyzed. He pulled me by the arm away from Mehdi, who reflexively looked down at my correspondence notebook. He saw that my written name was Mava, not Maya. Luckily, he understood what was going on right away. He charged toward the guy and gave him a smack across the face, which helped me to get away. His friends all started running towards us when they saw that something was going down. The 30-year-old man finally ran away, and Mehdi took me directly to the police station. From there, they called my parents. I made a statement, and the guy was never seen or found. That's despite the fact that there had been a similar complaint for a similar event filed 2 days prior by Laura. The guy in question had followed her until Laura's brother happened to join up with her. This story literally traumatized me. My father came to pick me up every evening after school. One good thing is that Mehdi became very close friends with me and my family for having saved me from that man. That's the end of the story. I never knew if the guy did it again to someone else or if he was finally caught, but I sure hope he was. I'd say the moral of the story is, my children will have a telephone with a way to contact me as soon as they enter primary school. My name is Geeta. I'm 23 years old, and I would like to share with you an experience that happened to me. Let me give you some context first, though. It was in Hong Kong in 2020. I was doing an internship for a few months. You should know that life in Hong Kong is relatively expensive, especially regarding rent. Because of this, I lived in a shared apartment with 3 other people, the apartment space being about 40 meters squared. My room was in the center of the apartment, next to the bathroom on one side. On the other side, a small living room where my roommates had to pass by to access their rooms. The door to my room only closed from the inside, not from the outside. The apartment being especially small, you could hear everyone coming and going and doing their business, especially since the door had to be slammed to be closed fully. Regarding my story, I only lived with girls who had become my friends, but at the beginning of August 2020, they left for France. This meant there were now 2 rooms free, and only me and 1 other girl remained. One day, our landlord announced to us that a boy was going to move into the apartment at the beginning of August. Knowing that I was returning to France sometime at the end of August, I didn't necessarily want to make a new friend. I was pretty indifferent to this decision. The day the man arrived, I was alone in my room. He came to knock on my door, so I opened it. He wanted to chat a bit and get to know each other. Even if I wasn't necessarily in the mood to be super sociable, I didn't have the mind to refuse. We started chatting about trivial things, studies, where we came from, what we did in Hong Kong, etc. That is, until the moment he asked me if I had a boyfriend. I answered no. At that point, he started to get very insistent. "Are you sure you don't have a boyfriend? You don't have one back home in France? Do you have a girlfriend? If not, it's weird that you're single." I felt pretty uncomfortable, so I told him I was tired and going back to my room. One weekday evening, I got home from work around 8 p.m. I slammed the door behind me as usual and sat down on the small sofa. Once I was seated, I saw my roommate emerge from his room completely naked. I was lucky because there was a rack of jackets to hide his private parts. I found that really unsettling. You could hear as soon as I came in. Why would you walk around like that when you have roommates you don't know especially well? When he saw me, he went back to his room. I went to the kitchen to fix myself some dinner. Once in the kitchen and cooking, he came out to join me in only his underwear. "Hello, how was your day?" I answered quite coldly. He took an apple and bounced it in his hands while staring at me. He didn't say anything for almost a minute. Then he whispered to me, "Do you get scared when I'm staring at you?" That made me super uncomfortable. How was I supposed to respond to that? I must have mumbled something. The kitchen being narrow, he rubbed himself against me to access the sink. He washed his apple and went back to his room. I had always found his behavior very strange so far. I hurried to cook and locked myself away in my room. There was just something about him. He always had this disturbing facial expression, like a forced smile, and spoke in a very monotonous voice with no emotion. During the weeks to come, he would regularly come knocking on my bedroom door around midnight or so. Whenever I answered to find out what he wanted, he would just say, "I just wanted to know you were in there," and then he'd turn around and leave. Until I left for France again, I tried to avoid him as much as possible. There was just something about him that didn't feel right. The day before I was going to leave for France, I had some shopping to do. I wanted to pack my suitcase as well. I was going to spend my departure day with my family before getting my plane. I was alone with him that day. As he was in the living room, I asked him if he'd help me choose my suitcase. So he stayed with me while I was packing things. I remember at one point I picked up something, some alcohol to disinfect, I think. He told me that that wasn't right. I affirmed once again that yes, it was. Suddenly, he grabbed my arm violently with a furious expression and poured the entire container and bottle onto me. He resumed his usual facial expression immediately after and said, "Ah, yes, indeed, it is alcohol." Once I had finished what I had to do, I left the apartment immediately. I didn't want to spend 1 second longer with this guy. On August 23rd, the day of my departure, I had one last errand to do before joining my family and going to the airport. In the morning, I was woken up by noises in the apartment. I knew it had to be him. My other roommate had come home late in the evening and usually slept until noontime. It was about 8 a.m. now. That was when the nightmare began. He settled down on the sofa in the small living room next to my bedroom and began to masturbate. The walls being thin, I could hear everything, including the things he was saying about me. He got up, went to the bathroom, took a roll of toilet paper, and stood in front of my bedroom door. Luckily, in between all this, I'd had the smarts to lock the door. He continued to masturbate in front of my room for a while. I was disgusted. I didn't know what to do. Should I try to get out? I didn't want to see that, and I was afraid he would hurt me if I tried. I just waited, laying still in my bed, until finally I heard him go back to his room. I waited before leaving, though, because I was worried he was around the corner and I'd run into him. I decided to get everything ready and leave. Before leaving, I contacted my other roommate. Even though we were no longer friends at this point and not on very good terms, I told her what had happened and said she should be careful since she was going to be stuck with this guy all alone. She told me that the guy had spent the day with her and her friends once, and after that day he had stalked one of the girls with messages for several days and followed her around. After that, I left the apartment. I warned the owner of the man's actions as well, but he didn't care at all. The guy sent me a message that day on WhatsApp saying, "Have a good trip, Inez. I'll see you again soon." Not feeling safe in your own home is very disturbing. Since he sent that, noises like water running in the shower or my cat's footsteps on the floor make me startled and in a panic. I wonder what his real plan was with all of this. Anyway, that's my story. From that day on, I never wanted to share an apartment ever again. Hello, everyone. Something unexpected happened to me yesterday morning, and I thought it was a good opportunity to share it here. For context, I live in Canada, in a region where the rate of addicts, crack and coke in particular, is monstrous. I live alone in a small semi-basement apartment, so my windows are at ground level outside. It was in the morning, and I was in my underwear in bed, watching some TV. That was when I began to hear a scratching at my front door that became more and more significant over time. Eventually, it became a vicious cracking sound. I quickly understood that someone was trying to force my door open. I grabbed my rifle. I live in the north among bears and other wild animals, so I had to be armed, and loaded it. I prepared 911 on my phone as well. Then I went back to my room and waited for the situation to evolve further to decide whether or not to call. Shortly after, the noises stopped at the front door. My bedroom window was just above my bed, and a few dozen seconds after the banging ended, I started to hear footsteps over there and someone talking loudly to himself. Still near my bed, rifle loaded, I positioned myself in front of the window. I could tell I was not just imagining this or something. In fact, through the curtains, I could see the silhouette of a man trying to look through the half-open sliding window. I saw him put his hand on it and open it wider. I tried to slow down my heart rate to keep my mind calm and remain in control of the situation. After a few moments, the intruder finished sliding the window open all the way. He put his hand in front of the curtains to lift them and go under to enter. When his head passed into my house, he found himself suddenly facing me, my gun currently pointed at him. He was silent until I said, "Do you need help with something, perhaps?" In response, he said with great difficulty speaking, drooling liters of saliva and looking all around, "Hello, sir. I didn't think this apartment was occupied. So sorry. I'll be leaving and I'll close your window," which he did. In conclusion, I think it was some guy that was on who didn't really know what he was doing. He seemed to be completely out of it. Maybe he was just looking for a place to squat. I don't know. I didn't even call the police, having neither the courage to put this person in a more precarious situation, nor to find myself in endless legal proceedings while I had classes and my work to do. Regardless, it was a very startling experience. My senior year of college, I lived in what I would describe as a typical college house. It was sorta old, run down, had 2 stories, and an unfinished basement. I was renting it with one other roommate, a girl named Katie, who I had met in my freshman year. We had become pretty good friends and shared a dorm our sophomore year of college. One time, Katie went home for the weekend to see her family. She left on Friday and was going to be gone until Sunday night. On Friday night, I went out with some friends of mine. We would go out on weekends all the time, but this time I had to be up the next morning because I had to work early, so I tried not to be out too late. Everything about the night proceeded fairly normally. I returned back home at around 11 p.m. or so. When I got home, I went upstairs to get ready for bed. Maybe about 20 or so minutes after, though, there was a knock at the front door. I was sure it had to be one of my friends or something, because of just how late it was. The neighborhood was pretty standard for being about a mile outside of a college campus. It was pretty quiet usually. I walked downstairs and went over to the window to look and see who was there before answering the door. For some reason, I had a sort of strange feeling about this. Maybe it was just because of the fact that I was all alone, or maybe because if it was a friend of mine, surely they would have contacted me first, texted or called me, instead of just coming over without any warning. As I looked out the window, I saw there was a man standing there who I didn't recognize at all. Now, to be fair, it was really dark out, and I didn't have a great view either, but I was 99% confident I had never seen this guy before. Obviously, this was strange. I was not going to answer the door to some random guy. I went back upstairs and hoped the man would just go away on his own. He actually knocked a couple more times, but eventually stopped. I went down to check and see if the man was gone, and he surely appeared to be. I felt better and went back upstairs. I got into bed when only a few minutes after, I heard the knocking again. I went down to check, and sure enough, the guy was right there, standing outside the front door. There was no way that I was going to answer, but I did want to know what the man wanted. I stayed in the living room as the man continued to knock for another 2 or 3 minutes. Then I heard him walking away. I was happy he was leaving again, but I hoped he would be gone for good this time. I waited around downstairs for about 10 minutes. The man didn't return. I went back upstairs again to finally go to bed. I got into my room, turned out all the lights, and climbed in. I closed my eyes. No more than a minute later, though, I heard a noise from downstairs. This time, it was the sound of our back door opening. I couldn't believe it. I instantly jumped up and ran over to my bedroom door. I locked it up tight and went over and grabbed my phone to call the police. I couldn't really hear the guy walking around downstairs, but I could hear some strange noises. When I called the police, I hid under my bed. I was lucky to have a lock on my door, but I still didn't know who this guy was or what he was capable of. I was terrified while I was on the phone with the police. I stayed on the line with them the entire time until they arrived. I didn't hear anything coming from downstairs, and I didn't hear the man coming upstairs either. It took maybe 10 minutes when the police arrived. They entered through the back door, which was already open. They did not find the man after searching the entire property. He must have left before they got there. I was just happy he didn't do anything more serious. I always remembered to lock the back door after that. I still wonder who the man was and why he chose our place specifically. So this happened when I was probably in 5th grade or so. My friends and I, all 3 of us girls, were outside the convenience store in my hometown. One of my friends was using the payphone to call her mom about something, probably seeing if we could spend the night at her place. My hometown is very small, a little less than 3,000 people, so people typically weren't out and about. There wasn't much to do in my town, especially for kids. We were hanging out outside the convenience store, just playing around and chatting. And that's when this tall, skinny, blonde, middle-aged man approached us and started talking about his son. He told us that his son didn't really have any friends, and he was very lonely. He was playing in their garage all by himself. He then asked if we could come to his garage to play with his son, being very dramatic about every word he said, putting emphasis on how lonely his son was, and how great it would be if we would come with him just down the road to play with him. We looked at each other to silently agree that no, we were not going with this guy. We confirmed by shaking our heads at one another. The man tried to coax us once more, offering us various things such as candy and even money. Come on, it would mean so much to him. We're just right down the road. Needless to say, all 3 of us could tell something was very off about this guy. My friend tried to politely decline, while us other 2 glared at the man in uncomfortable silence. As the man seemed to be getting more aggressive, we made the split decision to run inside the convenience store and tell the lady behind the counter what was going on. She told us to stay inside and made a call and let us pick out some candy for free to keep us occupied. My friend's mom ended up showing up soon after. I can't remember if she'd asked her on the payphone to come or if this happened immediately following the incident. There was a police officer there when we were leaving, but nothing more ever came of it as far as I know. I don't like to think about what could have happened if we hadn't trusted our gut instincts in that moment. Hi there, I'm 30 and male and from New Zealand. This is my first experience I'm sharing. 3 years ago, I bought my first apartment in a working class area. The apartment overlooked a busy arterial road, which is the main connection for people headed to or from the motorway. Highway, for those of you who don't know. It gets a lot of traffic. For the most part, living there was fine, but this one incident ruined living in the area for me completely. I work in the city and parking is relatively expensive. Because of this, I normally take the bus for my commute. It was actually pretty convenient because the bus stop was outside my apartment on the arterial road and was almost door to door. One day, I got off the bus after work one evening, only to find a man already standing there. He approached me immediately and said his car had broken down because he'd run out of gas. He pointed south down the road to his car, but there was no vehicle that I could see. The man was holding a gas canister. He wanted me to walk about 5 minutes down the road to a gas station. I was creeped out by this guy, and I didn't see this car he kept talking so much about. Obviously, I said no. At first, he said that's fine and started to walk away. But suddenly he turned back around, rushed at me, and tried to stab me. I ran out across the busy road just to get away from him, while he screamed something about remembering my blue-colored eyes, and that if he ever saw me again, he'd kill me. I kept running across the road, dodging cars. I didn't want him to know I lived at the apartments, so I took a long route around the entrance on a different street. About an hour later, the same man was caught on CCTV trying to break into each apartment building in our complex. He was caught on CCTV doing this to an apartment complex down the road, too. That put me off getting the bus at night for quite a while. One of the worst experiences that a person could have in their lifetime happened to me when I was only 17 years old. When I was 16, I got my license. I got a car that I could then drive to and from school and home. I had been involved in a lot of extracurricular activities, and having my own vehicle made it far easier on the family. My activities normally kept me at school long after the buses had ceased their run. My family lived out on the ridge, and it was a very long, rural drive to get there. Having my own car just made everything so much easier. I was involved with the drama club at school. As we got closer and closer to opening night, I would stay later and later into the evening. This was also taking place in fall, mind you, so the sun had long since set when it was finally time for me to go home. I don't recall how late it was while I was driving when this incident occurred, but even the roads in town were deserted. Of course, that meant the more rural roads were completely abandoned. This didn't bug me at all, though, because I didn't really mind driving in the dark. I wasn't afraid of the dark, and had very good vision, so I never had any problems, really. I had been on the ridge for quite a while, but was still maybe 20 minutes from my home. That was when I noticed something on the side of the road up ahead. At first, I only saw one car pulled over off to the left side of the road. Within moments, however, I noticed there was a person standing outside of that car. The person immediately looked up at me as my headlights passed over them. They quickly dashed away. It was then that I noticed there was another car with its lights turned on. Everything happened so fast that it's hard to explain how exactly it did. The car came straight at me, as if trying to hit me on purpose. Fortunately, I was able to pull off to the side of the road and not get impacted by the vehicle. I swerved to make it back on. I thought that would be the end of the incident, but I was really wrong. I watched in the rear-view mirror as the aggressive car immediately turned around in the center of the road and began driving at me, very, very fast. Of course, I was scared. I reacted like anyone would in that situation. I slammed my foot on the gas too. I began driving as fast as I could possibly manage to do. The car came close to hitting me, and afterward I did my best to stay ahead of them. Thing is, there were a lot of twists and turns on that road as you were driving out amongst the hills. For someone not used to it, even driving at a regular speed was very dangerous. A driver would often move into the other side of the road, and that made a head-on collision very likely, so most folk would be driving pretty carefully down that road. I didn't worry about it though. I had more important problems to deal with right now. I was taking the turns without any care in the world, hoping the guy chasing me would give up or accidentally drive off the side of the road. They appeared to be having a difficult time keeping up with me now, but they certainly were not giving up. The guy kept on coming, and it was only due to that road that he hadn't been able to strike me again. Being able to outrun the guy didn't make the experience any less terrifying though. I was scared to death and had no idea what was going to happen to me. I finally got to the entrance of my driveway. I was worried at first that if I just drove up, the man would crash into me or try to get me when I got out of the car. I wasn't sure what to do, but as I turned in, I realized I only had one choice. The driveway was rather long, so the moment I turned into it, I began slamming on the horn of my car. My dad would surely be in the living room, watching some television after work. There was no doubt of that. I hoped the honking would scare him enough to alert him that something was wrong, and he'd get up to grab his gun, hanging on the rack in the living room. The pursuing car did indeed follow me into the driveway. It only took a few moments for the porch light to come on. As I pulled up, my dad emerged onto the porch and immediately noticed my car was being pursued. I was afraid the car behind me was going to ram me, but that didn't seem to be his intent. He slowed down on the driveway, stopping about halfway down. The car doors began to open, and immediately my dad began to open fire on them. Quickly, the car door slammed shut again, and the car began to pull out in reverse in a hurry. My dad told me to remain in the car and actually continued to pursue the car as it was departing. He continued to fire as the people turned out of the driveway and drove off. After calling the police, it took them a long time to get out to us. When I explained what happened, they told me they found the car I had mentioned. Inside was the body of a young man who had been struck several times in the chest. He had died. Theory was that I had come across someone in the middle of committing a murder. They must have panicked and tried to take me out too. People were arrested in connection to this, but I wasn't much help in the case. I hadn't really seen any of the players well enough to identify anyone. The person who was suspected did get arrested, however, and was convicted and went to prison for life without parole. When I was 13 years old, I wasn't really into doing a lot of stuff the other boys I knew did, including my family. I was never into hunting or fishing, although I did sometimes enjoy hiking and exploring the world's outdoors. Usually when I did this, though, I would be by myself, and definitely not with family or friends. Well, my 15-year-old brother had one of our cousins over for about a week in the summer of this year. They were the same age and did all sorts of things together. Mostly, though, they spent their time fishing, something I never really found all that entertaining. One evening, they had been out all day and came home after dark, announcing they were going hunting. I did not then, nor do I know now, what kind of animals you hunt at night. But my parents didn't really care, and always let them go out and do things like this. They went out hunting and said they would be back in just a few hours. My parents would go to bed early, I knew that. They would be gone long before my brother and cousin would get back. I also knew about their nightly hunting trips before. The two of them would go out into the woods, get high, and then come back to the house after a couple hours. Normally, it would be within half an hour to an hour after our parents went to bed. They were never really hunting anything. I knew that they did take their rifles with them into the woods around the house, though. This day was a bit different. They didn't come back within an hour. That hour soon stretched out into 2. When it finally made it to 3, I began to become more than a little concerned. Those 2 would never remain out this late. Even more concerned, I thought I should go out and check on them. It wasn't the first time I had gone in the woods after them, though never this late at night. I wasn't afraid of one of them accidentally shooting me or something. I also didn't think they would be too deep out into the woods. This turned out to be wrong, though. I kept looking around for them everywhere, but I was unable to find any trace of them. I had a flashlight, of course, while I was looking, but I was having a hard time finding any trace of them. I was extremely startled when I heard a gunshot fire in my direction, not very far away from me. Immediately thinking it was my brother and cousin, I called out to them and let them know it was me. There was no answer. I called out again and again, and still there was no answer. Someone reading this might think this meant my brother and cousin were bullying me, trying to scare me, but they weren't really like that. Nothing about this made sense. "Hey, guys, it's me. What are you doing?" I yelled out. Things were quiet for a few more moments. Suddenly, another shot rang out and whizzed right by my head. I tell you, I turned and I never ran as quickly before in my life as I ran that night. I ran all the way home. Fortunately, even in the nighttime, I was familiar enough with the area that I could run home with no problem. I had no problem running and getting my butt out of those woods as quickly as I could, without falling down or anything. While I was running, there was more fire, but I have no idea if it came anywhere close to hitting me. As long as I was not directly hit, all I wanted was to get home where it was safe. I got home without any further incident. I was surprised when I got there, and both my brother and cousin were already home. My dad and mom were up too. "Where the were you, man?" my brother asked me. "There's some psychopath out in the woods. He us and stole my rifle. We thought he was going to kill us before he went and disappeared into the woods." The whole thing was chilling. I let them know everything that happened. We contacted the authorities immediately and let them know too. I hadn't seen the man myself, so I could not give a description. After hearing my brother's, though, I'm real glad I didn't. The guy sounded very scary. Whoever he was never caught, and my brother never got his rifle back. He also wasn't allowed to go hunting at night any longer. I'm not really sure if my story is as scary as most of these sort of stories I've heard, but it sure scared me enough, so I'm going to tell it anyway. I worked as a hand on a small horse farm. I won't get into too much detail as to what that entails, as a vast majority involved just feeding, watering, and cleaning up after the horses. I didn't make much money doing this work, but I did get to live on a small trailer on the farm for free. I was able to spend all my money on food and entertainment, and I really enjoyed the job as well. There was one weekend when the farm owners were going to be out of town for about 3 days. This had very little effect on me at all, since I did the same work on the weekend and things would be just normal for me. On the first night they were gone, I was done with all of my work for the day much earlier on than usual, so I had the whole evening all to myself. I was in my trailer watching television when I thought I heard something going on outside. It was only small noises, though, so I didn't pay much attention to them at first. After a few moments, it seemed like someone might have been walking around outside the trailer. Before I had the chance to even get up and check out what was going on, I suddenly heard this very loud pounding at my door. It startled me so much I nearly knocked my chair over. This caused me to be so startled that I didn't answer the door right away. When I didn't, there was a second, even more furious round of pounding on the door. A bit unsteady, I readied myself and got back up. That was when the pounding stopped. I made my way over to the door, but I didn't open it straight away. Instead, I looked out the window on the side. I didn't see anyone out there. Looking out, away from the house, I thought I could see someone running away, but they'd escaped into the darkness so quickly that I wasn't able to tell if I really had seen someone or if it was simply a shadow or something. Concerned, I decided I needed to go check and see what was going on. I then went and put on my boots and a jacket to go outside. Upon opening the door, the first thing that caught my eye also caused me more fear than I'd ever felt in my life. The main house where the owners lived was currently on fire. Not knowing what to do, I ran out the door to a position where I could see what was going on better. When I did, I noticed there was someone heading toward the horse stables. Fearing for the safety of the horses, I grabbed an implement that was outside my trailer and began running toward that area. I kept yelling, trying to get the attention of this mysterious man, who at first ignored me. As I got closer to the man, I threw the implement at him. It caught him right on the leg and tripped him. Obviously angry, the man turned and came at me. He was carrying a big gas canister, and as quickly as he came upon me, he hit me with the gas can, knocking me over. I think it was at that moment he realized he needed to get away. I had not been knocked out as he expected and was getting back to my feet and ready to fight quickly. The man ran off immediately. I was a bit too wonky in the head to immediately go after him. He was able to get to his vehicle and shot out of there at about 100 miles per hour. It wasn't until I talked to the police that I realized how odd their story was. If the was in fact the same person, why had he been pounding on the trailer door before going to set the stables on fire? Well, it turns out he hadn't. He had an accomplice who didn't want the horses to be burned as well, although I guess he didn't seem to have a problem burning the house down. He had pounded on the door and ran back to their getaway truck. He wanted to get my attention to try and stop it. The only reason I found out about this, obviously, is because the two men were caught, and the man who pounded on my door confessed. The story was actually worse than that, though. He wasn't only going to burn down the house and the stables, the guy was going to burn down my trailer too, with me in it. Back in the 80s, for about a year, my family lived in a very rural home that sat on top of a hill in a beautiful area. I hated living there during the school year because it was so difficult to get to and from the school. I had to walk to the main road in order to catch the bus, and the whole bus ride from start to finish was nearly an hour and a half long. During the summer and on weekends, though, I really loved it. Living out there was nice and quiet, and just all around a pleasant experience. On Saturday nights, I always had a really nice time, because I would be the only one in the family who would keep awake until after midnight. When I did, I would always watch Freddy's Nightmares and Tales from the Dark Side. On the night this happened, I was 14 years old, and I was the only one home alone. My family had gone to visit my aunt for the weekend. I stayed because our dog was ill and couldn't go with us, so somebody had to be there to take care of her. I had been watching TV all night, which back then was hard because we only had a few channels and they didn't come in real great that far out in the country. The dog was sleeping on the other end of the couch from me. At some point, I noticed the dog stirring. I thought something was wrong and got concerned. She didn't appear like she was going to get sick, though. She looked like she'd just heard something and was glancing around the room strangely. The living room couch directly faced the hallway, where all the bedrooms were. That's exactly where the dog was looking. I kept looking too, and I didn't see anything at first. Soon, though, I noticed a black figure emerging out of my parents' bedroom and moving to my bedroom across the hall. Both doors were open. I can't tell you how scared I was in that moment. I thought someone had broken in, which was really strange being where we lived. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. The dog followed me as I kept turning all the lights on, going down the hallway into my bedroom. Along with my dog, I checked out everything in the room. No one was in there. The windows were closed and locked, so nobody could have left that way. I checked every room of the house. It was the same in every room. The only room I didn't check was the unfinished basement, but it was locked from the kitchen side of the door, so nobody could be down there anyway. I was completely convinced I had just seen a ghost. I never did again, there or anywhere else, but I have nothing else to explain what I could have seen that night. Okay, so this is one that I don't know if everyone will necessarily find it super scary, but for me personally, it absolutely made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. In England, there's a festival every year called Glastonbury. It takes place in Somerset and is the biggest festival in England. It's 5 days and mostly a music festival, but it also has dance, theater, circus performances, and comedy. This is starting to sound like a sales pitch, I know. Around the late 80s or early 90s, my dad worked security at Glastonbury with a few friends. Most of his job was to drive around the perimeter of the festival in a truck to catch anyone trying to sneak in. On the second day, my dad and his mate were driving around and heard some people on the other side of the wall, clearly trying to sneak in. Usually, people would throw their bags over first, so they parked the truck by the side of the wall and got out. Sure enough, a few seconds later, these bags came thumping down onto the roof of the truck, followed by 2 people. They were halfway over the wall when they saw my dad and his friend standing there in security uniforms, glaring at them and looking very intimidating. They froze, clearly not sure what to do. After a few moments of silence, my dad and his mate broke out into big smiles. They told the people to hop on over, and they'd drive them down to the main part of the festival. This was not a secret ploy or anything. My dad and his friend just didn't care that much. If the people didn't look like they were there to cause trouble, why not let them through? While driving the group down to the main part of the festival, my dad and his friend suddenly got a call over the radio. It was from another member of security they knew, asking them to go check out the toilet area. Apparently something serious was going down. They dropped the group off and radioed back to find out what was happening. The guy told them someone had reported being bitten on the ass in the toilet. Obviously confused, my dad and his mate asked if the guy was joking. He said no, but the person who reported it was clearly under the influence of something. It was probably nothing, but go check it out just in case, you know? Now, these are festival toilets, slightly flimsy temporary setups over what's basically a cesspit. Not too sure what they were looking for. They went down to the toilet area, had a look around, and left. They continued their patrol around the border, and overheard 3 more calls on the radio, saying someone had been bitten. Other members of security closer to the toilet area checked it out and couldn't find anything. The assumption was it was some sort of joke, or a rumor had started. Maybe people were so high they were imagining it. My dad and his mate were known by the rest of security for being strong and good fighters, so they were usually the ones called if anything got too out of hand. A call came through the radio, this time directed at my dad and his mate. Another person had reported being bitten while on the toilet. Only this time, the woman had a large human bite mark that had broken through the skin. She showed it to the medics, who said it was definitely a human bite. Everyone was still very confused as to what was going on. My dad and his friend raced down to the toilet area. They went into a cubicle and shined a light down into the toilet hole. They were not really sure what they were looking for. They moved the light around a bit. Right before they were about to switch the torch off, they saw something moving, an unusual movement. My dad's friend, not knowing what else to do, called out, "Is someone down there?" They saw faster movement this time. He called out again, "We aren't going to hurt you. We just need to know if there's someone down there." All of a sudden, a head popped out of the toilet. There was a man wearing a snorkel and swimming goggles. Absolutely stunned, my dad asked him how he even got down there. He said he'd tunneled in. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure they had to take the toilet apart so he could get out. Covered head to toe in f***s. He was escorted by my dad and his friend to the security area. No one really knew what to make of this. My dad and his friend watched over him while they called the police. During this time, he spoke to my dad. He said he'd gotten there a week or two early and dug a tunnel from the edge of the neighboring field. He had done this with the full intention of sitting below the toilets and biting people when they sat down. He said this was the first time he'd been caught, insinuating he'd even done it before. I don't know if this was true or not, though. According to my dad and his friend, the man was incredibly polite, but in their words, there was something beyond his eyes. Like, even if he was looking straight at you, he was looking as if you weren't there. On more than one occasion, the man licked his lips, which were covered in waste. The man wouldn't answer any questions about his name or anything like that, and would just answer by waffling about the festival. According to my dad's friend, at one point the man was saying how good the festival was, and he swore he could hear him say under his breath, "A shame they don't let the children in." The police took their time getting there. Can't say I blamed them. Must have not believed the story. I don't know what happened to the man after that. I remember feeling so sick when my dad told me this story. I was petrified of ever using an outdoor toilet. To clarify, the man was seriously mentally ill. He seemed completely unbothered by what he was doing and unaware that it was wrong at all. So, there's this one time I was playing with my toys in the basement of my parents' home. I was around 6 years old, so it happened in 2011. For context, at this time the house was not fenced, and it happened a few times that people just walked through our garden to access the field behind our house. After eating dinner, my parents would let me play with my toys for a little while, since it was the Halloween vacation. I can't say for sure what time it was, but it was definitely after 7 p.m. I remember it was already dark outside. While I was playing, I suddenly heard a noise coming from what I thought at the time was the boiler room behind me. It usually makes a lot of different noises throughout the night, so I continued playing without even thinking about it really. The door to the boiler room was closed like always. Otherwise, you could smell the fuel throughout the entire home. Anyway, I continued serving plastic food to my non-existent clients in my non-existent restaurant. I heard another strange noise. That time, I turned around to see what was making these noises and where they were coming from. I didn't see anything. The door to the boiler room was still closed like it was supposed to be. I was extremely confused, but didn't worry more than that. I continued playing. That was until I heard a knock, this time coming from the window facing me. I looked up, and there was a man standing there looking at me. The guy had stuck his head between the bars of the window. I could still recognize that man's face even if 15 years passed by. He was wearing this 90s Nike jacket and a faded blue cap. He had an extremely long beard and looked like he was very tired. I remember he had these massive dark circles under his eyes. His expression was completely blank when I noticed him. After a few seconds, I ran upstairs to my parents to tell them about that man. My dad immediately ran down to the basement, grabbed a hammer, and got ready to the guy if needed. The guy just disappeared into the darkness. My dad even went to drive around the village I live in to see if he could find the man, but we never saw him again. We believe that he probably ran through the field behind my house. These events honestly really scared me. I was having a lot of nightmares, dreaming of this almost every night for a while. Still today, I'm terrified when I'm in the basement. It just gives me chills and makes me want to run upstairs as quickly as I can. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I'm a 15-year-old girl, and I had a terrifying encounter one evening, sometime around 10 p.m. or so. I was watching a documentary series on my TV. Nothing unusual so far. You should know that my TV is in the living room, and right in front of me, there was this big window that had no curtain and was very low to the ground. As I continued watching the TV, I started to feel a bit peckish, so I got up and went to grab something from the fridge to eat. When I turned around to go back to my armchair, I found myself staring directly at the window, and that's when I noticed him. There, outside, was a boy, wearing white clothes and a hat, his brown hair visible under the brim. He was looking right at me, holding his phone horizontally. It took me a moment to realize what was happening. The guy was filming me. I jumped back in shock with my heart pounding. I felt paralyzed, unable to move. The boy slowly lowered his phone, his eyes never leaving mine. He smiled a chilling and terrifying smile. We stared at each other for what felt like eternity. It was minutes before he suddenly turned around and ran away. I was left shaking and in tears. I told my parents what happened, but they couldn't find the guy. You should know I live in a fairly dangerous area, and I'm new here, so I had no idea something like this could even happen. After that night, I became very paranoid, too scared to go outside. On a school day about 2 weeks later, I had to leave the house to catch my bus like I do every morning. It was extremely early, so it was still dark outside. I went to my usual bus stop, but there was something strange about that morning. The streets were empty. No cars, no people. I felt like I was being watched. Then I saw him, the same boy who'd filmed me. He was standing on one of the tracks near the train station by my bus stop, staring at me and filming me once more. I felt a wave of fear rush over me. Without a second thought, I turned and ran home as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I was crying by the time I reached my home. I didn't go to school that day. I stayed home, too afraid to leave. I haven't seen the boy since then, and honestly, I'm hoping that I never do. My girlfriend, 2 kids, 4 and 3, and myself were tent camping in eastern Washington one summer at a campground. It was a nice campground, but not many guests at all since it was before peak season. We had a site with no other campers visible to us. One night at approximately 1 a.m. or so, my now ex-girlfriend and I were sitting by the fire while our kids were sleeping in the big tent we were all sharing. All of a sudden, a beat-up old Ford Explorer slowly drove by our campground and proceeded to keep driving around the campground out of sight. I thought it was odd, but maybe just someone looking for friends, or a campsite. We went to bed and woke up early the next morning, maybe 5 a.m. to go to the bathroom. There was that same beat-up Ford Explorer at the campsite adjacent to ours, only about 60 feet away. Mind you, there were dozens of other open campsites around, so my alarms were immediately raised by this. After going to the bathroom and returning to our tent, where my kids and girlfriend were still asleep, I saw a man standing behind the Ford Explorer. Only his head was visible, and he was clearly trying to hide himself. He was looking directly at my tent. I stood there and stared right back at him and raised my hands in the air. I didn't want to cause a commotion and wake the kids up. He just continued to stare. I sat in one of my camp chairs and kept eyes on him. I watched him get into his car, which was facing us, but I couldn't see what he was doing in there. About an hour later, he suddenly started his car up and slowly drove by our site. He stared directly at me, maintaining eye contact the entire way by. I know for a fact this guy had ill intention, just by his demeanor and the looks of him. Likely he would have done something had I not been there. I was desperate to move out of my house. Most of my friends were either in college or had moved somewhere else already, while here I was still living at home with my parents. Sometimes I wondered if living under a bridge would be better. Obviously, I knew it wouldn't really, but that's how badly I needed and wanted my own space. I was checking online for listings when I found a bunch of places in my area for rent on the Facebook Marketplace. I couldn't believe how easy it was to rent a place in this time that we live in. Being young and stupid, and probably a little bit naive, I found a listing on the marketplace that was the very definition of too good to be true. It was an entire 2-story house with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a garage, and a finished basement. The pictures made this place look incredible. I messaged the guy, and since I was so eager, I asked if we could meet when I left work that night. He agreed to meet at around 8 p.m. I was already mentally planning my setup for the house after work as I was driving over. It soon dawned on me, though, that of all the pictures, there weren't any of the outside of the house or the finished basement. I didn't really think too much about it, but the thought did cross my mind that was somewhat weird. I pulled up to the house at around 8:15. The outside did look a little bit rough, and the neighborhood didn't seem ideal either. I kept ignoring all of that, though, because I kept telling myself this was an entire house just for me. I knocked on the front door, and this sort of disheveled-looking man answered. I walked in, only to find that the pictures didn't really look like this house at all. The inside looked quite old. Honestly, the more and more I looked at it, the more it looked like it was about to fall apart at any second. I was standing in the living room with this strange man. Also standing in there was a frail-looking woman. She was so skinny that it looked like her shirt was about to fall off her shoulder. I felt in situations like this, the person running the house or trying to sell it to you would surely walk you around and show you the interior. These two people made no such effort, though. They just kinda stood there looking at me. Finally, the guy mumbled something. "Yeah, so, this is it. I should have said on the listing, but, it's cash only." I asked if I could look around, and he looked kind of annoyed. He did accept, though. I looked into one of the rooms on the main floor, only to see it was completely dilapidated on the inside. I knew I didn't want this place anymore. I didn't even need to look at the rest of the house. I walked back into the living room and just said to the guy, "Hey, so, thanks for meeting me, man, but unfortunately I think I'm going to have to pass." The woman looked like she was about to start crying. "Look, I know it needs a little bit of work, but, you should see the basement before you leave." The woman ran over to the door and opened it. She held her arms out, pointing to the basement as if presenting it to me, like some sort of prize. Since I have a really hard time saying no, I walked over and stood at the top of the stairs. I was thinking there was no way I was going down there. As soon as I looked into the darkness at the bottom and knew I could see nothing down there, I heard the man say from behind me, "The light switch is downstairs. Just go down and we'll be right behind you." The woman put her hand on my shoulder and sort of started to nudge me downward. I guess that all I needed was that literal push to push me in the right direction of getting out of there. I turned around and started swiftly walking toward the door. I thanked them for their time. Well, the guy clearly didn't like that at all. He ran over and stood in front of the door. The already creepy and disheveled man now looked even more unsettling. He was staring at me with these bulbous eyes and started to reach into his back pocket. As he stared directly at me, he said, "You wanted a place. Pay up or you're not leaving." I lied and told him I didn't have any money on me. He started to walk toward me and sized me up. I could see in my peripheral vision that the woman was moving in behind me. The man started to struggle to grab whatever he was concealing in his back pocket. I used this opportunity and reacted instantly. I ran right through the guy and pushed him out of the way, then ran toward the door. When I went to open it, I noticed it was already locked. The guy must have locked me inside when I wasn't looking. I hurried and unlocked the door and made a mad dash out to my car. I heard the woman screaming from inside and the man seemingly running after me. As I started to drive away, I could see he was standing at the bottom of the driveway. Thank God I never saw any sort of car start to pursue me after. I don't think these two had a car at all, if I'm being honest. I was so terrified I didn't drive home that night. Feeling a sense of urgency and concern for my safety, instead I immediately went to the nearest police station to report the incident. The officers listened attentively to my account and assured me they would look into the matter. They decided to visit the house, but apparently upon their arrival, the couple was nowhere to be found. It appeared they were squatters or had hastily vacated the premises just before the police arrived. Although I never discovered their true intentions, I was relieved that they weren't there anymore. The police assured me they would keep an eye on the area and encouraged me to reach out if I encountered any further issues. All I know is that I'm never looking on Facebook Marketplace for a place to rent ever again. This is a short story that happened to me several years ago when I was in junior high school. All my friends got to travel to Myrtle Beach with the baseball team for spring break. Since I didn't play baseball, I was stuck at home. My one friend Dave was home too, since we were the skaters of the friend group. We spent most nights of the break hanging out together and not really doing much of anything, except for one night. We stayed at Dave's house. He lives literally in the middle of the woods. The closest neighborhood isn't really that far away, but because of where his house is located, it truly feels like the middle of nowhere. Toward the end of the break, we snuck out of the house one night to see a girl who lived nearby. She and a few of the other girls from school were still in town, and we figured we would go and hang out with them. Like I said, it wasn't really far away. Just a sort of unnerving walk, because there aren't very many lights and most of it is in the seclusion of trees and rocks. We had an awesome time hanging out with the girls. I liked this one girl at the time, so it was great to be able to spend so much time with her. When we were walking back to the house that night, though, we noticed some random guy following us. I didn't really think anything of it. Dave was freaked out, though. I told him to just relax. The guy was following us closely, but not close enough for us to need to panic. When we made it back to his house, I watched the guy continue walking up the street. He never seemed to look back once. I looked at my buddy and told him that he was freaking out for no reason. The next night, we hung out again. His parents were going to be out of town for the weekend, so he was going to have the house all to himself. Since he was embarrassed by his house, he didn't want to have anyone over. Trust me when I say I pushed very hard for the girls to come over too, but I lost the argument in the end. I told the girls we couldn't hang out there, so instead Dave and I walked over to her house again. This time we spent a more considerable amount of time there, and didn't walk home until after about 3 in the morning. Dave was relieved on the way home that we didn't have anybody following us this time. I helped him close up the house and we got comfortable in the living room before passing out on the couches. At this point in the night, it was actually one of the best nights of my life. I actually got to kiss the girl I liked so much, and I legitimately felt invincible. Not long after lying down, though, we heard a sudden knock at the door. We both froze in place. "Who is that?" exclaimed Dave. The knock came again, a low rhythmic knocking. Each bang on the wood made my hair stand on end. I slowly got up, and standing a few feet from the door, I called out, "Who is it?" There was no response right away. Then, though, a young female voice shouted from the other side. "Hey, I was wondering if I could hide inside." I didn't say anything right away. The absurd nature of that statement and the calm tone of the woman's voice left me speechless. Before I could say anything, she spoke again. "It's going to be too late if you don't let me in. Can I please hide inside your house?" When I said I was speechless, I mean I was absolutely at a loss for words. I had a million things flying through my mind, and I didn't know what to do. My instincts told me that this must be one of the girls playing a joke on us. But I didn't recognize that voice at all. I decided not to answer, and Dave decided the same. We sat there in silence, and then I noticed the doorknob starting to slowly jiggle back and forth. It became more aggressive with time. Then the calm voice from the other side instantly became more sinister. "Open the door now!" I was finally able to shout to go away. I was going to call the police. There were no sounds for a few seconds. Then the woman spoke again. She started in a soft tone, and in the middle of her sentence, I could hear her getting sinister once more. "Honey, if you don't open the door right now, I'm going to lose my mind." Dave finally jumped up from the couch and shouted at this person to go away. Then, though, we could hear a second voice from behind the door. It was a deep voice, clearly that of a man. "Good call, bud. Very, very good call." Right after he said that, I thought I could hear what sounded like footsteps walking away. I looked out the window and saw two people walking down the street. One of them looked suspiciously like the person from the previous night. They just had a very similar stature. We were terrified and stayed awake the rest of the night. Since his parents weren't home, we didn't call the police, though obviously we should have. Dave was scared his parents would get mad if the police showed up and they weren't home on Sunday morning. When his parents finally did come home, he told them what happened, and they instantly called the police, calling us stupid for not doing so. I mean, better late than never, I guess. Since several hours had passed since the woman had been at the door, the police were honest with Dave's parents and told them they would probably never catch these two people. They assured us, though, they would be on the lookout for any similar incidents. I have no idea what those two wanted, or who they even were. I don't even like being outside at night anymore. That night really messed me up for a long time, and I'm still trying to recover from the nightmares I endured because of it. The events of this story took place just a few days ago, so they're still fresh in my mind. I suppose this may be more creepy and flat-out weird than scary per se, but the more I sit and reflect on it, the more I think to myself this could have turned into a real nightmare. Just for a little backstory, I worked as a sort of freelance camera operator. Local artists, students, and even random people hire me to record content for them. I've done everything from documentaries to weddings, and I even shot a short film about aliens for some guy. I'm not rich, but I do make enough to pay my bills, and I get to do what I love while doing it. About a week ago, I got into a car accident though, and my car was completely totaled. Now, that's a side note that could be its own horror story. An old lady fell asleep behind the wheel, crossed over the median, and hit me head on. The fear of seeing a car coming directly at you full speed was one of the worst things I ever felt. Fortunately for me, that particular story ends right there, and the old woman and I were left completely unharmed. My camera, however, was not quite so lucky. Along with my car being totaled, my camera was destroyed in the incident as well. When the woman hit me, due to the impact, my camera flew off my passenger side seat and went right through the windshield. I ended up crying about my camera. The car accident was on a Wednesday, and I really needed that camera for my Saturday job. I started to text everyone I knew to see if I could borrow one of theirs, but nobody had a camera that I could use. I thought maybe I could use my iPhone camera, but I knew that would prove to be more trouble than it was worth. One of the people I texted, though, told me to check on Facebook Marketplace. I loved their idea and was surprised I hadn't thought about it sooner. I couldn't believe all the different stuff I was finding there. I was trying to focus on the one thing I really needed though, which was that camera. Eventually, I found a guy named Devin who was selling a camera that was even nicer than mine, with a microphone to go along with it. I didn't own one at the moment. He was only asking for $100 for all of it, so I felt like I couldn't resist that offer. I told him I needed it right away, and he agreed to let me come pick it up right after we messaged back and forth. I didn't feel weird or sketchy about any of this. The guy lived in a fancy building downtown in one of those luxury apartments. It was also early afternoon, so I wasn't worried about meeting some strange person at night in the middle of nowhere or something. I borrowed my mom's car and drove down to that apartment. The guy lived on the 12th floor, all the way at the end of the hall. I remember just staring out a window at the end of the hall for a minute or two before I finally knocked on his door. When I knocked, he answered right away, almost creepily fast, like he had been standing there waiting for the minute I walked in. He seemed like a fairly ball-rank guy though. He was good-looking and dressed in nice clothes, tall and had the whitest teeth I'd ever seen in person. We made small talk for a while, talking about cameras and what I did for a living. He then went on to tell me he did some acting for a while, and he made most of his money as a model. I was interested, so I was genuinely listening to the guy's stories. Finally, he walked over to a room on the far side of the apartment and said in a very calming voice, "Okay, well, the camera's in here. Let me grab it for you real quick." As he was entering the room, he stopped for a second though and turned back to me. "You know, being a camera geek like me, I think you'd love to see my new camera setup. Why don't you come check it up while I pack the other one away and get everything else for you?" If you're listening to this, you may be wondering how I could be so stupid as to follow a stranger into a small room. Well, the answer is the guy had totally disarmed me. He gave me no red flags or any other indication he might be a sketchy person. I followed the guy into this room, and he shut the door behind me. This was the first indication that something was wrong. I looked around the room, and there was nothing in there except for a single camera on a tripod. In an extremely creepy voice, he whispered in my ear, "You know, you'd make a great model." I didn't answer him. I turned around, opened the door, and left the room. I ran out of the apartment without the camera he was allegedly selling. I don't think he attempted to pursue me, though I'm not quite sure. He didn't message me again either, and that was the end of that encounter. I realized nothing technically happened to me, but once the door shut behind me and he was looming over me, I knew something wasn't quite right. As the days continued to roll on past that afternoon, I kept on wondering to myself, what if I didn't leave? Was this guy some kind of creep or just genuinely weird? I had no reason to call the authorities since, like I said, technically nothing happened, but I worry some other woman may fall into the same trap I did. I noticed the posting is now gone. I went back on the marketplace and went to pick up another camera from an older guy the next day. This time though, I made sure I went with a friend of mine just in case. If I ever see that guy again, I'm running as far as I can in the opposite direction. Over 4 years ago, I went to work in a warehouse in the small town that I'm from. I decided to leave though after my health started to get worse. I was diagnosed with panic disorder and severe anxiety after the situation that I'm about to tell you. This changed the way I developed friendships after that job, that much is for certain. So I started this job on April Fool's Day of 2018. Needless to say, I had no high expectations of this job at all. All I wanted was to do something, get paid, and go home. I had 2 little ones waiting for me back there, and many things I could work on as well. The job itself wasn't hard, and made some decent money for all the duties considered. I really couldn't complain much. I worked second shift for about 5 months, and then I went to the day shift. While working on second shift, I kept mostly to myself, until one day I met someone from one of the lines after we struck up a conversation about gaming. For the sake of anonymity, we'll call him JF. Well, JF seemed like a pretty good guy, and we had a lot of things in common as well. I went home that night and he popped up as a suggested friend on Facebook, so I decided to add him. When I did so, we started talking more at work until he suggested we should hang out outside of it, and so we did, pretty frequently at that. We were friends for a month at this point, when one day he decided he was going to introduce me to his partner. She seemed decent at first, super nice, didn't seem to be judgmental either, so I thought she was pretty cool. From then on, I would hang out with him when my kids were spending time with my mother. One day, we were talking at a restaurant when he started to vent to me. Dude, she's such a bitch sometimes. The other day, I forgot to take the trash out and she threatened to stab me. I've never been in a relationship where someone's threatened me like that. I think she's got good intentions though, so I don't know. When he said that to me, I was concerned, but of course, we've only been friends for a month or so. I thought maybe he was just joking morbidly, so I chuckled at him. He gave me a pretty serious look though. I'm not joking, she really did say that. I got very concerned. Fast forward about 8 months. They're still together, and we all hung out pretty regularly. I forgot about the things he'd told me that day. One day, though, we were all talking, and he seemed a little bit off that day, so I asked him what was wrong right in front of her. He flashed a smirk and said, "Nothing, dude, I'm just a little bit tired." He didn't have his eyes on me, though. He had them on her. When we went to work the next day, I once again asked him what was wrong. "Okay, so you promised to keep this a secret between us?" Of course, I agreed. He said that he was breaking up with her, and she went a little bit crazy. He said she'd grabbed her and I pointed it at him and said, "If I can't have you, then no one will." He told me he'd managed to defuse the situation and was trying to look for a way out, not really knowing what else to say. I just said, "If you need to go somewhere, then you can stay with me until you get her out of the house." Fast forward another year. He finally decided to leave her fully. When he did, she flipped out again. This time, though, he told her over text. She said she was going to find him and kill him. He was actually out of work that day, on a vacation day. He sent me a text, too. "Hey, let me know if she comes over looking for me." That struck me as odd, because I had no idea of the situation currently unfolding. She did come into our job and asked me where he was. I have no idea. I thought he was with you and you guys went out of town or something." She rolled up her window and drove off. I called him and told him she'd just come by, and he called the police about it. They found her just up the road from his house with a loaded gun in the car. And 2 months later, he decided to talk to her again. When he did, he had something to tell me. When he called me, he asked if I had seen her around, and I hadn't. He then said this to me. I would take some vacation days if I were you." I asked him why. "Because she's out of jail. I heard her cousins are in town trying to find the people she has beef with, and I guess you're one of them." At that point, I was terrified. I grabbed my kids and got out of town. I took 2 weeks off work, too. Came to find out the next day, her and her cousins went to the next town over and shot 3 people in an apartment and killed them. I got the news about it the day after it happened. The reason why he knew they were coming after me is because apparently they'd made a Facebook Messenger group and accidentally included him, and it had a list of names. Everyone regarded it as spam and decided to disregard the message, but he knew exactly what it was. 3 of the names on that list were the people that got shot. The 4th name on that list was mine. After they found the evidence, he decided to go public about the group and the screenshots that he had. They were all charged with first-degree murder. From then on, I was very careful about who I would stick my neck out for, because even though he knew the context of that list and her intentions, he decided not to inform anyone but me on it. Needless to say, we aren't friends anymore, and I think I dodged a bullet. What is up guys, Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.